the mountains of northeastern Tennessee sits a track unlike any other. You see it rise from the valley as you approach. 500 laps of chaos. Drivers know a win here means something special, and fans flock to it. An end-of-summer staple. This is Bristol, baby.
So many things that have to go right, so many things that can go wrong.
Joe usually doesn't drive like that.
I've got some really good words for him, but I can't say on TV.
I keep talking about rivalries, and we might have one now.
Kyle Busch is...
Keep riding till the wheels fall off.
ATT, we got into the back of the 78. Martin Truex Jr. slamming into the wall.
Sometimes you're the nice guy and you get knocked out of the way. So we'll just have to race him a little harder next time.
NASCAR America presented by Progressive, the banking. The grandstands looming over the top of the surface. And that surface is going to be a story here tonight, too. I mean, it just looks different. Pit road split in two. We are on the turn 4 side, pit stall 21 to be exact, in the Mobile One Peacock Pit Box. Hello and welcome with Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, and Nate Ryan tonight. In this race, I mean, it doesn't offer up any more points than another, but Dale, for a driver, does it feel different, and why?
Oh, there's no doubt it feels different. And I think the biggest thing, it takes pretty much every driver that's in this field tonight back to where they started. A Saturday night short track shootout, even though this shootout's 500 laps long and requires a lot of patience and a lot of driving ability to get that trophy. There is a little bit more pride and prestige if you're the owner of one of those trophies at the end of this night.
For sure, and it takes you back to your grassroots where no matter where you start, you've got a shot at this thing. We saw it yesterday. The car that started tail end ends up winning the race. The guys we thought were the favorites, they were the favorites, but they fell by the wayside. Anything can happen on a short track, and anything can happen at Bristol.
And there are some big names who are starting deep in the pack, Kyle Petty. Kyle Busch is starting outside the top 30. The two Penske drivers, Joey Logano, Brett Keselowski, both starting outside the top 10. All of those guys former winners here, and I think all of them could win tonight if they can come from the back.
They are certainly going to make things interesting and give us a lot to talk about. Well, we do want to update you on the big news that happened in this area on Thursday when a plane carrying Dale Earnhardt Jr., his wife Amy, and their 15-month-old daughter Isla crashed at the Elizabethton Municipal Airport 14 miles southeast of the track. They, along with their dog and two pilots, all evacuated before the plane became engulfed in flames. Now, Dale was taken to a local hospital where he was evaluated and released. He has since gone home to be with his family this weekend in North Carolina. And there you see a picture of the family from earlier this year. And Nate, we know the National Transportation Safety Board is on site investigating the crash. What is the latest?
Well, yesterday, Krista, the NTSB spokesman told us that they reviewed surveillance video from the surrounding buildings at that airstrip and determined that Dale Jr.'s plane bounced twice on impact on landing. The right wing landing gear impact collapsed the right wing landing gear. So they were able to determine that. They still haven't determined where the plane touched down on the airstrip, and I think that's the next big revelation they're seeking. There were no initial indications that the touchdown was too long on the 4,500-foot runway, but that's what they'll be reviewing here with the evidence the next couple of days. The preliminary report of this crash will come out by next Friday. That will just have basic information. It won't give us any causation or won't have any conclusions yet. They do know, however, that the fire that started, they believe that happened post-crash. That did not happen before they crashed. And finally, one more thing. Obviously, Dale Jr. has been on everybody's minds here this weekend, and he and his family were included in the prayer that closed the drivers' meeting tonight.
And that's really good. And you know, I say, you know, for me, a memory I thought I had put away was reopened this week, because sitting in the infield here with Jeff Burton when we heard the news of the crash, on a personal note, it brought back all the memories of Alan Kwiecki for me, and it shook me to my core. I will say that, and I am so thankful that they are safe. I am so thankful they are healthy. The pilots, everyone involved in this. This is just a wake-up call for all of us. The way we travel, it's not always the safest, but we have to do this to put on this show.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Air travel is nothing young, new to this sport, and trying to get around and do the business that you want to do and everything that goes along with this sport sometimes puts you in that position to do that on a regular basis. All of us get on an airplane, or most of us do, at some point in time. But this is the unfortunate thing that can happen. You know, it doesn't happen often, thankfully. And the more I look at these pictures, I'm just thankful to God that he took care of this family and our colleague here, and wish them the best and hope to see them all back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Nate. And if fans do want more, or if there is more to report on the story, where can they find that?
NBCsports.com/NASCAR. We'll have updates there.
Okay, thank you, Nate. And we look forward, of course, to seeing Dale Jr. back with us in Darlington. So here at Bristol, the focus, of course, now on the track is on the race to Miami. Before the playoffs get underway in Las Vegas, the regular season wraps up at 3 iconic venues: Darlington, Indy, and of course tonight here at Bristol. We expect plenty of drama tonight, especially for those drivers on the playoff bubble. Just 22 points separate drivers 15th through 18th in the standings. And Denny Hamlin was able to give Toyota its first pole of the year. That's incredible. He'll lead the field to the green flag. Hamlin is one of 9 drivers to lock a playoff spot with victories this year. That leaves 7 spots to be determined over the next 3 races, meaning some of the sport's biggest names, including the 7-time champ, might be racing just for pride starting in September.
Playoffs, playoffs, playoffs.
90% chance we're done.
The time is coming. How many bad things can happen to you in a row?
Unbelievable.
Certainly the wrong time of the year to have some bad luck.
Got a rub, got a smoker here.
Larson got up out of shape.
Right side spoiler is down.
Let Boyer in the fence.
We have had very fast race cars, but everything that could have gone wrong, it went wrong.
All of these drivers right in the mix. Every position is a point.
Put a beat his down.
Cliff Boyer looked as though he had a big cushion from Jimmy Johnson. He gets into the wall, a lot of damage for that team.
Is this going to be this intense to the end?
If we don't win, then yeah.
There's no doubt it's going to be intense. Bristol, a nightmare for drivers on the bubble like Jimmy Johnson, who's currently below the cut line. And I'm curious, because your stats have certainly gotten better throughout your career here at Bristol. How has your driving style evolved, and do you race it differently because you're on that bubble line right now?
No, I just need to go out and race and do my thing. But what helped me the most here was the resurfacing. That made this track better for me. I just could not find my way around the old track. I was a 10th on the wrong side and was in the way and had guys move me the whole time and tearing up race cars.
You certainly, you've been battling for championships before, had the pressure in the playoffs, no doubt about it. How is the pressure different, though, just trying to make the playoffs, or is it different at all?
No, it's different, and this year's been way different for me in pressure and stress that I've had to deal with through my career. Obviously, a new crew chief to start the year, now a crew chief a few weeks ago, and really a very young and hungry team that's growing at a rapid pace. So sadly, I need a little bit more time, but ultimately I don't have any. So we're doing the best we can. I've got a great race team. We're fired up for tonight. I had a great race car yesterday. We just missed a little bit in queue, and it's Bristol. Let's go.
We mentioned that run of success here at Bristol. He has 6 straight finishes of 11th or better. I'm sure you take a nice top 10 tonight here this evening.
Ryan Newman comes into Bristol on the playoff bubble, 16 points to the good. Does that make you feel good going into Bristol, or are you a little nervous?
I could feel worse, let's put it that way. But, just look forward to the race. It's a fun race. I enjoy it, the Chronos 4 tonight, and, just go out and experience it. It's something I think that most all fans look forward to is a Bristol night race, so we'll try to make the best of it.
You guys have been really good on the short tracks this year. What is it about this program, that's really suited the short tracks? It's where you've made up a lot of points. Does that give you a lot of confidence coming in here?
I just like the fact that we got to use both pedals. When you're starting to brake a little bit, more of the driver has to come out. So instead of running wide open all around some of these racetracks, we can lift and brake and outdrive somebody. And I think we've got a good short track package. So everybody at Roush Fenway's been doing a good job. We all need to do a better job. We're not been to victory lane, but we're working on it. We've showed a lot of progress. And again, look forward to tonight.
Starting 14th, finished 6th in the spring. Could be a good night for Ryan Newman, the 6 car.
Well, for Daniel Suarez, it's a situation where he's the first guy out, 6 points below that cut line. So how do you play Bristol with the playoffs looming?
Bristol, I love Bristol. I love this race a lot, the night race. Normally we race pretty well here. And I'm really looking forward. I'm excited for the race. But at the same time, you have to be smart, because obviously being in that bubble, in the playoff situation, we cannot take a risk of wrecking. You know, we cannot take the risk of losing 30 points. We can take the risk of losing a couple to try to win the race, but we cannot take the risk of wrecking. So just to do a smart race. I feel like we have a pretty strong, actually, 41 Ford Mustang for tonight's race. I feel like, honestly, to run in the top 10, top 5. So hopefully we can put ourselves in position and see what we got.
Any concerns starting 18th? I know that wasn't what you wanted in qualifying, but you're back there a little bit to start.
Yeah, you know, I think with the new qualifying format, you know, with the draw and all that kind of stuff, you have to be a little bit unlucky to be good, especially in racetracks like this, where you have to activate the PG1 and all that kind of stuff, temperature. So I feel like, however, we're not in the best situation. You know, I think we were out 20th or something like that. I was right in the middle, and we ended up right in the middle. So the car is much faster than that. So I feel comfortable about that. So I prefer to qualify 18 and know that I have a car to run in the top 5 and qualify top 5. I know that I have a car to race in the top 20. So I feel pretty good about it, and hopefully we can have things play our way.
Yeah, it's good when a driver knows what his car gave him in practice, and Daniel's very confident with that.
Well, one thing we've learned about Clint Boyer over the last couple of weeks is he does not want to talk about the stupid playoff points bubble. So let's talk about turning the ship around for the...
Watch you go down the list. It's like Newman, Jimmy, Daniel, and me. So we're here for your entertainment. But
you're on the plus side, 6 points above. But I feel like Bristol's a great place for you to really add to that cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. Great racetrack for us. Great racetrack for everybody, for our sport. Been looking forward to a short track for quite some time. Man, it's been some bad luck. Crazy stuff happened. Flat tire at Watkins Glen, you know, got caught up in a wreck last week at Michigan, but a great racetrack for me personally, for our organization, for the 14 car, Mike and all the guys. We didn't qualify the best. We were a little bit too loose, but honestly, that's what I want for a race. I need a car that can, you know, rip that bottom and be able to run outside. You know, we watched that Xfinity race yesterday. The groove is all over the place. It's widened out. Everybody was nervous when we came here. They polished off that outside. Everybody's freaking out thinking, oh my gosh, we're not going to be able to run that outside. You know, it's like, guys, calm down. We don't need a different setup. We've been knocking on the door the last few times we've been here. Let's go back to the old rusty trusty, get back to our wheelhouse and with our setups and everything else, probably free up a little bit for this night race. But other than that, it's go, cat, go. This car, this paint scheme with the peak lighting colors is super. Dude, it looks great. I think the car is, you know, as good a looking as a race car as I've had in a long time. So I think it looked good in Victory Lane. I told that Barstool guy, Barstool Dave, I told him, I said, you don't run away here. This would be a good time for us to win and celebrate on top of that building, and I think we'd look good up there.
Chris, I think this whole 14 camp would love to go back to Victory Lane. It's been a little while.
I know, and can you imagine the celebration if he does tonight? But really, I mean, Dale, this is the story. Only 3 more races to get in. We just heard from the last 2 guys in and the first 2 guys out. What do they need to do, or what is their plan tonight?
You know, the problem is, and I think Jimmy Johnson alluded to it, just go run your race and see what you get. There's nowhere to hide here. You're around race cars for the entire 500 laps here. You have to push the issue every single lap. The thing is, what you can do and show patience is not put yourself in a bad position until late in the race or take any unnecessary chances. But otherwise, you've just got to go after it and see what the night brings you as far as points. And when I look at those 4 that are there, you've got 3 veteran drivers and 1 guy that hasn't been around here very much, but he seems very confident that he might have a top 5 car.
Yeah, he does seem that way. And I love Jimmy Johnson just opening up and being honest and saying, this is a different pressure than I've ever experienced. Yeah. Here's a guy that's won 7 championships, a million races, it seems like, and he says this is a different pressure that he's having to deal with, and he's having to deal with it and learn it at this point in time in his career. I look at Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman just flat out thinks, right there, listen to that interview, let me use both pedals in that steering wheel, now I'll drive you. Yeah. That's what he believes. Daniel, with the way he just loves this place, and Clint just needs to turn his luck around. But I like what Daniel says, and he says not take a risk of wrecking. If he wants to take a risk of not wrecking, he needs to stay on pit road, because this is a risk. Every lap is a risk at Bristol, Tennessee.
And this race becomes part of the playoffs next year. I'm pretty sure it's a cut race, too. Yes. Can you imagine that for next year? But first, you got to get in the playoffs this year. All right, here's what we have coming up for you here on the pre-race show as we get you closer to race time. He's won 2 of the last 4 races, but who does he credit for helping him cut his teeth out on the West Coast? We'll reveal his mentor in this week's Behind the driver. Bristol Motor Speedway is also known as the last great Coliseum. Coming up, we'll introduce all 39 gladiators who will battle it out over 500 laps. And Rutledge Wood takes us around the track, and he may have a special guest. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com.
These guys are going to be my lunch.
Get out the broom. You just won at Bristol.
Yeah, take that. You are the best I've ever seen around this joint.
The most successful brothers in Bristol history.
This one's one of the sweetest because you have to work the hardest.
Saving this one. Yeah!
They have won the last 4 races here.
8.
I was going to flat out wreck them in 3 and 4. Come and take the checker.
You can't tell people that you're going to wreck them before you do it, because when roles are reversed, that person's going to wreck you. I guess if I'm ever running second to Kurt, I'm going to wreck him.
Might be something to look for tonight. If you could choose one word to describe the Busch brothers here at Bristol, it is dominant. Kurt and Kyle have combined for 14 Bristol wins, including 4 in a row. Parker Kligerman starts off with Kyle Busch.
It's Bristol, so chances are Kyle Busch is going to be in the conversation for the win. You have 8 wins here. Your brother has 6. What makes you guys so good here?
I don't know. Just, you know, it's been a place that's kind of fit our style, I guess, if you will, for many years. But obviously having the opportunity to come out here with our M&M's Camry tonight, we'll try to get out there and get another win and try to tie some of the greats that are above us with 9 wins here. But overall, it's a fun place to race. Enjoy coming here. You can be aggressive, and a lot of guys are aggressive, obviously, running around here. But just seems like it kind of fits what we got going on as the Busch brothers.
And last year, I watched you have one of the greatest comebacks in Bristol history, I believe. Close, I think. You didn't finish it, but I think it was a great comeback. You're starting 31st. How do you do that? How do you drive through the field so well here?
I don't know. Just, man, you just try to go where they ain't. Sometimes you run into a couple guys here or there or whatever. I mean, that's just a product of the nature of being at a high-speed racetrack like Bristol and tight quarters, with it being a half-mile racetrack. But overall, you try to keep your fenders clean as much as you can and try to come up there and race them at the end with a good, clean car, and that'll give you the best chance to go to victory lane.
And no matter how he does it, it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, when you look at those stats, you better check your fantasy lineup right now and make sure both Busch brothers are in it, because they are certainly outstanding here at Bristol. Is there a certain style, Kurt, that a driver needs here at Bristol to be successful, you think? And if so, what is that?
Yeah, that question's come up a lot this weekend. And in all honesty, Kyle and I, we do our thing, and yet I think there's certain tracks where our driving style fits really well. And a lot of it is protecting the car at Bristol, not getting any kind of fender rubs and staying away from potential trouble and just trying to look ahead and anticipate what's going on, like driver awareness, so to speak. But by halfway, you got to be on it, and that's when you got to have your car set up right. And I hope the high groove comes in like it's shown it will. That's what our car is set up for. It's how we won it last year, and we'll try to do it again.
How much will the racing change throughout the evening? I mean, everybody's been working on the high groove, number 1, but it seems like it's been cleaned a little bit. The bottom groove is where all the sticky stuff is. So how's the racing going to change throughout the evening?
Yeah, each day when we go to the tracks now with the traction compound, or when they're grinding things or polishing it or whatever they're talking, you just have to react like you're a dirt racer. I just keep thinking of my teammate Kyle Larson. He just jumps in and goes. And you get a feel when you're out there with what you did in practice and what you're going to do in the race. So can't sweat it too much. Just got to rely on the team's resources. And we got a great Monster Energy Chevy, and we'll let it rip.
Remember, they finished 1-2 here in the spring, and Kurt said, if I could have gotten to him, I would have wrecked him for the win. He'll move him again tonight if it comes down to that.
I love he just kind of finished that thought for you there, Marty. Kyle, no question, they have made this place their own personal playground. But going back to Kyle Busch, he starts 31st tonight. I mean, what's going to happen quicker, that top groove coming in or Kyle Busch making his way up into the top 10?
It's probably going to happen all about the same time, and to be honest with you. But Kyle Busch had an excellent point. Just go where they ain't. Go where they ain't. And right now, if they're not in the high groove, he'll probably venture up that way. If they're not in the middle, he'll probably venture out into that area. We listen to Kurt and listen to what he has to say. And he had one thing that was really interesting to me. It just suits their style. Daytona International Speedway seemed to suit Dale Jarrett's style. That was a place that you just had huge success. There are racetracks that just suit a driver, and for whatever reason, it suits these two brothers. They've had 14 wins. Throw that out the window. They've had 23 top 5 finishes combined with those two. That shows that from the time they rolled off a truck and set in a car here, this was their place.
Yeah, it's kind of like this is how their dad taught them to drive on short tracks, that just fell right into here. Neither one of them used a lot of brake. They rely on the momentum of the car and let the car work, and they get a lot out of the gas pedal when others are really struggling. But let's not forget, these two guys are Cup champions, both of them, so they're pretty good everywhere they go. But that record that they have here is phenomenal, and it's going to be fun to watch them tonight. And I just have this feeling, but before this night is over, they're going to be battling for another win.
Well, as much as the field probably doesn't like to see Kurt and Kyle coming, we like feeling this breeze. Did you guys feel that? Oh my goodness.
We do.
It is hot here at Bristol tonight. Rutledge Wood is with us. He actually stayed late to talk to last night's winner in the Xfinity Series race. Rut, I know they did not have foam parties here 20 years ago. What did they have?
You know what they had? They had beating and banging from Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Texas Terry Labonte. The Hall of Famer is here, and when we get back, we're going to talk to him about that night 20 years ago and what happened.
Labonte inside of Earnhardt. He taps him.
I'd like to beat Terry and raced him back, side by side.
Coming to the white flag. There's a leader change, and Labonte takes the lead.
I was going to just try to shake him and get under him.
Oh, and Earnhardt spins him out.
Didn't mean to really turn around, meant to rattle his cage over.
He never has any intention of taking anybody out. It just happens that way.
That night was 20 years ago, and I wonder, Terry Labonte, Hall of Famer, do you believe those words when he said, I wasn't trying to wreck him, I was just trying to rattle his cage?
I told somebody the next week, I said, I don't think he was really trying to wreck me. And they looked at me and said, you're the only person that believes that. So, but it was, I never thought that we'd still be talking about it 20 years later. It was an exciting night. Bristol's just an exciting place to come and race at, and that was not a typical finish, but it was certainly one that people are still talking about.
I mean, when you look at this track and you see those battles now, they happen certainly after 95 and you get in the win then. When it happens in 99, do you still feel like that's really the heartbeat of this track?
Man, this is just an exciting racetrack, and there's been some great finishes, and since that one for sure, and before that one. But what an exciting place, and a fun place to come watch a race at. And, just quite an honor to be able to be a part of those and be able to race there.
And I got to ask, is it true in 95 when the car's in the wall? Did you reach for reverse to try to?
That was 99.
That was 99.
Yeah.
To give him the little bump, a little.
Yeah.
How'd that work?
It didn't work out good because reverse gear tore out of the car when I was going to try to T-bone him coming down the back straightaway there. So after that, somebody interviewed me, and somebody said, man, I can't believe how calm you were after the interview. I thought, well, the transmission wouldn't have broke. It wouldn't have been, you wouldn't be saying the same thing. But looking back on it, I'm probably glad it broke.
Terry, thanks for being here, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Krista, legendary Hall of Famer Terry Labonte and the reverse move that never happened.
Well, it's like the memories are as fresh as ever. So cool, Rutledge, catching up with Hall of Famer Texas Terry Labonte. Which all-time great helped a young Kevin Harvick? Kevin Harvick, a future Hall of Famer, early in his career. When we return to Bristol, we'll find out in the latest Behind the Driver.
It's Bristol, baby! It's Bristol, baby! It's Bristol, baby! It's Bristol,
They come from all over. They yell like crazy, and the noise will be a story. The level here has been recorded at 140 decibels. The loudest ever Kiss concert, Ottawa in 2009. That was even less at 136. Kyle Smilan, that was for Emmy. The loudest noise will come from Victory Lane and a few months later on the championship stage. But who is the favorite to win the title?
Back to the phone line.
Do y'all think there's a clear playoff favorite? So who you got?
Oh, gosh. I don't really have a driver that stands out.
Could make a case for the 18, Kyle Busch, the 19, Mark Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin in the 11, Kevin Harvick in the 4.
Can't seem to close out the deal when it matters most in the final race, the only race that counts.
I think Martin Truex Jr. wins.
It's a huge challenge to try to stay near the top of this sport.
The outside guy, I think, would be the 9 of Chase Elliott.
He can win a championship, and he can win it this year.
Joey Logano just finds a way.
We're further ahead than we were last year and won the championship. So
I'd throw Hamlin in there.
I actually go back to the start of the year. I'm going to say Denny Hamlin.
there's no such thing as peaking too early.
I'm going with Kevin Harvick to win a championship.
Confidence is not something that we lack.
But first, baby steps, Tyler. We've got to get to the postseason.
A lot of different opinions from our guys. Time now for a progressive safe driver. According to odds makers in Las Vegas, the safe bet for this year's championship is Kyle Busch. He's currently listed as a 7-2 favorite. He's going to make it interesting tonight, starting 31st. As for Kevin Harvick, listed 5-1. One of Kevin's longtime supporters is someone who also has a lot of hardware in his trophy case. This week's edition of Behind the Driver.
Remember Harvick from Bakersfield. He says, if I win this thing, you will hear a huge roar.
Who are the influential people that helped you get from the West Coast to the East Coast, kind of the home of NASCAR?
Yeah. You know, for me, it was always about West Coast racing, and obviously Hornaday was a huge help in giving me an opportunity to have somewhere to stay. I mean, he walked me into Dale Earnhardt's office, he walked me into Richard Childress's, and a lot of us leaned on their family.
I mean, Hornaday is as blue collar as they come.
Ron Hornaday, I can't say enough for him. You know, he's got a lot of the things it takes to make a champion.
What did he do to help you just on the racetrack? Not just opening doors, but as far as competing.
The thing with Ron was, especially in the beginning of the truck series, he didn't change how he raced or what he did or where he went and who he was. It was always the same. You know, I think for me, that was probably eye-opening just because of the fact that he may have had more stuff and more people at his house.
I think it was my talent. That's pretty good words from you, buddy.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't teach you that much.
You didn't change though. That's a fact.
So, you talk about how he's never changed. One thing I've always loved is, even as a champion, you've always given Ron the credit for the opportunity like this. But I want to flip, Ron, what's it like to take a kid from the West Coast, future Hall of Famer, won so much?
Well, a lot of people don't know me. I mean, it's not just I help Kevin, I help a lot of people out. It's just, Liddy and I can't go to dinner by ourselves. We got to have a group of people. We've been married 4
Usually
years.
don't go to dinner.
Yeah.
It usually turns into a cooking festivity.
Yeah. But Kevin, he was called the kid.
Now you're looking at Kevin Harvick, the new kid on the block.
Come to find out, he wasn't 16 racing there. He's always like 14 and a half, 15 years
See,
old.
they always say that, but I was actually 16. I was just really small.
You're a small 16.
Yeah, I was a small 16.
All right.
I weighed 86 pounds when I went to high school.
Yeah.
So talk about racing together. I know you drove for him. How about racing against one another, though? Any great memories?
But one of my favorite races to this day, and it was in Louisville, Kentucky. It was 7 turns and a jump. Remember that place?
Okay.
And it was my truck and Hornaday's truck, and they are destroyed. And they look identical. His spoiler's hanging off, my truck's destroyed. That, to me, was fun.
So I love the hat, and that brings me, we talked a lot about on the track. How about the Hall of Fame? You were there, being inducted, helping induct him. What was that moment like for the two of you?
To me, that was pretty neat because I've sat in that room and heard those conversations about, how the voting's going to go. And, he wound up in the Hall of Fame. So that says a lot about the respect that I think a lot of people have for him because, if you're not Jeff Gordon or Richard Petty or one of those, you have to have that relationship in order to get through that room, to say that you've done what you've needed to do for the sport.
Ron, thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
It's not when we get one over on Kevin's.
We'll get one on. Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, when you have two racers like that and have that respect for you, these things, I think both of you guys will agree, but Steve, you got to do this one and seeing the respect that is there for these two drivers, and one is in the Hall of Fame, the other one will be whenever he retires.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the best thing for me is we only get to see Kevin Harvick at the racetrack most of the time, and no one puts on a business face better than Kevin Harvick. He doesn't care if you like him. He doesn't care if he's popular. He comes here to be the fastest in every practice and to win every race. So to take a few minutes and actually talk about how he got here and who helped him along the way, it was a different side of Kevin Harvick. Now, he didn't completely let go. I mean, he's still tough. Note that 86-pound high school wrestler is the same kid that drives that race car. He's a little older, a little wiser, and has a full trophy case.
Yeah, I love these behind the drivers. That was a great job. So I want you to put on your business face, buddy. Who's the favorite for the championship? Who would you say, give me some favorites for the championship?
Well, you saw it coming out of break. I actually think off the radar has been Denny Hamlin. I just think that he is the driver that's won everything but
He is that guy. He is the Mark Martin of the current era. He has won all the big races. He's won at every type of racetrack. He had a chance to win a championship years ago against Jimmy Johnson, and if he was sitting here, I would tell him I didn't think he was ready. I don't think he was mentally tough enough for the situation. I don't think the talent has changed behind the wheel. I think it's veteran savvy, how to prepare and to know what that moment's going to be like. He's gone from the young, opportunistic driver who had a championship. Now he's the wily veteran. I think if they're fortunate enough to make it to Miami, he runs so well there, I could see the 11 being the champion.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick, and obviously on a big roll right now. I said in that piece, as we watched that piece, that I thought that Martin Truex Jr. was the one that just stands out to me. But as we showed from the odds makers from Las Vegas, nobody in the whole group that we've heard from, KP, and I'm kind of setting you up here, nobody has said a word about Kyle Busch, and he's the favorite by the people out there that make the odds.
And listen, watching it, you got to go with Kyle Busch. How many times have we rolled into Homestead and said, it's Kyle Busch, got to be Kyle Busch? But we heard Kyle Busch say it comes down to one race, and we haven't got it done in that one race. We've not got it done enough in that one race. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to go with Kyle Busch, though. Sorry. I'm going to go with the guy we just had, Kevin Harvick. And because I think they're going to peak at the right time. I think Michigan was a huge step forward for them. I think that these guys, we've seen them come out of the box hot. Now I think we're going to see them in the season hot. And when you end this way, you can win a championship.
Yeah.
Well, I know they're also, and you know this is a crew chief, they're racing tonight for their rear tire changer, Daniel Smith, and you know the story well, Steve. He returned this year after fighting cancer last season. He's gone tonight. He had another surgery on Thursday. It was planned as part of his treatment. Rodney Childers, crew chief, tweeting this a few moments ago. Daniel does hope to return for the playoffs. He is out of the hospital. He's home. I guess he was already walking and running around the hospital. He conditions throughout his entire treatment. But as a crew chief, I know they're all racing for him tonight, too.
There's no doubt that when you come to the racetrack, everything and every bit of your focus has to be on the race. But I think what Daniel did to that 4-car last year is remind all of them that while racing should be a priority, it's not the only priority. Yeah. And I think he kind of grounded everyone, even perhaps Kevin, because through their ups and downs of the pit crew, most of the fans don't know, they were going through pit crew members, trying to replace a kid that was there trying to get healthy. Not one time did you hear that out of Kevin Harvick's mouth. Yeah. It says a lot about that race team, and I think him not being here tonight is one more example about perspective. I think will help them when the volume gets turned up here at Thunder Valley.
Well, you mentioned perspective and things that are bigger than racing. No question. We all witnessed and kind of watched what happened with Dale Jr. Yes. I know you know him as well as anyone. Your thoughts throughout the course of the last 48 hours?
Well, I was very thankful to be already in the Bristol area on Thursday afternoon. I was able to go to the hospital and see him, Amy, Isla. And beyond that, I would love to tell you my thoughts, but I don't think I have them yet. It's been 2 days of working and business, and the whole thing is so emotional. I'm so thankful they're healthy, the pilots, everyone involved. Thankful to everybody that helped them in their time of need. I'll be ready to, as much as I love Bristol, I'm kind of ready for this race to come to an end, and I'm going to go home and see my wife and kids and just be appreciative for what we all have.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of us are.
Thank you very much, Steve, for coming down here, spending some time with us before you head upstairs to call the race. And, of course, this track means a lot to every driver, Dale Jr. included. Safe bet he's watching right now from home. It's a short track Saturday night at Bristol. Local tracks across the country play a big part. We're going to pay a visit to some of those next.
My track, my roots. Take me home. Riverside Speedway, it's in West Memphis, Arkansas. My dad grew up racing there, and I was 6 weeks old the first time I ever went. Watching my dad win there was always fun, but the track was always real muddy and tacky, and so I cleaned his car off every time he came in the pits, and I'd get that thing spotless, and then he'd go back out and get it dirty again. And during intermission, they always had foot races. That was fun. It's a quarter-mile racetrack, but you're still parked in the infield. I mean, it was narrow and tight. The motto of the racetrack was thrills, chills, and spills. Take me home. First race there, I was 15 years old. I got my first sprint car win there. And my dad, I slowed down, and he jumped on the Nerf bar and, rode around and held the checkered flag with me. So that was cool.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. sharing his memories of grassroots racing, just like you have been all summer at #MyTrack. My Roots. Brandon Miller won last weekend's Sportsman feature at 411 Speedway in Seymour, Tennessee. There's racing at 411, Kyle, tonight, and it's free admission. That's where we should be. Yeah, last night at Ace Speedway in Altamont, North Carolina.
Been there.
Dylan Harville won the limited late model feature. Ace Speedway hosts racing through October. I came nowhere
That's
close.
Altamont.
I was going to say I came nowhere close to
Altamont,
saying
North
it right.
Carolina.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
My Track, My
Suburb
Roots is
of
in
Level
full
Cross.
swing before kids go back to school. Well, two familiar veterans made headlines this week. Matt DiBenedetto, I can say that one. He faces an uncertain future, while David Reagan makes a decision for his future. We'll hear from them both when NASCAR America returns. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com. Welcome back. Earlier this week, Levine Family Racing announcing it would part ways with driver Matt DiBenedetto at the end of the year. Multiple reports have Christopher Bell taking over the 95 car in 2020. Also in the news, David Reagan announcing that he will step away from full-time racing at the end of the season. In a statement, Reagan said, "It's not over, but I'm ready to spend more time at home." David Reagan made his Cup debut for Roush Fenway back in 2006. Since 2012, he's raced for several teams, but has spent most of his time with Front Row Motorsports. In 2013, he earned the organization's first ever Cup win at Talladega. He's with Dave Burns.
And Krista, as part of his comments the other day, he had a bucket list of races he still wants to do, so he's not retiring per se. But I was glad to hear you just tell me Bristol's on that list, maybe not in a Cup car, but in a truck or something. But we want to know, since the announcement, what's your heart and your gut been saying to you since you made the announcement?
Well, I joked with my wife after qualifying. I said, man, we got a great car tonight. You know, if we win this thing tomorrow, I'm probably going to race another couple more years. And she laughed, and she said, I knew you were going to say that. But no, I feel really good. I feel at peace. And if we go out and win a race this year, or even if the roles were reversed and we were racing for a championship or a playoff spot, the decision would have been harder, but I think I would have got to the same conclusion.
All right, David Reagan starting tonight at Bristol, not for the last time, Kelly.
And Dave, I think a lot of people were caught by surprise when the news came out about Matt DiBenedetto not returning to this 95 team. So, Matt, I think the question now is really what's next for you?
That's a good question. I wish I knew the answers, but, you know, what's ultimately next is keeping on performing. That's all I can do is let my on-track performance do most of my speaking for me, and I'm lucky to have that opportunity to have good equipment and have this team behind me all this year. So I choose to be appreciative for what I've had this year and our sponsors, you know, Procore, Toyota, everybody that Dumont Jets, and Iwata. All those folks are what allowed me to hop in this thing and to go fast, and obviously we were fast in practice. We were fastest in a happy hour, have a good car. So I don't know my future. I wish I did, but every time a door is closed, better doors open for me, and that's the way I'm going to look at it. And I'm going to go out there and try and win this race tonight, and that'll do more for me than anything, honestly.
Well, and Krista, why doubt? I mean, he's had one of his best career finishes here. Fastest in happy hour, fourth in first practice, so things looking good for Matt.
Yeah, and two classy guys. Thanks, Kelly. Dale, when you heard what they talk about and just the way they do it, their attitude is in the right place.
Yeah, that's so refreshing to see that, especially this day and time, hear from these guys. Just two very talented race drivers that are talking about not having a rider and David stepping away. Difficult decision. He's still a young man that can get the job done here. And then Matt, you know, things are tough. I tell people all the time that ask me, hey, how can I get my kid involved in racing and what's it like? I said, let me tell you something. Yeah, it's a great sport, but at its very best, it's very, very difficult. No guarantees in it, and this is just another example. Hopefully Matt finds something and it's good for him.
Yeah, truer words could not have been spoken by Matt. Just keep doing what he's doing. Be thankful for what you have. Keep doing what you're doing. And I think David Reagan is another example, along with Daniel Smith and Dale Earnhardt Jr., to put this week in perspective. He wants to step back. He wants to spend time with his family. He wants to get his life and put his life in perspective. It's a great day when a driver can step out of this sport under his own terms. We're talking two drivers here down two different paths. One's being pushed, one's stepping out. And I just hope that David Reagan has a piece about it like he shows he has.
Yeah, and he has a beautiful family as well. Coming up, and we wish David and Matt, of course, the best of luck tonight. Of course, they and 37 other drivers are ready to hear their names introduced here at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's another cool tradition, right, Rut?
It sure is, Chris. It's so fun to be down here. The driver's coming in right now. We're getting ready. We're going to find out what songs everybody's coming out to. And I think the Shoe has got one of those new Luke Combs songs coming out, too.
So many things that have to go
right, so many things that can go wrong.
Joe usually doesn't drive like that. I got some really good words for him, but I can't say it on TV.
I keep talking about rivalries. We might have one now.
Kyle Busch is
ATT, we got into the back of the 78. Martin Truex Jr. slamming into the wall.
Sometimes you're the nice guy and you get knocked out of the way. So we'll just have to race him a little harder next time.
Welcome to NASCAR Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, as we get ready to go racing.
The world's fastest half mile stands between these drivers and the playoffs. Next year, this race will be in the playoffs. Our Mobile One Peacock Pit Box has a great view of the cars coming out of Turn 4. Welcome inside Bristol Motor Speedway. Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett combined to turn nearly 39,000 laps around this place in their Cup careers. You had 44 Cup starts. You had a cool 50. You guys are nuts.
Wow.
That's what I know.
That's why we're like we are today.
I said 670
I know. I tried to have them guess.
Remember.
Let's see what's on the menu presented by Sonic as we get you ready for tonight's race. Before the playoffs get underway in Las Vegas, the regular season wraps up at 3 very special places: Darlington, Indy, and of course tonight here at Bristol. And we expect plenty of drama here tonight, especially for those drivers on the playoff bubble. Just 22 points separate drivers 15th through 18th in the standings. And Denny Hamlin gives Toyota its first pole of the year. He's going to lead the field to the green flag. Denny, one of 7 Bristol winners in the field. The drivers are getting amped up, but where are they, Rut?
Well, Krista, they are down here, so we are behind the stage. You can see a little bit of Ryan Newman's shoulder there, but I'm gonna walk you guys through. Pardon me, Newman. Sorry. See, the difference is, you will let people by. See? Right? Not on the racetrack, but over here. So, guys, here's what we've got. All the drivers are hanging out over here in the tent. They'll hear their song come on. They'll walk up here through the crowd. But when you see everybody, like Reed Sorensen, Peachtree City's finest, hanging out. Matt Tift is down here feeling better. BJ's here. The cool thing is you can just feel that excitement build, whether it's Ryan Newman, whether it's Joey Logano was just down there talking to some special guests of the track. I love this moment because you can see the fans fill in. And the crazy thing is we don't know what the drivers are coming out to. When they pick their own song, like Jimmy Johnson here, Jimmy, can you tell me what song you're coming out to?
Enter Sandman.
Really?
Yeah. Why not?
Just go big, just throw the gauntlet down.
Well, Matt Kenseth isn't here any longer, so a little tribute to him, plus it's one of my favorite bands.
Are you going to say anything on the mic when you go out there, try to really get the crowd 100% on your side?
I just picked a song like 20 minutes ago. I didn't even know there was going to be a mic out there, so I'm a little behind on this one.
All right, I like your style. Go Enter Sandman. Newman, what are you coming out to?
A song.
Yeah, did you pick one?
Yeah.
What was it?
I can't remember. I'm not telling you. It's supposed to be a surprise. Might be Slumber Red and Rodney Atkins, though.
All right, I like your style. Are you going to finish that Coke?
No, you want it? I haven't even opened it yet.
Oh, yeah. You know what, guys? This is going to be exciting. Okay. We're going to commercial. Oh, Ryan, yes. Okay.
You want it?
Yeah.
You can have it.
We'll be right back. Driver intros when we come back. Thanks, Ryan.
Welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway. Driver introductions just a few moments away. Of course, playoffs are right around the corner. Jimmy Johnson, we heard from him before the break. He's in jeopardy of missing the playoffs for the first time. Dale, to put that in perspective, comparing it to another sport, is that like Tom Brady being on the bench for the Super Bowl?
Wow. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like that. Michael Jordan sitting, not playing in the NBA Finals. I mean, these type things don't happen. Don't count Jimmy Johnson out just yet. It's been a very, very difficult year in a lot of ways, but I'm not ready to count him out. These are 3 difficult tracks, and he's an outstanding race driver. He knows how to get it done.
There's a reason he's a champion. There's a reason he's a champion. You know, we talked earlier about this being a different type of pressure, but he adjusts. He adjusts to any situation. He's adjusted to point systems. He's adjusted to different cars and the way the designs of the cars have been, the motor configurations. So much in his career. It's been a constant evolution to get Jimmy Johnson to where he's at. So I agree with Dale. You cannot count him out with 2 or 3 races left.
And what you can't believe is what's going to happen tonight, the unpredictability. I mean, last night you mentioned this at the very start of the pre-race, the fact that in the Xfinity Series race, the driver who led the most laps did not win. The driver who started last and had to overcome a penalty goes on to victory lane.
It was crazy. In the last 7 or 8 laps of the race, we saw 2 or 3 guys make great moves and make a great effort to win the thing, and come up short. And that's what we're going to see here tonight
almost every lap.
Yeah.
Almost every lap. Somebody will be making a move to gain a position, to gain a point. If we follow ghost points all night long, our minds are going to be blown because you're going to go up the ladder, come down the ladder, be off the ladder, be in the ladder. It doesn't make any difference. It's going to be a crazy night of these crew chiefs and spotters keeping these guys informed.
All right, when we come back, we'll bring you driver introductions. I love that shot, the exterior shot of Bristol Motor Speedway. Campgrounds are filled. It's going to be an awesome night here in Tennessee. There you see the countdown to command, just a little over 35 minutes away. And this is a moment, Kyle, I'm always amazed. For you guys as drivers, you're kind of hanging out with your competitors right before you go into battle.
As you see that overview, it's not really hanging out as much as it is hiding out from that many people in the infield. I've never seen that many people. We didn't have that. We didn't have that. You couldn't come down here. Now NASCAR has allowed the fans to come, to mingle, to be close to the drivers, to be close to the cars, to be close to the action. Great for the fans, crazy for the drivers.
Yeah, I'm amazed at this scene that, as a driver, you don't need to get amped up anymore for this Bristol night race. Back in the spring, we heard two brothers talking, and one said that if he could have got to his brother's rear bumper, he was going to wreck him. So what are two rivals going to do here tonight? But this is an incredible scene, a great experience for the fans to come here and be a part of this pre-race like this.
Well, and those were two drivers, two brothers, who don't need the win to get in the playoffs. Imagine what these guys we heard from on the bubble. Jimmy Johnson, Daniel Suarez, Ryan Newman. What are they going to do if a win is on the line?
Yeah, if a win's on the line for those guys, it's Katie bar the door. I don't think anybody's going to stand in the way because they know a win is a surefire way. The points, maybe, but a win is in.
Yeah, how about Ricky Stenhouse and Matt DiBenedetto?
Gosh.
What are they? I mean, they're going to move multiple people, to get out of the way and get themselves in the playoffs.
Again, just 3 more races until the playoffs. We have here at Bristol an off week for the Cup Series drivers, then Darlington and Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I don't know if you could think of 3 different style tracks, and it's so hard to pass at places like Indianapolis and Darlington. A short track, this might be their opportunity, Dale.
Yeah, it might be the opportunity, but I think we've got 3 racetracks, even with the new rules. Heard Ryan Newman talk earlier about this racetrack in particular, where you had to use both pedals. You got to do that with all 3 of these racetracks coming up. I think that favors Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Newman in this.
There you see Chase Elliott, and we're going to have driver intros. We're ready right now. Let's take you down trackside.
Fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Let's give Morgan a big round of applause. We're going to turn it over to Colossus. Let's give Morgan a big round of applause. And now we're going to turn it upstairs to Colossus.
So we're about 30 seconds away, we're hearing. This is the beauty of live television. And at the racetrack as drivers, you guys are kind of used to this, though, kind of just waiting for that moment.
Yeah, they're backstage, and it's like, go. No, they're not ready for you out there. And that's kind of where we're at. But these drivers are oblivious to it right now. They know that what they've got to do is go out and race. They know what they've got to do is go out, try to win this thing, get as many points as possible. There's a lot of guys in that situation. Every driver, you talked about it a minute ago, 2 brothers would wreck each other for a win here. It's about the Bristol Trophy. It's not about whether a lot of other things for those 2 guys. It's just about those bragging rights of saying you won at Bristol.
And you see a lot of them, sometimes they'll look up. There's Colossus, the giant television that hangs over the track. Sometimes they're looking up there to see themselves on the video.
Yeah, exactly what's going on. They're trying to find out exactly what's going on. But this environment is like no other that we talk about. Every pre-race is kind of special now. The tracks do a great job, but there's really nothing like this here.
Yeah, this is why they call this the last great Coliseum, because all eyes are on these guys. Yep. Everybody in the grandstand, everybody in the infield, everybody, they're waiting on these guys, the gladiators, to come out, introduce themselves, and then hit the field of play to put on the show that we know they can put on at Bristol.
And they're going to turn 500 laps. I mean, I don't know how you guys as drivers, how do you even keep track? Obviously, you have communication from your spotter, from your crew chief, but they just go by in 15 seconds at a time.
Yeah, most of the time you don't have any idea how many laps you run until things slow down. You have a caution or something like that. You have no idea what part of the race it is and how many laps you might have run in a row. You're just doing everything that you can do.
All right, look at these fans. They are ready. We are ready. We know you guys at home are too. Let's go ahead and meet tonight's drivers.
The watermelon guy. You have a good night. Come on, Bristol. Give Ross a big round of applause.
I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass.
Ladies and gentlemen, race fans, rolling off 38 today from Winsville, Wisconsin.
I'm all about that bass, Hey, I'm bringing booty back.
Everybody thank Josh Balicki for this song. He's going to be coming out here in a minute.
Give it up for Kyle, ladies and gentlemen.
Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Taking the green, 37 today from Peachtree City, Georgia.
Just an old sweet
Reed Sorensen, driving number 77, Go Part Chevrolet. Thank you, race fans, for being here. It's going to be a great night.
On my mind.
Let's give Reed a big round of applause. Bristol, America, starting 36 from Phoenix, Arizona.
Hey, Bristol, are you ready? J.J. Yaley driving the number 54 Rick Ware Racing Pods container.
Let's give it up for J.J. Yeely. He's rolling off 35th today from Menominee Falls, Wisconsin.
What's up, everyone? Josh Balicki driving the 53 Rick Ware Racing Chevrolet. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Watch the shirt.
Give it up for Josh. Taking the green, 34 today, ladies and gentlemen, from Wires Cave, Virginia.
Driver the number 27, Quinn Half. It's Bristol, baby!
Starting 33rd today from Agula, Florida.
What's up, Bristol? I'm BJ McLeod, driver to number 51, Pinnacle Sports and Entertainment Chevrolet. Enjoy tonight.
Let's give it up for BJ! Rolling out 32nd today from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
OH! That was for my wife.
Let's give it up for Landy Castle, baby. Taking the green, 31st from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Here's a little something to thank you all for showing up.
Give it up for Kyle. Bristol starting 30th today from El Cajon, California.
Thank you, race fans. Have a great night tonight. It's Bristol.
Rolling out 29 today from Prosper.
What's up, Bristol fans? Appreciate all y'all coming out tonight. Let's go put on a show.
The floor is lava. Don't touch the floor.
Taking the green. 28 from Glendale, Arizona.
Don't touch the floor. The floor is lava. Don't touch the floor. Hey, the floor is lava. Don't touch it with your feet. The floor is lava and it's got a lot of heat. You can burn your toes or you can burn your nose.
And
So
I'm
please don't touch the
driving
lava.
left, travel
Burn
south
your
forward.
toes.
My kids
You
do
can
this
jump
song,
on
so
pillows
don't
and
hold
you're
it against
safe
me.
on the bed.
Give it up for Michael.
But don't fall on your head.
Race fans starting 27 today from Hinckley, Ohio.
What's up, Bristol? You guys ready to race? All right.
Rolling off 26 from Concord, North Carolina. Let me hear you, Bristol!
Carla John, number 32, Incredible Bank Ford Mustang. Thank y'all for coming out. It's going to be a hell of a night.
Taking the green 25th tonight from Euclid with
What's up, Bristol? Thanks for coming out. Paul Menard, Remy, driver number 21, Menard's Canal Ford Mustang. Have fun tonight. Thank you.
Let's give Paul a big round of applause, Bristol. Starting 24.
What's up, Bristol? Ty Dillon, driver number 13, Geico Military Camaro. Let's have a good night, y'all.
Let's give Ty. Pulling up 23rd from Berlin, Connecticut.
What's up, guys? Ryan Priest, driver the number 47 Kroger Camaro. And let's go night racing.
Taking the green 22nd from Mobile, Alabama.
What's up, Bristol? I just want to say, let's go Big Orange and go Vols, baby.
Starting 21st from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey, Bristol. William Byron, driving the number 24, Liberty University Chevy. Looking forward to it.
Bristol, he's rolling out 20th from Emporia, Virginia.
I'm from Emporia, Jack, but it damn sure ain't Virginia. Emporia, Kansas, baby. Hey, thank you guys for being here. Let's get this party started, all right?
Taking the green 19 today from Welcome, North Carolina.
Let's have some fun, Bristol. Enjoy the night.
Bristol, starting 18 today from Monterrey, Mexico.
How's everyone doing tonight? Let's go racing, boys and girls.
And now race fans, he's rolling off 17 today from Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Rick here, driving the Bass Pro Shop Camaro Z01. Let's tear some stuff up and go to the front.
Race fans, he's taking the green 16th from Unadilla, Georgia.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my hair. You're gonna miss me everywhere. Oh, you're gonna miss me.
This is Julian and Meredith. I'm David Reagan for Front Row Motorsports. You guys have fun driving the number 38 from Unadilla, Georgia.
Give it up for David Reagan. Starting 15th today lay down.
What's up, Bristol? Ricky Stenhouse Jr. driving the number 17 Fast and All Ford. Let's throw down.
Out of the ground. These are my people. This is where I come from. We're giving this life everything we've got.
Rolling out 14 from South Bend, Indiana.
But it's real.
Hey, race fans, Ryan Newman from South Bend, Indiana. Thanks for being the greatest fans in all of sports. Bristol, he's taking the green 13 today from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Brad Keselowski, driver number 2, Miller Lite Ford. Thank you, race fans.
Starting 12th today from High Point, North Carolina.
Ryan Blaney, thanks for coming. Have a good night.
Rolling up 11 today from Middletown, Connecticut.
Hey guys, I'm Joey Logano, driver number 22, Chopezzo Ford. Let's have a good one tonight.
Taking the green 10 today from Tucson, Arizona.
Hey everybody, I'm Alex Bowman from Tucson, Arizona. I drive the number 88 Nationwide Chevy. We're out here doing it for Dale. Y'all have a good one.
Starting 9 today from Byron, Michigan.
$2 pistol. She was the fastest thing around. Long and lean, every young man.
What's up, Bristol? Eric Jones, driving the number 20 Stanley Camry. We're gonna go put it on him tonight. Thanks, guys.
Rolling up 8 today from Bakersfield, California.
Grab a sweetheart and spin a wheel. Do the hold down and do it.
Hey guys, Kevin Harvick, driver of the Busch Beer Ford. Have a good time.
He's taking the green 7 today from Grass Valley, California. Benedetto, driver number 95. He's starting 6 today from Dawsonville, Georgia.
What's up, Bristol? Y'all have a great time tonight. Enjoy the ride. Thanks.
Rolling off 5th today from Tampa, Florida.
Cause I'm ready to go.
Eric Almirola, driver the number 10 Smithfield Ford Mustang. Let's get it, Bristol.
He's taking the green 4 today from Las Vegas, Nevada.
What's going on, Bristol? Let's do it tonight. I'm the driver of the Monster Energy number 1 Chevrolet.
Starting 3rd from Mayetta, New Jersey.
And number 19, the best bass fisherman I know, Martin Truex, the guy I do commercials with for Bass Pro Shop. My man, Martin Truex, number 19.
Good luck tonight.
I mean, where should I really even start? I got that I'm keeping in the dark. I got my
Rolling out 2nd from Elk Grove, California.
They dead, thought my raps wasn't facts, so they sat with the boss. I got 2 phones, one need.
What's up, Bristol? I'm Kyle Larson, driving the Credit One Bank Chevy tonight. Hope to put it up on the fence, get a win.
I got big stacks coming out to save. I got
Now,
Lil
Bristol,
Max with me, he the way.
starting on the pole for tonight's Bass Pro Shop's NRA 9 race from Chesterfield, Virginia.
You read on the page, summer comes from heartbreak, most of it comes from age and none of it.
What's up, guys? Denny Hamlin, driving a FedEx Toyota. Hope everybody enjoys the race tonight. Let's kick some ass. Let's go.
Now, race fans.
Denny Hamlin on the pole. That was legendary fisherman Bill Dance with Martin Truex Jr. We had Baby Shark to Rocky Balboa, Metallica to Hang On Sloopy. Yeah, safe to say these drivers are ready, and you never know what to expect. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Enjoy the Car Hop Classic for a knockout price of $2.99. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Enjoy the Car Hop Classic for a knockout price of $2.99. For some, Bristol is synonymous with the bump and run, but for me, the highlight of this race is coming up. The MRO kids singing the national anthem. It's the 20th anniversary. There might be some special alumni joining in. We are getting you ready for racing under the lights in Bristol.
It is one of the most iconic racetracks in all of racing, especially here in NASCAR. It's Bristol Motor Speedway in Bristol, Tennessee. Only 3 races until the playoffs begin. That means only 3 opportunities for people to get locked in, as well as gain more playoff points. The guys down there in 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th, all fighting to be a part of the 16 that will fight for the championship at season's end. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen alongside Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte. Now, we're usually joined by our friend and colleague Dale Earnhardt Jr. As you probably heard, Jr., his wife Amy, and daughter Isla, and 2 pilots were involved in a plane crash Thursday. We're so thankful they all survived and did not sustain serious injury. Jr. is with his family this weekend, and we look forward to him joining us back here in the booth soon. We transition to racing. Guys, when I say Bristol, what comes to mind?
Well, it has so many nicknames. Thunder Valley, the world's fastest half mile. But I think our old buddy Dale Jr. said it the best in 2004. Jeff, it's Bristol, baby. This place is unlike any other, both for the crew chiefs, the drivers, the fans. It is truly one of a kind.
Yeah, the action on the racetrack is going to be crazy. We've seen in the past what happens here. It's so fast. Things happen. This right here happened with lap traffic. Leaders behind lap traffic, they end up getting in a wreck. Then just battling for position. It's so easy to just miss it by a little bit. This accident was on lap 2 last year. Kyle Busch had to come from the back. So the action here is fierce and it's nonstop.
And the action leads to frustration, both with yourself, your team, and other drivers. With the pressure of the playoffs, expect action and anything could happen.
So much tradition here. It has become a tradition that the MRO kids, that's the drivers and crew chief members' kids, will sing the national anthem. And so now we turn it over to them for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise. Remove your hats as the Tennessee National Guard presents our nation's colors. Please join us as Joseph Coleman, Robert Roche, Chris Russell, and Sergeant First Class Daniel Cole leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing as Rhonda Paulson, founder and executive director of the Isaiah 117 House, offers our invocation.
God, you are a God of protection. We thank you for the protection we have seen just this week for Dale Jr. and his family, and we pray that same protection over every driver, pit crew member, first responder, and fan here tonight. God, you are a God of freedom. We thank you for the freedom we have to openly praise your name, and we thank you for every member of the armed forces, past, present, and future, that have fought for that freedom. God, you are a God of love and grace. Give us the strength and determination to be more like you, more loving, more gracious. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the Motor Racing Outreach Kids celebrating their 20th anniversary, singing at Bristol Motor Speedway.
A very proud moment for the parents of those kids singing the national anthem. 20-year anniversary for the MRO kids.
It was a beautiful day. The sun beat down. I had the radio on. I was driving. Trees flew by. Me and Del were singing. Little runaway. I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery. Going wherever it leads. Running down a dream.
Monster Energy Cup Series Racing from Bristol. Telecast presented by Wendy's. As we go into the last great Coliseum, let's go down trackside to Dave Burns.
And Rick, something we know about Bristol is things can happen fast. Well, that same can be said for trying to make the playoffs on points. Just think about Jimmy Johnson. 5 races ago was on a string of 2 top 5s that put him in comfortably, but not comfortably enough. Since then, he's had troubles and now just sits outside the points playoff cutoff line. He's got to bring it around tonight. The pressure's definitely on the 7-time champ, Marty.
All day for drivers on the bubble. This is a nightmare race here at Bristol. I talked to Ryan Newman a moment ago. He said there's so much out of your control at this race, and that's what worries him the most. But this is also a race where you can grind out a finish. In the spring, Newman and his team finished 6th. He told me if we finish there, we'll be just fine, and we'll get out of Bristol in a very good points position, Parker.
Marty, Kyle Busch has a series-leading 8 wins at Bristol. When I was talking to him earlier, I said, what's the focus tonight? He said, number 9, because it ties us for 2nd on the all-time win list at Bristol with names like Dale Earnhardt, Cale Yarborough, and Rusty Wallace. He just had a bunch of fans down here yelling, let's go, Kyle. And he smiled and gave them a good thumbs up, Kelly.
Well, Parker, as we say in Las Vegas, Denny Hamlin is on a heater. He's had 5 straight top 5 finishes, including a win, and this 11 team shows no signs of slowing down. Denny put the car on pole again yesterday, and his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me Denny is full of swagger tonight. Denny Hamlin looking for his 2nd win here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Rutledge Wood, where are you?
I'm atop the Mobil 1 Peacock pit box, and we actually just got a chance to see Denny Hamlin's daughter because they are celebrating 20 years of the MRO kids singing the national anthem here at Bristol. He just got a big hug from one of his daughters. But this is a tradition that's gone on since 1990. See Clint Boyer there, Kyle Larson, their kids are a part of it, as well as so many others. That's Chase Elliott right there in the shot. But you look through the years, whether it's the Waltrips, one of the Burtons, Paige Burton was actually in there, Jeff Burton's daughter, Ford Martin, Tyler Bonney, both of the Letarte kids. There have been so many children over the years that have been a part of this amazing tradition that, Rick, this was a really special moment for all the parents past and present here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
It's a lot of fun and a great tradition that we hope continues for a very, very long time. So much success at this racetrack. We heard names like Dale Earnhardt, guys that have had incredible success. Darrell Waltrip, so many wins at this racetrack. Well, the Busch brothers are getting into that elite category already. Kyle Busch with 8 wins at this racetrack. Kurt Busch with 6 wins. The Busch brothers really are showing everyone that they know how to race here at the Bull Ring.
And they've done it on every style of Bristol. The top, the bottom, the new car, the old car. We've seen it where you have to have new tires, old tires, pushing, shoving, beating, banging. What did Kurt say? I messed up. If I could have got to his bumper, I would have wrecked him last time they were here. That's why they're so good here, that aggression.
Yeah, and Kyle, you heard Kyle saying he wants win number 9 tonight to tie some of the sports legends, guys like Cale Yarborough, some of the greatest drivers in the sport. You know, don't think they're not paying attention. Do not think that these guys right here, they want to dominate this race because they take pride. Every driver takes pride in being able to win at this racetrack.
Rick, everybody asks what makes this place special. There's nothing else like it. Every circuit we go to is big and sprawling, 1 mile, 2 mile. This is a bull ring built on a mountaintop. If you can win here under the lights, it's unlike anything else.
Definitely one of the most historic racetracks and one of the most coveted to try to win. It's time to fire the engines. Let's go trackside.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshals, legendary anglers Bill Dance and Johnny Morris, joined by Matty Kelso from the Catch a Dream Foundation, NASCAR Hall of Fame car owner Richard Childress, Adam Putnam, CEO of Ducks Unlimited, Quality Air Management Association founder Joe Hamilton, Chad Franklin with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Michelle McCraw representing Tracker Off-Road.
On behalf of the good folks at Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, and Tracker Off-Road,
America's night race is very proudly dedicated to the sportsmen and women and future generations of conservationists in this great nation. Drivers, start your engines!
Thank you. All right, Frank, when you're ready.
It's called Thunder Valley for a reason. It's going to get loud. Stay with us. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Subway. Make it what you want. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Toyota. Let's go places.
Labonte inside of Earnhardt. He taps him.
I like to beat Terry and raced him back, side by side.
Coming to the white flag. There's a leader change, and Labonte takes the lead.
I was going to just try to shake him and get under.
Oh, and Earnhardt spins him out.
Didn't mean to really turn around. Mean to try to escape him.
He never has any intention of taking anybody out. It just happens that way.
And it's the 20-year anniversary of that bump and rattle his cage. Hall of Famer Texas Terry Labonte is actually here in the crowd. Rutledge Wood talked to him earlier during Countdown to Green.
What an unbelievable night that was. The crowd was crazy when that happened. And after the race, I mean, they stayed here forever. And I've never heard so many people booing Dale Earnhardt. Like, you know what I mean? It was crazy, the energy, the excitement. That's what Bristol is, though.
You know it's action-packed when you have to label that Clash 2.
Right.
Because 5 years earlier, it happened, and Labonte slides across the line with a nose smashed off in Clash 1. You see Terry had to smile at that.
All right, let's take a look at the starting grid brought to you by Wendy's. It'll go across the bottom of your screen. Denny Hamlin won the pole. Kyle Larson will make up row number 1. And it's Martin Truex Jr. and Kurt Busch in row 2. Again, we talked about how good the Busch brothers are at this racetrack.
Eric Almirola and Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott had a very fast car race yesterday. Matty D, Kevin Harvick.
Yes, Penske teammates in row 6. Logano, Blaney. Man, Blaney looked great in final practice. We'll see if, as the groove moves around, we're going to talk about it all night, top to bottom, see if that 12 car can stay on top of the handle.
Back in row 7, you saw Brad Keselowski back there. Row 8, David Reagan, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. We want to chat with one of the Warriors about to go to battle on the racetrack, Eric Jones, driver of the 20. Let's see if we can dial him up.
Hey, Eric, all the guys up in the booth, you got us?
I got you.
All right, man, it's Bristol night race. What are you expecting?
Man, it's always a little wild, right? You know, I think we're all, as drivers, pretty excited for this one. It's definitely my favorite race of the year. This time of the lights at Bristol, it really doesn't get any cooler than that, but that's going to be crazy to get up front, and I'm sure there's going to be some pushing and shoving. Guys that are coming and going, so hopefully we're one of the guys that are coming all night. We'll be in good shape.
Eric, we try really hard to explain to the fans how difficult this racetrack is, but what is the most difficult part of it?
It's a combination of things, really. It's physical, and it's a rhythm track, so the physicality is obviously a tough part. 500 laps around this place is no easy task on you physically, but mentally getting in that rhythm of getting around Bristol and not making a mistake and not getting heated up and fired up when somebody gets into you or you want to get back at them too early. So there's a lot of things you got to keep in check, but those are two of the big things for me that make it get tough to get around a race here.
Well, thank you for letting us ride along. Take a deep breath, man. 500 laps coming.
Thank you.
And Eric Jones has looked very good. We're going to ride along with a few different drivers.
Yeah, how about this view right here, right on the front bumper of Ryan Preece, the Kroger onboard camera. He'll start back in the 12th row, 23rd position.
Daniel Suarez got this helmet cam. Great shot tonight. Coca-Cola cam.
And I love what Kevin Harvick's carrying. He has the roof camera, the Hunt Brothers pizza, but we also have a great shot of the driver himself. Shows the work they're putting in right here. You see that head lean against that headrest. 500 laps around the high banks.
Martin Truex Jr. I don't know if this Bass Pro Shops Cabela cam will still be there when this night's over. That's a dangerous place to put a camera at Bristol, but imagine the shots we're going to see from this.
All right, Steve, take us through the race breakdown.
Well, we always hear it. You have to race the racetrack first, even though it's filled with competitors. This track can reach out and bite you. Things happen very quickly. Just over a half a mile, 500 laps, 266.5 total miles. Stages, as always, the first and the second stage, both 125 laps in length. That leaves a big bite at the apple. The final stage, 250 laps, and that's not a typo. 150 laps plus for fuel, and the tires can do it. We have seen green flag pit stops. We have seen 150 lap runs here before.
2x2, and what a great crowd on hand tonight. As again, the sun will go down, the lights are on, and for some reason the night race here at Bristol just brings out the best in these drivers. They put on an incredible show. Denny Hamlin on a roll. As we heard earlier, Kelly said he's on a heater. He has been incredible. Already 3 wins this season. Everybody standing, waiting for the start of this one. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Hamlin in the 11 on the outside, Kyle Larson in the 42 on the inside. They come out of turn 4. Green flag is in the air, racing at Thunder Valley.
Hamlin got a great launch, and then notice Truex Jr., he jumped immediately up on the outside of the 42 of Larson. A lot of confidence in that middle groove having grip early in this race. All right, bottom fired off that lap, though. Did you see Larson, how much ground he made up?
There you go. You mentioned that front bumper cam from Martin Truex Jr. Look at the view this is going to give you. That bottom part of the racetrack, that's that traction compound he's in right now. That's why it's so dark. It's put there to try to improve the bottom of the racetrack. For years, that was the preferred line. Then it moved to the top to try to make the track even more racy and sprayed that stuff in the bottom. And Kyle Larson is using that bottom of the racetrack to run Denny Hamlin down.
Already a great battle for the lead here. Denny Hamlin running a little bit higher than Kyle Larson was through the turn. And look at how close Denny Hamlin was to spinning that thing out.
Very loose on corner entry. That's something that's not uncommon at this racetrack. And I think the drivers are surprised that there's that much grip in this bottom groove right now. Many times it takes a little while to get this activated, but clearly being in that dark compound, that traction compound, is the place to be at the moment. That's going to change, though, during the night, don't you think, Steve?
I think it's absolutely going to change, and the question is, can your car change with it? But right now, you see where Denny Hamlin's running? That is the Bristol of old. Wrap the apron, that car, that left front tire has to grind, has to work to make that car turn the middle.
15-second laps they're clicking off. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, NASCAR actually does a friction test to kind of tell where the grip on the racetrack is. Kyle Larson in that grip right now. There's a traction compound on the bottom of the racetrack. And Steve, when they rated it this morning, when they ran across it to tell how much grip was down there, it rated at 110%. They've never had it that high. Amazing grip on that bottom lane. But as you mentioned, it will wear off tonight. You're going to have to be adjusting your line all night long as a driver.
You know, the problem with all that grip, Jeff, it's there till it's not, and it will wear off. We see Kyle Busch right here already moved up 4 positions. He had that first car out in qualifying, such a disadvantage. Jimmy right in front of him. Look at the patience of the veteran. 83 wins, 7 championships. He knows what's on the line tonight, but you just have to stay in line. I mean, look in front of it. It's bumper cars. One at a time is all you can do.
Everybody's lined up on the bottom, right? So what are you going to do? The only thing you can do is you have to, as you mentioned, you have to be patient. You have to take your opportunities when you see it right there. See, Paul Menard lost the bottom a little bit. Jimmy Johnson immediately drove underneath him. Let him know that was going to be his spot.
That's the peek and go. I'm not sure he was really there, but he peeks out. Paul Menard says, yeah, I'm not going to race you this early. Go ahead.
Now Kyle Busch having a little trouble getting by Paul Menard to finish that pass. There's Clint Boyer in the 14. The bottom definitely working tonight. Hamlin, Larson, Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Matt DiBenedetto. The top 5 to 8. Daniel Hemrick a little moment here.
Daniel Hemrick on the very bottom of the racetrack trying to leave the corner with good speed and went to apply the throttle when the rear tires just did not have the grip he wanted. And look at the spots that cost him.
Well, you mentioned it. Not only is it a very one-groove racetrack around the bottom currently, but it's also 38 cars around a half a mile. That's Denny Hamlin already getting into lap traffic. Only 14 laps into the race. Traffic will be an issue all night.
At this racetrack, Steve, if you're Kyle Larson right now, one of the things you're looking at, look at Denny Hamlin way up the racetrack.
And fight for the lead, and Larson's going to take it away as Hamlin lost the bottom of the racetrack, and now Kyle Larson out front at Bristol.
He went there intentionally. I saw him drive into turn 3 in that high lane, trying to see if that high lane was ready. Watch right here. So he was going to have to go around that lap car, and instead of waiting and being patient and trying to pass him off turn 4, he trusted that the outside was going to be ready, but it was not ready. Lucky not to make contact.
And if you look at your bottom right, that's currently live. Now Kyle Larson up the hill with a little bit of the wiggle. Denny Hamlin back inside, but they're catching traffic. What are they going to do?
It's the battle to traffic. That's exactly what it is.
And will he put the bumper to him early on? Only 18 laps into this race, and already the 42 of Kyle Larson has taken advantage of a mistake by Denny Hamlin. Now Hamlin fighting to get back up to the front.
And here's what happens when traffic stacks up the leaders as Denny Hamlin's right on the bumper of Kyle Larson. Look at Martin Truex Jr. He's now in the picture, only 2 or 3 car lengths back, waiting for a bobble out of the front too.
Kelly.
Well, Denny Hamlin's been quite on the radio so far, but in talking to his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, they did a 40-lap plus run in happy hour practice, and they felt really good about an 11 car. One of the strengths was the maneuverability of it. Denny ran it low, he ran it high, and they felt good about it on all areas of this racetrack.
You see what Denny Hamlin did right there? When he went through 1 and 2, Truex was behind him. So instead of jumping on the outside of that lap car, he just waited. He just checked everybody up and then passed him on corner exit. That way, Truex could not make the move, Marty.
We talk about Kyle Larson always running what, Jeff? The top of the racetrack. But Larson told me, I like the bottom here at Bristol. I can always run the top if I need to, but the bottom seems to work for the 42. But I think, Jeff, among drivers, they want that top groove to work, so that's why you see Denny Hamlin and his teammate Martin Truex Jr. up there trying to lay down some rubber.
Well, the exit of it's starting to work really well. Watch Denny Hamlin. He gives up some speed on corner entry, but right here on the exit of turn 4, not on 2 yet, but in turn 4, it's starting to come in. See this move? Right there, he's got that momentum. Larson knows he's there. He's going to have to give the spot up.
Denny Hamlin got right to the side of the door there of the 42, not able to make the pass. Now he's got the momentum again. He's trying to make this high line work.
He had the courage to be the first guy to go up there. He went up there and lost the lead by going there, but using the high line, he now is going to regain the lead.
Denny Hamlin right beside Kyle Larson.
Now the advantage Denny Hamlin has is a slow car, the 53 on the bottom. That's going to slow Kyle Larson down. Larson sees it coming. Let's see 11 go.
Denny Hamlin out in front. Kyle Busch, he's got his hands full. Remember, he started back in 31st. He's fighting to stay in the top 25. It's Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol Motor Speedway. Now, the official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and in-car cameras right at your fingertips. Search NASCAR in your app store, or you can visit NASCAR.com/mobile and take a look at what's happening here for the lead. Denny Hamlin getting caught up in the lap traffic, and now the 42 of Kyle Larson trying to find a way around him again.
Denny Hamlin, he has been exceptionally aggressive, working his way through this lap traffic, been 3 wide, just doing whatever he can to never lose momentum.
Well, and Denny Hamlin's teammate, Kyle Busch, had to start way at the back of the field after trouble in qualifying. Was the first car out. It didn't seem to work, and he had to work through this traffic, and business picked up. He's only a straightaway in front of the 11. You see on the right side of your screen, Jimmy Johnson, Paul Menard, and Kyle Busch. They were being patient earlier, but then they looked in their mirror and saw the leader on the same straightaway, and they were aggressive. Dave.
Checking in on the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He radioed on lap 14 that the car was really loose. And they started getting information on where guys were running. And I don't know, this would confuse me. He was told the leader's running the top, second place is running the bottom. Now, of course, he can't see how they're weaving in and out, but Jimmy pretty much stuck to the bottom now. Parker?
And Dave, Steve, you were talking about Kyle Busch and weaving his way through traffic. Adam Stevens told me they're going side by side for the lead, but he told me one of the things that makes him so good here is his ability to get through traffic. Whoa! Lead change.
Lead change again. Kyle Larson able to take advantage of the 34 of Michael McDowell getting in front of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Now Larson back out front.
Steve, you said at the beginning of this race that slower cars were going to play a role in this race. They always do. There's just nowhere to go. You can't hide. Even if you want to get out of the way of the leader, there's just no way to do it.
So now Denny Hamlin continuing to run the high side around Bristol. Larson hugging the bottom of the racetrack.
Oh, here we go. I love this shot. It's Coca-Cola helmet cam with Daniel Suarez. He's working the bottom. See how loose he got right there? He just had to take the wheel out of it for just a moment. Why is this pass so difficult? See how he's able to gain on Alex Bowman getting in the corner. Goes to the throttle, but watch. Alex Bowman's going to pop back out. See, there he is on his right front. He just can't quite clear him. He's going to try to use this lap car as a pick. He's hoping that 77 stays up there, doesn't get too high, so he can use him as a pick to clear this, make this pass happen. There it was. That's how he got him. Now he went back to the top of the racetrack. These are decisions the drivers are going to have to make all night long. Look how quick this happens.
Yeah, how quickly we've already completed 44 laps on 45.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin has worked the top of the racetrack. Look at this run he gets right here. Every lap I watch him off turn 4, he gets right to the rear bumper. This is what's going to get the 42 in trouble, though. If he commits to the bottom, he's going to get stuck in traffic. And like that, Denny Hamlin gets around on the outside.
What a move. Denny Hamlin, the momentum off the turn. Rockets in front of the 42. Now Denny Hamlin out front again, and he tries to weave his way through traffic.
Kyle Larson saw how quick Denny Hamlin rolled the middle of the corner in that top lane, and that's where he's going to try to go. Once he clears this traffic, you can bet that Kyle Larson's going to the top.
Wait a minute. Do you ever clear traffic? Out here, it seems
Briefly.
like you're in traffic all the time.
Get in front of him for just a moment.
Clear traffic. Ah, that made me laugh.
Martin Truex Jr. is all over the back bumper of Kyle Larson. How long will he be patient? Marty.
Well, Larson right now loose, and this has just been outstanding racing between these three guys really battling for the lead between Hamlin, Larson, and Truex Jr. riding on board with Truex Jr. And he just threw Cole Pearn kind of a curveball, Steve. He said, hey, when I'm on the bottom, I'm too tight on exit. But when I'm on the top, I'm too free on exit. And no, running the middle doesn't make it that much better. So how do you fix that kind of handling issue, Steve?
Well, the bigger problem is how much is the track going to change? To your point, Marty, you're trying to fix very complicated handling issues, but you know the track's going to continue to change. Sometimes, just like the drivers have to be patient, the crew chiefs have to be patient. But how about Matty D here? Running in the 5th position. We saw him fast at practice, fast at qualifying. They can't shake him. They can't shake him, Burton. The man announced this week he won't be back in the 95. Racing for everyone. A job interview. This guy is available next year. Who will pick him up? Parker.
And Steve, you know, when he came out for his intros, he was dressed like Rocky Balboa, and that's how he views himself. You know, he's the underdog. He's trying to go there underneath Kurt Busch. But one thing he told me is he uses the bottom there is that he sets his car up for the bottom of this racetrack so that he can go where others aren't, so that he can pass like he's trying to do on Kurt Busch there. And then he says, if I can do that, I know I've always got the top to go to. And he looks pretty good on the bottom right now.
Parker, I love that approach. You know, if this bottom gives up, it's going to be easier to run the top than the bottom. But when the bottom is there and your car will let you do it, there's way, way faster to run the bottom.
And remember, Kurt Busch is a 6-time winner at this racetrack. Matt DiBenedetto just went by him. He took 4th away. Hamlin, Larson, Truex Jr., DiBenedetto, and Kurt Busch, the top 5. 62 laps complete. The Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol. This telecast presented by Wendy's. Now, Steve, I hear you're going to be moonlighting on Monday. What's going on?
Monday, all day. Me and the bag man. All day on Sirius NASCAR Radio. Sirius XM. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to put me on for the entire show with Bagley, but it's going to be great. I always love calling in. You're talking with Bagley, they're going to have me on the whole time.
Y'all call in and ask him some hard questions. Don't throw any softballs to him.
Call in. I'm ready.
This is what I love about Bristol. I mean, there's cars everywhere. like I said it, once you clear traffic, right? There's never really going to clear traffic. It's just Bristol, man. There's nothing like it in the world. This car right here, Kevin Harvick, he did not get a great start. He was a little bit slow taking off, but now he is rolling. He is running down Chase Elliott. He's been running the bottom, been running the top. This car, seems to me, can run anywhere he wants to run it. Dave.
When I talked to Kevin before the race, that's the idea that I got about his race car. Very, very confident about what the Ford could do today. Wasn't so sure about the radio, though, a few laps ago. I believe it was interference. He just yelled across, the radio's not working. And then on Channel 2, they talked about interference. So that could be a little striking at Bristol because here, and troubles for Joey Logano.
Logano diving down onto pit road. So an issue with the 22. Definitely didn't need to come to pit road for fuel.
It just reminding everyone, pit road, very
right
front here. He says he has a right front down. Looks like it's low on air. Under green, you only have to run the straightaway you're on. So Joey Logano will only pit on the front stretch. He won't have to run the entire pit road, but will still lose at least 1, if not 2 laps. Here comes the leader, Denny Hamlin, on the front stretch. Just to put the 22 1 lap down to change the left side tires. But remember, 15 seconds. The 11's going to be right back on him here again.
Slow in the left rear.
No, this is going to cost him perhaps a whole nother lap.
They have a problem over here on the left rear. Took a long time.
Here comes the leader. That's another lap.
That was a costly mistake. Wow, let's see the smoke out of the 21 car.
I didn't think he expected the 22 to come across his nose like that. Locked the tires up to stay out of the way. And I'm going to tell you what all of this did as we watch that 22. Here comes Denny Hamlin right in front of this 21 car. You see Kyle Larson as well. Just out in front of that 11. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson, the 18 of Kyle Busch. You see him, 2 cars up. Now, you can't panic. Even if you lose 1 lap, you're still going to be okay. But you know Kyle Busch sees that 11 coming.
There you go right here. Contact. Oh, the left, he locked the left front up trying to avoid the 11 of Denny Hamlin. I thought that smoke was contact, but it was a left front lockup.
Denny Hamlin working his way through traffic, and now he's getting ready to put Bubba Wallace a lap down and closing in on the 18 of Kyle Busch as well. Kelly?
Just confirmed with the 22 team of Joey Logano that there was a cut in the right front tire. That's what brought him to pit road. Right now being scored 3 laps down, and pretty disappointing for a team that was full of optimism coming into this race.
And that's the issue with Bristol. Things happen fast. 3 laps down. Rick, that is it's not impossible. If everybody pitch, you can take wave arounds, a bunch of different combinations. But, man, it's a long 500 laps trying to get back from that deficit.
So you mentioned there's Denny Hamlin in the 48 and the 18 just ahead. Listen, that's motivation. If you're Denny Hamlin and you can go put the 18 car lap down, we talked about how many race wins Kyle Busch has here. Put him a lap down, make his night that much more difficult. That's what you want to do right now. Go take the fight to him, make his night hard.
And listen, Jimmy Johnson, I thought, had a great car. He stayed in front of Kyle Busch this entire run, doing the right thing, but now here he is in trouble, going a lap down. He's running in the 20th position. This 11 is putting a great pace as he gets inside the 18th. Kyle Busch, how hard will Kyle Busch fight him off? I don't know what he can do with traffic in front.
So it's just going to be who can clear this traffic. You see Jimmy Johnson had trouble getting by the 34 of Michael McDowell. It's hard to make that pass on the bottom, but he's able to clear him right there.
Denny Hamlin staying on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to put the 18 a lap down. He clears him. Now, sets his sights on the 48, trying to put him a lap down as well.
We showed that.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson
hit the 3 of Austin Dillon. And a caution does come out.
I think the 3 had an issue. Went up the track, hit the wall, the 48.
in front of me, and I hammered into his corner.
There you go. It's Jimmy Johnson. He said the 3 blew a right front in front of him. The 48 hit right into his rear bumper. And after 79 green flag laps, this will bring the entire field to pit road.
Well, and where they were in relation to the 48 as well as the 18 will determine who gets the free pass. Also, who just went a lap down.
A lot happened here in turn 3. So you heard Jimmy Johnson say the 3 of Austin Dillon. There he is. He has that problem. No way the 48 can slow down, but look behind him. Denny Hamlin, he's trying to get slowed down. On the brakes hard, can't get it turned, a little bit of contact.
Man.
That's how quick it happens. I mean, that's Bristol. That's just nothing you can do. You see Austin Dillon, he knows he has a problem. He just can't keep the car on the bottom of the racetrack because there's no air in the tire.
And race leader Denny Hamlin with probably some right side damage there as he got into the 48.
And a small thing, but it's not small, is where did Kyle Busch end up? Through all that put Kyle Busch the first car 1 lap down, Parker.
Guys, Austin Dillon just came across the radio again, described what happened there, just said it just popped. The car was pretty good, had no warning whatsoever. The right front was going down before that.
So, Steve, that's a second right front we've seen down. We're only 81 laps into this race. That would concern me as a driver to have 2 tires down this early.
You're giving me nightmares. You as a driver, I'm the same way. What am I going to try to do here? You know, something could happen. And, hey, you mentioned the 18. You thought he got lucky enough, but there's actually no free pass because at the time of the yellow, the first car scored 1 lap down was the 48.
Yes.
So he would have been eligible for the free pass, but you cannot be eligible if you're part of the accident, which the 48 was. So what you thought was a good break for Kyle Busch is not. He will remain 1 lap down, and now you see Denny Hamlin take the left-hand turn, and everyone in the lead lap will come to pit road. Rick, pit road here is so tight, Marty.
82 laps in, you know everybody's going to come to pit road, Steve. And interesting that Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Larson both complaining about the same thing. When they're on the bottom in that grip compound, they're too tight. When they're on the top, they're way too loose. In fact, Chad Johnson asked Kyle Larson, well, where do you want to run? He said, I would like to make the bottom work if I can, so they're going to make adjustments for that. Kyle Larson has the advantage of this first pit stall here on the backstretch. We'll see if he can gain some time, Parker.
Kurt Busch gets into his pit stall. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. But the thing for Kurt is he's just too loose right now. He told me before the race, I just have to survive the first half. If I do that, I should be all right. The 95 and Matt Benedetto, also 4 tires, struggling with being tight off, Kelly.
Denny Hamlin in that 11 car said his car transitioned from being a little bit free to being tight off towards the end of that run. They said they were going to have to pull on the right side of that car. A little bit of damage from contact with the 48. It's 4 Goodyear tires and a little bit of a lengthy stop for Hamlin.
Bad pit stop for the 11th. Race off pit road brought to you by Kroger. Losing a lot of spots is Denny Hamlin. What an incredible scene when you come to Bristol, Tennessee, and see this, the last great Coliseum. Such a majestic building and facility here.
A lot of excitement, a lot of energy. You see how many people are here tonight. A lot of campers here. There's a lot of good things going on in the sport right now, and the fans are coming back to these racetracks. Awesome to see.
All right, Rick, you mentioned it. Denny Hamlin, a lot of spots lost on the pit stop. We wondered if it was a slow stop, but it actually looked like all damage repair. You see right here, that's pretty heavy contact with the 48. That right front is pushed in quite a bit. They didn't want a rub. I think it was a good decision by Chris Gabehart. So watch your front tire change and take some tire off. We're going to take some extra time here. Make sure we kind of pull, hammer out that fender. Kelly, I think the 11 making a good decision repairing the car on this pit stop.
Chris Gabehart just saying he feels good about the tire clearance right now. That caution came at a good time because as they pulled the tires off, they saw that that right rear was in fact flat.
How about Chase Elliott? He started second, running sixth when his caution came out.
Kyle Larson won the race off pit road. He will lead the field back to the restarts, and a great restart for Larson.
Chase Elliott, how about that 95 of Matty D there outside row 3? Gonna force his way into the third position.
See both restarts. Your initial start of the race and that restart, the outside lane has launched way better than the inside lane. Let's see if that stays true all night long.
They go to the bottom. Kevin Harvick goes right to the middle in the 4. So now Harvick trying to get by the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. using that little bit higher line.
Look at this crossover. Got that run on corner exit, then turn left. Let Martin Truex know that's going to be my spot. Martin couldn't block it. Now Martin's clear. Through the bottom. Spotter yelling, clear, clear.
Good fight for 4th here. Truex Jr. has it. Right behind them, Ryan Blaney in the 12 with a good run. Eric Jones in the 20 just behind them. After the pit stops, it's Larson, Elliott, DiBenedetto, Truex Jr., Harvick, top 5, then Blaney, Eric Jones, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Eric Almirola in the top 10.
Further back in the field. See right here, right now. Oh, that's Ryan Preece on the outside of him. 3 wide on the exit of the corner here is not normally going to work.
And now hugging the bottom again after they put the fresh Goodyear tires on.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Those fresh tires really do like the bottom of the racetrack. That may change over the course of the evening, but right now everyone right around the bottom of the racetrack. And as we watch the leaders, another battle farther back. Remember Kyle Busch didn't get that free pass? Well, here he is right here. He's in position. And I'm going to mention the 37. He's not quite in frame. He's a few cars back. But that's who you see right there, the gold, number 37, 4 cars back. That's who he has to race as we see Dylan. Heavy damage. He's going to have to come to pit road and continue his repairs.
Mark on the side of the 3. Saw him get up into the wall, and now even more issues here. The sparks coming out from the back.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the 3.
Parker.
And guys, it's not good news for Kyle Busch. Although he's in the lucky dog position, he came across the radio and described the car underneath that caution and said, I have no grip. It feels like I'm running on marbles, which is not something you want around here at Bristol. I just don't think that car is really doing exactly what he wants. And Steve, that's a tough thing to fix. Lack of grip.
Yeah, lack of grip. There's not a grip knob. You're going to have to understand whether it's air pressure or wedge. And Burton laughed when I said that. How many times have you said lack of grip? Well, that's what Jimmy Johnson's facing right here. He's 1 lap down, involved in that incident. His team got his car repaired. He's going to battle Kyle Larson very hard here, though he doesn't want to go 2 down.
He can't afford it. He's in this battle trying to make the playoffs. Making 1 lap up is not impossible. Making 2 up gets very, very difficult. You're going to have a lot of things go your way to make 2 up, Dave.
So Jimmy, when he first got into the accident, radioed quickly to his team that the steering was fine, but he was worried about smoke in the cockpit. That was from tires rubbing. They seem to have gotten that all pulled away, and so far the car is not overheating. But Steve, you know as well as I do, the front of that car is dinged up. They had to pull away some tape and try to get it, right for him.
And at this point, I mean, you can only battle the 42 so much. You just have to hope that the race comes to you, that the people you're racing at points don't have the best day. Unfortunately for Jimmy Johnson, Ryan Newman running 11th, looking pretty good. Ran 9th here in April, ran inside the top 10, so a good run for Newman. Now he's just outside the top 10. Oh, Jimmy almost jumped the cushion a little there.
Look at this move. Kyle Larson making it 3 wide. Can he make this bottom work? He does.
Yeah, a little bobble there by the 48 of Johnson, and now Larson has put him 2 laps down. Larson out front, Elliott chasing and running second as we go NASCAR nonstop for Bristol.
Like a vessel getting tossed on the big blue sea, trying to rock me off my feet. It's you that keeps me solid.
Loyalty. You don't earn it in a day. You earn it day by day.
Now get 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Ram 1500 Classic models in dealer stock.
It's what's on the inside that counts. You're dang right it is. For a limited time, Pizzones are just $5 each. All three are part of the 5 and Up lineup, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Oh, great presentation, Tim. Could you email me the part about Geico, making it easy to switch and save hundreds?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You don't know my name, do you?
Of course I know your name. I just get you mixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name?
Switch to Geico. You could save 15% or more on car insurance.
Could you just tell me? I want this to be over.
Janice.
What's up, Doug? Hi, Cheryl. What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
It's what's on the inside that counts. You're dang right it is. For a limited time, Pizzones are just $5 each. All three are part of the 5 and Up lineup, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Driver! NASCAR lights up Las Vegas.
Start your engine!
For the South Point 400 night race weekend at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Night moves.
Spinning down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Nightmare.
Got a car going sideways here.
And maximum speed night terror.
Everybody going
for NASCAR's fastest night race.
Trying to write another piece of history.
At America's Racing Showplace.
NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can select up to 8 different cameras, or you can watch 4 at one time with a multi-camera view. Just visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app today. And what an incredible shot Kroger has given us here, as well as Ryan Preece and JTD Doherty Racing. We thank them for giving us this opportunity.
We talked about the battle Kyle Busch is having with the handling of this 18 car. Well, that 37 is now in front of him for the free pass position. Unfortunately for these two, Kyle Larson is continuing to lap other cars, but this is how the pass happened. You see Kyle Busch up the racetrack and just a big wheel. Does a nice job not getting into the wall, but this 18, if they think they're going to get back in this race, they're going to have to work on their handling.
Well, they're going to have to, you know, there's fortunately for them, there's only 9 laps to go in this stage because Kyle Larson is mowing them down. I mean, he is way faster. He could get them in a situation to lap them again, but I don't think there's enough laps for him to get there.
8 to go, and it's Larson, Elliott, and a great battle right now for third. Truex just took it, or is trying to take it away from DiBenedetto.
I think the fastest of these 3 cars is this 4 car with this Hunt Brothers pizza cam. He has been working on these guys, and again, it looks like to me Kevin Harvick can kind of run wherever he wants. His strength of his car on the top is on the exit, but see right here, he kind of, see how he entered differently? Matty Deed, and he completely different entrances to the corner.
Down to the bottom, he's trying to take that spot away. That's a fight for 4th.
And I really believe we're going to see different names cycle to the front. We have, you know, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. He's mired back in the 11th position. They had to fix that right front fender. You have to ask yourself how much damage that car has. And the track is going to change between the traction compound wearing off, the top groove coming in, the sun going down. And look at this battle right here between Larson and Chase Elliott with 5 laps to go in the stage.
That's for the lead, as well as maybe the stage win and a playoff points. Kyle Larson And Chase Elliott fighting for that as the battle for fourth continues on the right side of the screen. But now coming up on 3 laps to go, Larson and Chase Elliott, as Elliott tries that high line following Daniel Hemrick in the 8. And Hemrick not as quick, sliding up in front of him, the 42 of Kyle Larson. He slows, and here comes the 9. Chase Elliott to the inside for the lead.
That's a lot of contact. Daniel Hemrick trying to stay in the lead lap. Larson slid him. Hemrick and Elliott both tried to cross him over.
Now, 1 to go in stage 1. They were side by side. Larson up high. Elliott down low. They've got lap cars in front of them. Larson with the pass. Now the final time through 3 and 4 for stage 1. It's going to be Kyle Larson. What a finish.
It's only stage 1, guys.
I got to sit down.
Larson, Elliott putting on a great show. Elliott able to get past Kyle Larson. Then Larson fights back and takes the lead over and gets the win. Kyle Larson, winner of stage 1. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Wendy's Spicy Nuggets. Wendy's, we got you. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. And by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. You catch all the action of NASCAR on NBC with the NBC Sports app. Get close with alternate camera angles, driver stats, anytime, anywhere. NBCSports.com/live. And Cruz up on the wall. This will be an interesting strategy call here, Steve. How many will come? It looks like Kyle Larson's going to lead a lot of the lead lap cars onto pit road.
We'll see most cars pit. I guess the question will be, is it will be automatic 4 tires, or we'll see someone try 2, Dave?
It won't be the 9. They will take 4 fresh Goodyear tires and a fill of Sunoco fuel. And we'll go to Marty.
Dave, 4th playoff point for Kyle Larson of the season after that stage 1 win here at Bristol. He said he got arrow tight once they hit traffic, and he said there is a significant difference handling-wise when you're on the bottom. He said it feels good, still a little bit too tight, but up top, he is way free. Let's see if he can hold serve here on the front backstretch pit road, and actually the 9 beats him out here on the backstretch, Parker.
And Kurt Busch was describing his car, saying it was too loose to start, too tight to end, and he wished he had better information just before Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for him. Matt DiBenedetto just said he's losing drive and grip for Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
After an air pressure adjustment last time down pit road, Brad Keselowski says he's really pretty happy with that number 2 car, so it's just 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
No gamblers, Rick. Like everybody took 4 tires.
4 tires. Chase Elliott beats Kyle Larson off pit road. It's time for Hey Run, presented by Toyota. Let's go to the Peacock Pit Box at Rutledge Wood.
Rick, I had a chance earlier to head out to the campgrounds and go check out Toyota Racing's ultimate tailgate that they were having. And guess who I saw? Tim Love. Take a look, the world-famous chef from Texas. He was putting on a big old tailgate today out of his custom Tundra that everything is set up there. The coolest part is he was making rattlesnake and rabbit sausage and lamb chops that he let the airmen and women who did the flyover earlier have a little sample of. And now he's down here on the 11 pit box cheering on Denny Hamlin. How cool is that? A great night for Tim Love to be here. Put on a little something special for our friends at Toyota Racing.
Now I know why Rutledge didn't want lunch.
Yeah, we're hungry up here, Run, after watching that. Tim Love cheering on the 11.
Quick little update on this cycle of pit stops. 48 of Jimmy Johnson decided to stay on the racetrack and wave around just a 1 lap down. We'll see if it works for the 48. Try to get some of those points.
Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. It was Chase Elliott who won the race off of pit road. He has chosen the outside line as the field approaches the Geico restart zone.
The top lane just launches so much better. Kevin Harvick saw right there, he had a great run. All those sparks came out from underneath the car. I think that hurt the way the car was going to turn. Slowed his center up just a little bit.
Bobble there for the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Looked like he had the momentum to get by the 42, wasn't able to stay on the gas. Now he's making the move as he tries to get by the 42 for third.
Ryan Blaney was really fast yesterday in practice.
Elliott Harvick, Blaney. Here comes Larson once again, and Truex Jr.
I love this shot of bumper. Look at that. You see that left foot working left to right. Blaney was busy in there.
Blaney way up high, trying to take advantage of a little of that rubber that's been put down high on the racetrack. Keeping the momentum up as he tries to work back around Martin Truex Jr. But what a moment he had just moments ago.
Yeah, look how the back of the car is so around on it. That's a handful. You know what I love about race car drivers is what do you do the next lap? Next corner. He just drove it down there like it was going to stick. You don't have a choice. It's Bristol. You just got to keep going.
Look what Blaney's doing now. Blaney all over Larson. Now he goes back high again, trying to use that momentum. Big run. Going to get to the outside of the 42.
I was going to say, look at the left side of your screen. You mentioned how good Blaney was in practice. That 20 of Eric Jones was also a great car. But who needs a good run more than perhaps Clint Boyer in the 14? 6 DNFs currently in 2019. That is just so much bad luck. He came and joined me on the pit box yesterday. I was worried the wheels were going to fall off that thing, as bad as his luck has been this year. But he said he just has to keep fighting. He said he loves this racetrack and showing up already running 7th, Dave.
Looks like a good adjustment on that white 12 of Ryan Blaney. He said, I need help firing off, and that is a driver driving with confidence right now, Marty.
Left-hand side of your screen, Eric Jones, who said, quote, if you have basketballs for tires, Steve, you got to unpack that one for us. Basketballs here at Bristol. But Clint Boyer having a fantastic run for that team right now, in 7th position for that team. And you mentioned near the cut line. Boyer said the racetrack changed so much this weekend, we sort of panicked, and now a battle for the lead.
See right there, Ryan Blaney finally clears the 42 for the 3rd position. Basketball, something about concrete racetracks. You start with the air pressure down, trying to get grip, and as they get hot and they build up, as you see the 42 sliding around, and they bounce. Some of it's the rubber on the racetrack, some of it's just the shape of the concrete corners, and that's, I've heard so many drivers describe it like these tires have turned into basketballs.
When you're driving down the interstate, and it's a concrete interstate, and you hear that boom, 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 you cross that in your car, that's what it does. But imagine going 3 times the speed, and you're hitting those bumps that quickly. That's what the driver's feeling.
Yeah, going over a half a mile in 15 seconds here at Bristol.
Yeah, the 22 of Joey Logano currently 2 laps down. He had issues early, but even at 2 laps down, you cannot continue to give. You have to be aggressive, try to move forward. The 88 gets up in front of him, kind of gives him a shot in the rear bumper.
Blaney now working by lap traffic, and Truex caught up high. Will that allow Larson to get by? No, he doesn't. Larson falling back now. He's all the way back to 5th. Elliott has an 0.8 of a second lead over Harvick. Then it's Blaney, Truex, and Larson, top 5. Eric Jones is 6th. Boyer, DiBenedetto back to 8th. Keselowski 9th, and Kurt Busch is 10th. Denny Hamlin still in that 11th position, has not been able to move.
Yeah, that damage. We'll have to see. We saw them pull out the right front fender after that damage ran so well in that first stage. We'll have to see, maybe is the track getting away from him? Is the damage a little heavier than they thought? Can they continue to adjust the 11?
Blaney and Truex still undecided about this 3rd spot. Kelly?
You guys talking about Denny Hamlin in that 11. Well, aside from the damage that they had to work on pit road, it sounds like previous adjustments kind of hurt the handling of this race car. Denny telling his crew chief that his entry was not as good on the last run, and he needed to be a little bit tighter starting things off, so they made more adjustments. We'll see how they pan out this time around.
We talk about the fine details in a setup. It's not just a fender. If you hit that right front wheel that hard, you could bend a tire out, a spindle. Basically, the toe could be in or out. They adjust this in millimeters, fractions of an inch. If it's now the wrong way, they're going to have to adjust other things in the car to offset that, try to get the car driving better.
And see, one of the most difficult things about that was it the change that you made, or is it the damage? And the reason that's important is because you build off of changes, right? You make one change, it does this, and you make another change based on that, but maybe that information is wrong. because it was the damage that's causing the field, not the change of the car.
You asked Eric Jones the difficulty of Bristol before the race even started, and he said it was a mix of the physical battle and the mental battle. Here is the physical battle. Look at Daniel Suarez. Look at that right hand. Every single lap, every corner, just squeezing and tugging on that wheel. There's so much force on these cars. The steering is actually hard to turn. It's going to be a battle for 500 laps.
That keeps bouncing around for Suarez. An incredible fight for the lead. Harvick trying to take it away from Chase Elliott. This Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol Motor Speedway definitely heating up.
Jeff, why did the 9 get the 4 at the top? He had him held up, running the top. He went to the bottom, left Kevin Harvick to his quarter panel. That allowed Harvick by.
Harvick now with the lead. Elliott running second. Truex is up to third. 85 to go in stage 2.
Are you surprised these two cars are out front, the 4 and the 9? They combined for 3 of the last 4 race wins this year.
Yeah, a lot of momentum as the playoffs are getting closer. And now you see the 48 back in the picture. Could go another lap down. The 4 of Kevin Harvick, race leader, all over the back bumper, the 48, but a little bit slow there, and that allowed Martin Truex Jr. to close the gap.
We talked about the 11 car being hurt from his damage. I think this 48 car is also hurt from that same incident.
Johnson 2 laps down, not wanting to go the third, and he's already been passed there. So 3 laps down for Jimmy Johnson. Truex, and here comes Elliott. Those two fighting for second.
So we're going to see right here, Chase Elliott did a nice job holding the 4 car up, running the top of the racetrack, but then he chooses to go to the bottom. And it was like Christmas morning for Kevin Harvick. He gave him clean air in the nose. He didn't want it to. Then he comes to 3 and 4. He does it again. I think Kevin Harvick is shocked. He gave him that outside lane, and Harvick makes it work.
I'm going to tell you what you saw right there. You saw Chase Elliott being a 50-year-old race car driver in the experience instead of the age that he is. This is Bristol. Why hold the guy up? If you hold the guy up, he's run you down, you stand a better chance of getting wrecked. That's old school racing at Bristol. That's using your head. We're not halfway yet. We're not even halfway. Harvick can run him down big time. He just said, look, I'm not going to hold this guy up. I don't want him to get me in a bad spot, and that was a decision that he made.
And look at Harvick now running away from Truex. He's already got a second on him when he went by, actually, when Harvick went by Jimmy Johnson and put him 2 laps down, not 3.
Listen, this 4 car is getting hot at the right time. They were not what you're accustomed to seeing with this team early in the year. They are now. And you better watch out. Coming in, heading into the playoffs with a team that's hot, on fire, leading laps, winning races, this team's going to be hard to guard, Dave.
Well, and Jeff, he was asked about that this week and deflected a little bit because even though he said, I'll take momentum anytime, especially winning momentum after Michigan last week. But he said, the important time, of course, is to get hot late. If you watch what we did when we won our championship, it was later in the year when things really came together, which is tough to do in this business. Marty?
Dave, with some big names already a lap down. How about this run for David Reagan, sitting in the 18th position right now on the lead lap, and currently the 5th fastest car on the racetrack. Make that the 2nd fastest car on the racetrack, that past lap. So he's certainly turning in some good lap times. Of course, the news this week that at the end of 2019, he would retire from full-time racing. David Reagan with 2 Cup Series wins, a 13-year-plus career here in the Cup Series, and going out on his own terms. I think that can't be said enough, Jeff. The team didn't ask him to leave. He said, I want to leave to spend more family time. Not a lot of people get to do that in their career. David Reagan doing it very well.
Yeah, he said that he wanted to spend more time with his young daughters and his wife. Proud of him, right? He's 457 starts, 2 wins. It's time for him. It's time for him to spend some time with his family. Good for him.
And David joined me on the pit box during qualifying, actually right after qualifying. Kind of shocked me. He said, I'd really like to go run the 24 hours of Daytona. I had no idea he had any sort of, interest in going to run that race. So, open up his schedule a little bit.
He also said he'd drive the bus for his 2 girls, 5 years old, 3 years old, taking them to school. Kelly.
Well, Rick, things might be going from bad to worse for Denny Hamlin, who's already lost positions in time, fixing damage, and now he says he thinks he might have a loose wheel. The crew chief, Chris Gabehart, leaving it up to his discretion when and if he needs to bring it to pit road.
Well, we've
seen it already. The 22 had an issue earlier, and there was almost 3 laps on pit road. 15-second laps. It doesn't take long to lose them if you have an issue.
Yeah, the other thing is Denny Hamlin right now 6.5 seconds behind race leader Kevin Harvick.
And the track is definitely changing. Larson, we know, had damage, and we wondered if it was the adjustment. Oh, excuse me. Denny Hamlin had damage, and we wondered if it was the adjustment. But Kyle Larson in the 5th position, another car that was dominant early, just doesn't seem to be quite as good.
Yeah, and Kelly said that they gave Chris Gabehart a Pucci for 11. Here you go. He said, hey, look. So he's making the decision. He's saying it's definitely a loose wheel. And really, the only person to make that decision is the driver, right? It's a terrible spot to be in as a driver because there's been times in my career where I thought I had something wrong, I pitted, and they found nothing. And then you feel horrible. But at this racetrack, a loose wheel, it can damage something very, very quickly. So if he feels that for too long, you'll have to come in.
And now he's right in the thick of it. So much traffic around him if he does want to dive onto pit road. Still chasing after the 95 of Matt DiBenedetto. Parker?
And guys, Matt's been... We got a little radio there. Matt DiBenedetto's been falling back as well there. He's just struggling, being way too loose inside that 95 car, lacking rear grip and can't seem to get the handle on it. They're trying to help him out and encourage him on the radio in terms of how well he's doing in the top 10 right now, but trying to pull on that top 10 position.
We heard a little bit of that communication. It sounded as though Denny said, I'm coming to you. Now he does make the turn. He's on pit road. He's on the front stretch side of pit road, so this is where he is able to enter pit road.
We talked about mistakes that we see at other racetracks are compounded because the speed and intensity of Bristol, not just the speed of the cars, but the quickness of the lap time as the 11 comes into service. Kelly?
Then he just couldn't hang on any longer. He said he thinks it's on the right side, but they're going to do a 4-tire change regardless. And now we're going to see as cars continue to go by, this is certainly going to put Denny down a lap, if not 2.
4 tires of fuel for Denny Hamlin. They're going to check to see if there was a loose wheel. Into the wall, Eric Almirola. Will it bring out the caution?
And that is Denny Hamlin had just made that decision. So frustrating. He rode as long as he could, and you see heavy, heavy damage on the 10 car.
Man, I got a tire rub.
Down the back straightaway. Right. Oh! Just 54.
Came down, looked like on the 54 of J.J. Yaley.
Oh, that was my reaction. I mean, Denny Hamlin doesn't know, right?
No, that's right.
If that wheel breaks on the 11, if it's loose, night's over, right? So he has to come to pit road. Heavy damage on the 10. The only good break, if you can say there's one for the 11 and Denny Hamlin, is I think most cars should come to pit road. He can stay on the racetrack, maybe get one of his 2 laps back.
So look at Eric. Look at Eric. He's going down the back straightaway. He turns to get to the bottom of the racetrack and just clips Yaley. I mean, that's not Yaley's fault. That's Eric Almirola trying to get to the line that he's trying to get to and just misjudging it.
And look at all this damage. Let's listen in the 11 radio.
Don't worry about it, man. Play the ball from where it lands. 1 down, 300 to go.
Rick, you got a lot of experience with that, don't you?
Normally it's in the taller grass for Rick, so if we can locate
it's
it
in the rough
from
normally,
there.
yes.
God, you feel terrible. As a driver, you're like, if I could have just held on for a lap, 2 laps more, we'd have been okay, but you have to trust what you're feeling. You just have to make that decision and deal with the consequences.
All that damage to the right rear of the 10 of Eric Almirola. We see race leader Kevin Harvick with Truex in tow. Dave.
And Harvick said what to fix is the $1 million question. He's very free off the corner, but doesn't turn well in the center. He told his crew chief, Roddy Childers, let's fix the center. Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. told Cole Pearn the bottom is much better right here. He radioed back, well, your lap times were excellent. Too free to start the run, but tighter the longer they ran. Going to be an air pressure adjustment for Truex sitting here on the backstretch pits, along with Harvick and Kyle Larson as well. Parker.
And Marty, Kurt Busch pits out the 11th position. He's been telling his crew chief, Matt McCall, that whatever they did on the last stop did not work. He needs that car to not be so loose at the beginning of the run and so tight at the end of the run. It's the only feedback he's really had. Matt DiBenedetto just simply needs more rear grip. He has to be tighter to compete, Kelly.
Brett Keselowski in the 2 pits from the 8th position. He said he's a little bit free on entry and tight getting off the turns. 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
You You saw the 19 able to get off the pit road first. Kevin Harvick had an issue on the left side when they dropped the jack. You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol. This telecast presented by Wendy's. Now tomorrow, the NTT IndyCar Series is on NBCSN. That race coverage from Pocono will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. A great championship battle going on. This Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, those two separated by just 16 points. Pagano's back there, 47 points. The Indy 500 winner and 2016 champion. So a big fight with 4 races remaining in the IndyCar Series.
So we saw Kevin Harvick and his team. They had a slow stop. But one of the advantages in running really well is look at he and Martin Truex Jr. They had put so many cars between he and the third place car of Larson that they had gapped them so far that even with this slow stop, they had a problem right here. You see the jack car, looks like the car fell off the jack. But even with that, because there were so many cars between he and third place, it only hurt him one spot.
All right, let's listen into the radio.
Good recovery there. That jack came out. Had to reset it, start over. I felt it.
And back to green flag racing. Truex Jr. on the high side has Larson right behind him. Harvick didn't lose too much from that bobble on pit road, but now he's trying to fight off Blaney, who's working that high line.
Obviously tonight, it's a big difference between starting that outside lane versus the bottom. So the 4 car gave up that, but it could have been much worse with that slow of a stop.
Side by side for second.
It's the choice right now for Kevin Harvick. Which line are you hoping goes? You see Harvick working the bottom of the racetrack. Larson clears him.
Blaney running very high. Has the momentum but can't complete the pass.
And Larson's been playing really nice early in the race. There's been a couple times he's been clear. Could have pulled up in front of Blaney. Blaney took advantage of it and took the spot back.
Well, this battle's for second on the racetrack. Battles everywhere. On the left side of your screen, the 2 yellow cars, the 21 of Paul Menard, the 18 of Kyle Busch. They are continuing to battle for that free pass position. Menard has now taken it away from Kyle Busch. That 21 car making Kyle Busch's life difficult right here.
Menard a lap down, as is Kyle Busch. Bubba Wallace is the last car on the lead lap, running 18th, Parker.
Hey, guys, as you watch Kyle Busch try to battle there with Paul Menard, Adam Stevens came on the radio underneath that caution and said that basically at the end of that run, he was running lap times good enough to compete with the leaders as he gets inside of Paul Menard. What a move there into the lucky log position.
Look at this, man. I love this view right here. This shows how hard these drivers are working. I think this shows how much the car moves around, perhaps better than any other view. We're on board with Ryan Preece, 21st. He's 1 lap down, so he's in this battle as well. So he can get in front of him. He would get the free pass position. Some other cars doing a great job staying on the lead lap. The 43, Darrell Wallace Jr., he got his lap back. He's running 18th. Here's that contact at 3 wide you talked about, Rick. And Daniel Hemrick in 17th. Hey, you stay on the lead lap. 205 laps into Bristol with the pace that some of these leads are setting. Well done.
So Kyle Busch right now is in the free pass position, but for how long? If they stay green and Truex Jr. is able to keep up the pace he's going, he will catch the back of this field.
So Kyle Busch and his team, Kyle Busch is great at this racetrack. And one of the reasons he's great is he knows what his car needs to be at the end of the race. Steve, that's not always what you wanted at the beginning of the race. But going into qualifying, I don't think they had any way of knowing they were going to qualify 31st and start that far in the back. This car has been too loose. The car does not have enough rear grip. He's going to be okay. Later in this race, the track's going to tighten up. His car's going to get better. The question is, can he stay in the lead lap and take advantage of a car that's going to be improving through the night?
That's the battle. That's what you have to try to figure out. Will you be good enough to be around?
And you have to be in this position if the caution does come out. But it has to come out before Truex Jr. catches up to Bubba Wallace, who right now, there's a half a lap gap between race leader Martin Truex Jr. and where Bubba Wallace is running currently on the track. Blaney running second, Larson is third. Those two both to the bottom of the racetrack, getting by the slower traffic. Truex with an 0.8 of a second lead over Blaney.
Yeah, and we have another little, switch up top. Kevin Harvick all the way back in 5th. Dave.
And you guys talked about the track changing, and that's definitely happening for the 12 team of Brian Blaney. They've kind of gone back and forth. It was a little free earlier, but that was way tighter on that last run. So they've made adjustments for him. And Steve, with the traction compound wearing out, and spin up above him.
Almirola around right in front of the 51, and a caution has come out again.
20 more.
Kyle Busch was able to stay in that position, so it looks as though he will get the free pass. He will be the 19th car on the lead lap.
Showed that battle with Paul Menard. It's paying off for Kyle Busch. The 10 of Almirola. He had just was the previous yellow, so you have to ask, maybe does he have damage or what happened here? We'll get a replay and take a look, but
It spun right in front of the leader. In turn 1, you mentioned, Steve, they had that damage before. See it sparking a little bit, entering the corner. I'm sure it's just a product of the damage. Yeah. That's a scary place to spin out.
Yeah.
And NASCAR has confirmed the 18 does get the free pass. That was a close call for B.J. McLeod, shutting it down right before he got into Eric Almirola.
I just think this 18 is going to be
You still think he's a threat?
I 100% think he's a threat.
So now he's inside the top 20. He's running 19th. He'll be on the lead lap when he gets his free pass.
And Rick, that was a big break for not just Kyle Busch. While we documented the battle he's been having with his car, trying to get back, let's talk about some guys that had issues earlier, right? With the 48 was involved in an accident. Well, he took the wave around, so he's in the 26th position. This caution saves him. He can now come to pit road. He's only one lap down. The 22 of Joe Logano, he also took the wave around. As we take another look at the 10 up top there, right in front of the leader. That's got to get your attention, Jeff. Yes.
22.
Yeah, the 22
took the wave around. So all those guys gained a lap right there.
And Denny Hamlin, think about him. He had that loose wheel. He didn't catch it quite perfect, but he took the wave around. Now he's only one lap down. We talk about this because this is what battle is. Bristol is going to be a battle. Things don't go perfect. You're going to lose laps. How do you recover in adversity? That's what these teams are doing.
And Steve, they know that there'll be another caution coming out at about 35 laps at the end of stage 2. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. Martin Truex Jr. currently out front, did not come to pit road. Eric Jones running in the top 10 in 7th. So is Matt DiBenedetto in 10th. Then it's Kyle Busch back on the lead lap now, running in 19th. Denny Hamlin still a lap down in 20th. And you can go inside the headset with access to NASCAR scanner all weekend long. You see the spotters high atop the press box here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Go to NASCAR.com/scanner. Monthly subscription start at just $2.99. And how important are the spotters here at Bristol?
Oh, spotters are huge here, and it's amazing how busy they are. They love cautions. They get to catch their breath a little bit. Huge workload for these guys.
Infield once again coming up to the Geico restart zone. Truex and Blaney. Then Elliott right behind Truex in that high line. What will Kevin Harvick do? Here comes the one. Kurt Busch using that high line.
Harvick went to the bottom, giving Kurt Busch the outside. Kurt Busch rolled up on the 9.
Parker.
And guys, Kurt Busch came on the radio just before that restart and said, I think the top is going to come in here because we're all in hot scuffs. Well, I think he's right. It's definitely working.
He was right. Kind of loved the commitment, too, right? He didn't go to the middle. He went to the top. He believed it was going to work. And clearly it did.
Up to third, now fighting for second. Kurt Busch all over the back bumper, the 12 of Blaney. Truex trying to pull away again. Under 28 laps to go in stage 2.
Kurt Busch has had a solid night.
it looks at if Blaney running a different line. Is he diamonding this track?
You know, right now, Rick, there's no right or wrong way to do it. You have to drive your car to where it needs. So right now, clearly, we're watching Kurt Busch roll the outside really, really quick. Going to get to the outside. Oh, Blaney. Going to get to the outside of Blaney. And so immediately you think, well, why didn't Blaney run up there? Well, maybe Blaney's car is better on the bottom, and only Blaney knows that.
Blaney hugging the bottom. Kurt Busch running a little bit lower on the entry to the corner there, and he clears him. Kurt Busch up to second.
Look at the entire, I mean, he's the only one of this top 8 cars. You know, well, now Blaney went with him, but actually the whole field went with him. They see him moving, but
oh, big slide out of Blaney right there.
Maybe Blaney didn't like that high line. Dives back down to the bottom.
Well, we've heard out of the majority of the cars that they drive a little freer around the top. That would be what you saw, the freer, basically loose, like the back slides around. Blaney's line, that kind of Joey Logano. I've seen the 22 run that line a lot.
After the poor pit stop, losing positions on pit road, Harvick now trying to gain some of those spots back as he closes the gap between himself and the 9.
Look what's happening to this outside lane, right? The outside lane is not always the same. It keeps inching up. Look how high on corner exit the 9 is. He's right against the wall on the exit of turn 2. It just keeps getting pushed up closer and closer to the wall, Dave.
And that last run when he lost spots on the track, it just suddenly went looser on him. And, of course, he is way up the track there as they try to loosen the cars a little bit as the night goes on, but it got too loose for him, and that's why he dropped the spots.
Harvick trying to make the bottom of the track work for him again. That's a fight for the 4th position.
So you heard Dave talking about loose. This is one of those racetracks that you want the car to turn really well, but
close call for Blaney. Had to check up as the 52 got sideways in front of him. So Blaney avoiding contact with Kyle Weatherman.
I thought I saw a little bit of smoke fly off. There you go. He took a, yeah, that was a hard impact.
And that was with the right front of that 12 of Blaney.
So Blaney turns underneath him, and then Weatherman starts to come down like he doesn't know he's there.
I swear it's like his blind spot on the highway. He's right in that clear area where if the spotter doesn't say anything, I really don't think he has any idea that Blaney's there. Blaney has every right to do what he's done. Let's listen to what Blaney had to say.
Ridiculous. So just tread to the rear, tread to the front.
And as a crew chief, you're frustrated because he's frustrated with the car, and then he talks about the tire chatter. You know, after the driver gets animated and frustrated because of what something happens on the racetrack, now he's even more irritated about how his car's driving. Jeff, you and I talk about what 1 point means. Right now, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in the 10th position, 15 laps to go in the stage. Clint Boyer, look at him. Look at the points on the left side of your screen, +7 to the cut line. Grinding, trying to pass that 17, but look right off the rear bumper of Clint Boyer, the 41 of Suarez. The car, Clint Boyer is trying to beat in points. It's going to be a battle for this points available at the end of the stage.
Laps continuing to wind down in stage 2. 14 to go. We ride along with Suarez. Dave.
And tough for the 17 to point his way in, so winning is an option. 3 to go for that. Talked to Brian Petty this morning, and he said, I'd just like to have all 4 fenders and a complete set of tires on the car at the end of the race. Then you've got a shot to win. That's what they need, Marty. Car pretty good right now, a little on the splitter.
And Dave, what did Clint Boyer tell us on Motor Mouse on Wednesday on NASCAR America? He said, now is the time when we start paying attention to the other bubble drivers. They're certainly doing that right now. Brent Griffin, the spotter, has told him that is for a point in front of you. We must get past the 17. Even 1 point, Jeff, it means everything, doesn't it, to these drivers?
1 point could be huge. Could be the difference between moving along, making the playoffs, or not.
These guys are racing for points. We have a couple other cars racing for laps. Denny Hamlin in the 11 trying to come back from that loose wheel, currently in 20th in the free pass position, but 2 cars out of his rear bumper. Look at this, Joey Logano. This was the battle right here. Battling with Joey Logano, and you see the 10 right here. Gets right in front of the 22, blocks him. That gives the 11 a little breathing room. Now Logano is trying to run him back down. There you see live 2-3 car lengths. When you talk about stages and yellows, strategy, and all these things matter. You know what else? and guaranteed yellow. These two drivers know. It's like racing to a checkered flag. They know whoever's in front of who will get their lap back.
And that's how close it is for that free pass between the 11 and 22. And Clint Boyer goes around in the 14. He'll bring the caution out.
Oh, Clint.
Oh, it's very similar to what we saw Eric Almirola. Thought he had the slower car cleared. See right here, he thinks he's completely clear, turns to go to the bottom of the racetrack. And Quinn's there.
Winhoff was right there.
Right in front of his teammate,
Yeah.
the two racing in points.
Close that is. And Suarez.
So Tony Stewart is somewhere holding his breath.
Look at this.
Hold your breath. Come on. Stick to there. Get him. Go. All right, I know you brushed it. We'll take a look at it here.
Oh, that's close.
All right, guys, pits are open. We're going to see who's going to try to win a stage, who's going to try to get track position. Well, look at this. Martin Truex Jr. peels off. Chase Elliott. We see Kurt Busch stay on the racetrack. Dave.
And Chase Elliott in the 9 said, I don't know, there's not much difference between being as good as we are and maybe where we need to be. So they'll take 4 tires and fuel here, Marty.
Interesting, a split strategy here with some of the cars staying on the racetrack going for the stage points that'll be paid in 6 laps here. Truex saying the car, very good. A very slight air pressure adjustment is all they're going to give him, Parker.
Matt DiBenedetto will pit out of the 8th position. He's getting a lot happier in that race car. He said it's not as bad, but still free. They're going to give up the stage points to try and put themselves in the best position to go for a win. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Kelly.
And it was a last-second call for Brad Keselowski to come to pit road, and Brad saying that that 2 car is just a little bit too free everywhere, so they're going to give him 4 Goodyear tires, make an air pressure adjustment, splash of Sunoco fuel.
So the race off pit road, it is the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. How about this move? Kurt Busch decides to stay out. The 11 of Denny Hamlin gets the free pass. Standing by. And big news, the 4 of Kevin Harvick being pushed into the garage, Dave.
Yep, they called transmission issues. Just bring it to the garage. We'll go ahead and change the transmission, but that changes the entire outlook of the night for Kevin Harvick.
Getting ready for the restart. It's Kurt Busch who stayed out, and then Daniel Suarez on the inside of row 1.
Just showed the misfortune for the 14. Well, that puts Daniel Suarez purely in position to gain a ton of points at the end of this stage. Right behind him, the 6 of Ryan Newman.
Suarez fighting for potentially a stage win. Kurt Busch running well on that high line, pulling away.
Right on you. 6 is 1 lane up here.
Can he hang on for a second place finish in the stage? Final time through 3 and 4 for stage 2. Kurt Busch is going to win stage 2. Suarez, a lot of points, finishing second in that stage. Newman, Kyle Busch, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Hemrick, and Martin Truex Jr., the top 10. And Kevin Harvick, just a few moments ago, the dejection taking place with this team.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Go hard. Go hard. Try a different gear.
And Kurt Busch now is going to come to pit road after winning stage 2. Dave?
So will Daniel Suarez after giving it a good shot there. Good stage points for him. A little bit tighter on this run for the 41 driver, so they'll make an adjustment here. 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Well, you got to give a tip of the cap to Scott Graves last week at Michigan. The last second call to come to pit road, take fuel, and that got them to the end of the race today, staying out here in stage 2. And for a guy on the bubble, they just earned 8 stage points. Ryan Newman now plus 30. Car-wise, been a little bit too tight in the middle, too free off the corner all day long, Parker.
And what a set of restarts by Kurt Busch there. Call going to the top. It worked to get that stage win. It's 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and a water bottle. And William Byron finishing 5th in that stage. It's 4 Goodyear tires. Says that car is rolling the center better.
Well, I don't want to worry the competition, but when all of these cars came to pit road, Kurt Busch's brother, Kyle Busch stayed out on the racetrack. He will be the race leader when we come back.
Say it ain't so.
And it's time now for the Subway Fresh Take. Let's check in with Rutledge Wood.
Rick, I'm in the grandstands. I've spent about 50 laps down here. Made a new friend, Brent. He's from West Virginia. His son Jackson's watching. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. But right now we're getting so excited because here at Bristol, they've got this awesome app. And if you look around, you're going to see all the phones start going off as they got Crazy Train that's going to go off. All these different things happen here, and the phones are synced up with Colossus. But, man, what a great place to watch the race from. I know it's comfy on your couch at home, but I'm telling you what, Rick, there are thousands and thousands of fans in the stands tonight getting ready for this action.
What an experience. What a fan experience for someone to come here to Thunder Valley, to Bristol Motor Speedway, and just take this in. Out front, once again, it'll be Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott making up row 1. Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski, row 2. We talked about the battle to get into the playoffs. Look at Boyer and Suarez now. 3 points separate the two.
And those points that Newman and Suarez gained were all because of Boyer's spin. Boyer's mistake is what gave them the opportunity to gain those points. You heard his crew chief say, got to go to work now. We just gave them those point opportunities.
Well, you said go to work. Did you boys go to work on your fantasy? I made a garage change.
Did you? Who'd you put in?
I did. I put Kyle Larson in. Had him in my garage. I put him in. I took Clint Boyer out. And I wish I had the usage because look who's leading the field. You teased it. The 18 of Kyle Busch started in the back, got caught laps down, battled and battled, worked on the car. A little bit of pit strategy, was last on pit road about 45 laps ago. And here it is, Marty, the 18 leading the field at Bristol.
Well, I asked Mike Bugaravich why they pitted there. He said because we spun. He was worried about a flat spot, but you guys are right. The 14 walked away from a lot of points right there. Now +3 above the cut line.
Keselowski coming into the picture now as he's running second. Chase Elliott is third.
And that leader right there, it's been 137 laps the last time. And here he is leading a little bit older tire than the guys racing around him.
And here Larson fighting with Eric Jones for position.
Don't sleep on that 20 car of Eric Jones. Great in practice. Patience tries to pay off. Look at this battle right here.
How about Elliott moving to the inside of Keselowski for second? Those two fighting for position, allowing the 18 of Kyle Busch to run away.
Chase Elliott pretty loose on the bottom of the racetrack. Saw the back of the car moving around a lot. Now he's going to jump up on the outside. Not much better there. It's going to take a few laps maybe for his car to get going.
Now that we're in that final stage, I really believe this happens every week. When the green flag flies for the final stage, everybody kind of is like, okay, well, stages are over. Now we know how far it is the end of the race. It almost seems like the intensity picks up no matter how long that stage is. Here it's 250 laps. It's half the race.
Keselowski driving underneath the 18 of Busch.
Can he get it? Can he complete the pass? Keselowski, Busch, fighting for the #1 spot at Bristol. And Keselowski noses just in front of Kyle Busch. Remember, no love lost between these two when you come to a short track. Neither afraid to put the bumper to the other.
Yeah, I think Busch, obviously, Busch never likes giving up the lead, but he has more laps on his tires right now. He's still okay. Just keep communicating to your team what the car needs to do better.
Watch this battle for the lead. That top 10, man, just keeps getting jumbled up. Boyer's all the way back to 9th. Blaney's in 10th. Hamlin 11th. How about Bubba Wallace up to 12th, Rick?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Does it surprise anybody that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is running in the top 10 at Bristol, a place where he's so good? Parker.
And Jeff, you were talking about Kyle Busch understanding what they're trying to do, this strategy. Take a listen to their radio under that caution why they decided to do what they did.
The only thing I think about here is there's no more stage breaks, so it can go green forever. I almost think we stay here, take clean air, and we're probably not going to fall back. And you know what I mean? If we're going to restart 15, how far can we drive? And we're set down too, so this even does suck on tires. Yeah, Timbo, I'm with you. 15th, you probably get to 10th. From here, you probably fall to 6th.
And as you can tell, a very calculated decision there in terms of how far back they would fall and where they could go with clean air. It's working out for them.
Lots of information in that right there. Not only that they were a set of tires down because they had to pit that extra time. Ooh, trying to get their lap back. So Adam Stevens took that into account. Kyle Busch was saying, I'm a little concerned just because if the thing goes green, we're going to have to pit under green for fuel. But I think that clean air was a good idea. I mean, they're holding into the second position. They're just going to need a yellow somewhere in the next probably 70 or 80 laps. They don't have to pit under green.
Interesting, too, that Kyle's in that conversation.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of drivers don't want to be in that conversation. Like, you tell me when to come on pit road, and that's what I'm going to do. But Kyle wants to be involved in every decision.
28 laps difference between Keselowski and Kyle Busch, at least the strategy that they're on. Kyle Busch was on pit road at lap 217. Keselowski, Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, all of them on pit road at lap 245.
I know it's Brad Keselowski. Really talk about him anywhere. You think he can run pretty good. But Bristol, when I looked at speeds, when I looked at history, his name didn't come up. I never considered putting him in my fantasy lineup because his best finish here in the last 7 races is 16th. He hasn't been in the top 15. Here is leading laps.
He has 2 wins, but his most recent win here back in 2012, so 7 years ago.
Yeah, Steven, I think that doesn't count. If you're gonna look who's running well today, you have to look at current stats, and I felt the same way. And I didn't think he showed speed in practice either. Not only the last few years, but practice didn't look good, Kelly.
Well, it's interesting in talking to Brad's crew chief, Paul Wolfe, he noted that, hey, we had a couple wins, but they came kind of in our early stages of our partnership together. Lately, it's been kind of frustrating, but he pointed to this spring race when they had a really solid day. They were running top 10, top 5 most of the day. It was a black flag, remember, at the end of that spring race after confusion on a restart that cost them the finish there, but they were definitely feeling optimistic tonight. He said, I think we're in the box, a couple right adjustments, and we'll have a shot at this.
And even with a little more laps on the tires of the 18 of Kyle Busch, he continues to work his way and close the gap between himself and Kyle Busch, or Brad Keselowski.
Are we surprised?
No.
It's
an 8-time winner here. I think he can figure out how to get around.
Well, listen, the competition also knows he has more laps on his tires. And he's sitting there running the second or the third or the fourth fastest lap time on the racetrack every lap with a fair amount more laps on tires. So they know they're going to have to go to work if they're going to beat Kyle tonight.
That's for 5th. Martin Truex Jr. and being chased by Kyle Larson. Keselowski with a half a second lead over Kyle Busch, then a second and a half back to Chase Elliott. Eric Jones, Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, all up in the top 6.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the left side of your screen running in the 8th position. Blaney 9th. Just behind them, Clint Boyer, Kurt Busch, and how about Kenny Hamlin back up to the 12th position?
6 seconds back from race leader Brad Keselowski. All on the lead lap still. Ryan Newman, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez, David Reagan, William Byron, Daniel Hemrick, Joey Logano. So 20 cars on the lead lap. And we heard Kyle Busch make a comment, we could have a long green flag run here. Could it spread out? And a big run for a few of these cars to stay on the lead lap. Keselowski trying to put guys a lap down.
Could we get a long run? Yes. Is it going to spread out? No.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, look at it. I mean, it's just cars everywhere. And it's going to be like that all night. There's no way to escape.
Look at this. Alex Bowman in the 88 with some issues.
Oh, way up the racetrack. Got free on corner entry. Contact. See right here, he enters really high and already loose.
Between Chase Elliott, Eric Jones, and Martin Truex Jr. Look at this, side by side. And Elliott's able to hold off Eric Jones, but Jones now getting aggressive. Marty.
Rick, you guys talk about the possibility of a long run. That would be fine with Eric Jones. Many people felt in the garage area that in practice, Jones had the best long run car. When I talked to Chris Gale, his crew chief, he said, Eric feels like this is his best racetrack, and I agree. When you bring a young driver with confidence to a track, you know that means a lot, Rick.
And he has a lot of confidence. Still trying to get to victory lane in 2019. Kyle Busch We mentioned it restarting up front. Fans love it here at Bristol. At least that one does. You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol. This telecast presented by Wendy's. And there's a gap between 1 and 2. Brad Keselowski still leading here at Bristol. And Kyle Busch up to second.
Yeah, and he has had quite the race. Remember, the first car to go out qualifying, that kind of forced him to have a poor lap. Started 31st, went a lap down, lap 78. And then the battle raged for lap after lap after lap with the 22 of Logano as well as Paul Menard. He finally got the free pass on lap 198. Now he's all the way up to the second position.
And for some updates, let's go to Marty.
How about the run for Ryan Newman and his race team? Hard to believe, Rick, that just a few weeks ago, they were below the cut line. -2 out of the playoffs. Today scoring stage points and running well right now. And remember how they've been able to finish races this year as well. Newman finished top 10 here in the spring right now. Looking good playoff-wise, Kelly, +17.
We've mentioned Bubba Wallace a couple of times doing a great job easily staying on the lead lap. That in spite of having a car that he said just has the wrong setup. He wants a completely different package next time they come here. And he's been a little bit annoyed with how some of the lap traffic has been racing. And remember, he wants a little bit more respect. And one other thing, Dave, what is it like to pull a lap around Bristol? Bubba Wallace has said he's been holding his breath the whole time. Has to remember to breathe.
I was holding my breath watching Daniel Suarez with this view from the helmet cam trying to win the last stage, but he didn't overdo it. Kurt Busch won, probably had a better line to start with. Daniel didn't overdo it. Remember what he told us before the race started today? You've got to be smart and avoid the wreck. This is tight right here, Parker.
And Dave, another driver has to be smart is William Byron back in 18th. That might not sound that impressive, but this is exactly what Chad Knaus's crew chief wanted to have. He told me before the race, I just want to run all 500 laps, maybe get a top 15 finish, and come out here in a solid point position. Right now, he's 11, 82 points to the good in the playoffs.
And look at the playoff points as they run. Again, right there, 15th, 16th, 17th. Very, very close. Just 3 points separating Clint Boyer and Daniel Suarez as they're running on the track. Again, it will only be 2 races after tonight to determine the field of 16 that will run for the championship.
These 3 drivers, and actually 4 drivers, Kyle Larson just outside of your shot. There he is. They have been going at it, man. And Matty D behind them. This has been a crazy race. They'll run the top, they're in the bottom. They keep switching about every lap, Marty.
I mean, if you're sitting here at Bristol, Jeff, it's like, what battle do I watch? I mean, this one has been terrific with these 4 race cars. But Truex just said something very interesting, Jeff, a moment ago. He said, I have no front tires left. We're currently 49 laps into this run. We've seen a couple of right fronts let go here at Bristol so far today. So would that worry you? And would you maybe drive a little differently, knowing front tires are kind of losing their feel right now?
Yeah, you know, losing the field is more just, you know, I wouldn't say it's really, really tight. If I got really tight, I'd be worried about the right front because I'd feel like I'd hurt that right front tire. But see Truex is riding along with him. Look at that moment. I mean, he drove in the corner. His hands were nice and straight. Felt like everything was great. And then all of a sudden, around the car goes. So, you know, you just heard him say he's starting to not feel the front tires. Well, you're going to free it up with the car sideways like that? I don't think so. You'll really be in trouble.
A great battle continuing between Elliott, Truex, Jones, and Larson. Parker.
And guys, another Joe Gibbs car that might be struggling a little bit handling-wise right now is the 18 of Kyle Busch. He's lost about a second to our leader, Keselowski, there, and he just said it and came across radio and said, I'm starting to lose thrust in the back again. Remember, this car was very loose early on this race. They went a lap down, they fought back, but he's starting to have it get a little loose right now, Marty.
Parker teammate Eric Jones running, of course, the bottom right now, but a lot of spotters talking about how fast he is running that high line. And, Jeff, when I mean he's running the high line, when Eric Jones commits to it, it's that. He is on the wall. You mentioned a moment ago, he is pushing the limits of that high line.
All right, so here you go. What is he doing different? His corner entry, look how much racetracks he uses on corner entry. Very similar to Chase Elliott, but watch the exit. That time Chase Elliott ran the same exit. He moved it up. So the last 15, 20 laps, Eric Jones, look how high he is on corner exit of turn 2. He just moved that exit up further than everybody else. Now, Chase Elliott, He got the message. He has changed his line, and he's moved his exit up as well. What's the danger to do that, okay? Here's the danger. If they get right here, if they get a foot higher, they're in the marbles. The track has full of tire buildup, and if you get out of that groove, you're going to make contact with the wall because you're going to lose grip.
Well, you see Brad Keselowski in the 2 right here behind the 51 dealing with traffic. Well, this was just a lap ago. The 21 up in front of him, contact with the front of Brad Keselowski. I think it looked like too much damage, but I'm sure that got his attention.
Keselowski, race leader at Bristol, as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado. With 50 industry firsts, it's the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever.
Car Hop Classic for just $2.99 is the perfect 1-2 punch of flavor and value.
Time that!
You need a trainer to help you eat the burger?
Hey, stay out of this. Don't get in my head, man. There's barely room for me in there.
Hurry in and try quarter-pound double cheeseburger or 6-inch Philly plus tots for $2.99.
Races don't start with a victory lap. There are no shortcuts. It takes dedication and commitment to be the best, and a knowing that if it was easy, everyone would do it. At WeatherTech, we're driven every day to make the best vehicle protection on the planet. And just like our best days on the track, nothing beats WeatherTech.
I'm gonna be a ballerina.
Good, better, Emma. Answer to new.
I want to be president.
And the winner for president is Emma Williamson.
I'm going to start a juice bar.
Emma, the numbers are looking really good. You can start a juice bar.
At U.S. Bank, we believe hard work works. And for everyone working toward a goal, we are here to help.
My mom never let me eat this much cookie dough.
What would she say if she saw you eating this big scoop cookie dough blast?
I don't know. Why ask her?
Don't tell your father.
Oh, naughty, naughty.
Hurry in and scoop up our new cookie dough treats. Try order ahead to get happy hour anytime.
Rookie driver Jeff Gordon is about to be tested under fire.
Davey Allison heading for the checkered.
Now it's DW at the head of the parade.
Earnhardt's got her in the win. 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion.
The winner of the Dublin 500, Neil Bonnet.
Here comes Alan Kulwicki, the new Winston Cup champion.
Celebrate the 90s with Darlington Raceway on Labor Day weekend. To purchase tickets, call 866-459-RACE or visit darlingtonraceway.com.
Just 172 laps to go. Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol Motor Speedway. Want to take a look at Ram trucks built to serve.
How many examples do you need? Don't ever give up. Kyle Busch running second. He's been a lap down. 11's been laps down. He's up to 9th. Continue to battle back.
Hit on the right yellow, Steve. Yeah. We've seen already. If you have the right pit strategy, it can help you a great deal. The wrong pit strategy can set you back.
And be aggressive late. I think you need to know who's racing for points. Who's out here stressed trying to make the push on them, lean on them. All right, so here, one name stands out. You see right there, 113 laps for Kyle Busch. Why does that matter? He has less fuel than everyone else. We talk about Bristol. The long runs can happen. Kyle Busch doing great. Great pit strategy. 150, 155, maybe with some yellows, 160. Hoping for a yellow in the next 40 laps or so.
See, we showed Eric Jones a minute ago pushing that outside, and I said the danger is jumping over it. There you go. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got his right sides a little bit too high. You can see all those marbles up against the wall. That's what happened to him, trying to push that exit up. Contact with the wall cost him 2 positions.
Stenhouse Jr. now running in the 11th spot. Denny Hamlin was able to get by him, moved up to 9th. Blaney running in the 10th position. Keselowski has a half a second lead over Kyle Busch. Then it's Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson all in the top 5.
So, Jeff, help me on the fatigue. Eric Jones talked about it. There's the 20 right there. 74 laps. This green flag run here currently. Now we're later into the race. 334 complete. Are these drivers starting to feel some fatigue?
Well, that's the thing. You got this long run late in the race, right? So you already have the fatigue from being run so many laps. Now you get this long run late in the race. And, yes, this place is physically demanding. Very difficult racetrack, Marty.
Hey, and to add to that, Chris Gill just told him a moment ago, we're halfway on tires here. They're halfway through that run, so 76 straight laps. And then you get on the radio, Jeff, oh, you're just halfway through the run. You got 75 more to go.
I love Bristol. You talk about the physical nature of this racetrack. We see drivers a lot of times take their hands off the wheel. Watch this. Watch Martin Truex Jr. just flexing his hand a little bit. Your hand's on that grip in the wheel so tight, your hand actually will start to cramp up just a little bit.
It was interesting to see his eyes, too, because he was looking right off the A post, almost up. It almost looked like he was looking up through the windshield because of the banking at this racetrack.
Your hand actually can go numb. It's almost like almost carpal tunnel, where your hand gets numb a little bit. You got to just stretch your hand out.
And out front, it's Brad Keselowski. We want to go through the field. We'll start with Kelly.
And remember the hot start that Brad Keselowski got off to this season, 3 wins, but now Gucci Paul Wolf says it has been a rough stretch through these summer months, and it's been a little bit frustrating for this 2 team. They're just looking to get some momentum back on their side. A win would certainly do that. One thing to note, they do see a little bit of damage on the front end of that 2 car, so they'll be ready to make a repair when they come to pit road, Parker.
Kelly, I spoke to Adam Stevens before the race today, and I asked him, how cool is it to win here? How successful you guys have been? He said, it's awesome, but it sucks to lose here. We have found every way to lose. They are hoping not to pit under green and find themselves lapped down and losing this race, Marty.
Parker, as promised, Eric Jones so quick on this long run, trying to get to his teammate Kyle Busch and showing terrific discipline running the high line. The team has gained 57 points over the cut line in the last 5 races, having another solid one tonight, Dave.
Chase Elliott, 33 laps led on the night, and the 9 car still very good, running that high line out, trying to hold off Larson. Larson's going to get him there with a tremendous run off the corner. The back end is swinging just a little bit for the 9 driver, Marty.
I asked Kyle Larson earlier, Dave, is this your favorite short track? He said, favorite short track? It's my favorite track, period. He's been playing with the brake bias, but saying that, you know what, the balance between the bottom and the top, much closer than it's been all night long. Martin Truex Jr., you saw him flex that hand a moment ago, saying he is having trouble feeling the front tires. Car's been a little bit tighter for Truex Jr., who's had 52 laps, having a nice run at Bristol. Traditionally not one of his best racetracks, Parker.
And Marty, what a great run for Matt DiBenedetto. It's been highly publicized what happened this week. He will not be in this car next year. And, I spoke to crew chief Mike Wheeler and asked him what was Matt's mental state at the moment. He said, during the week he was a little down, and I was worried about him. But when we got to this racetrack and we were really fast, you could see the pep in his step. He knew the opportunity in front of him, and he's taking hold, Marty.
Parker, what did Mike Bugger-Ravich say after that spin earlier? We got to go to work now. Boyer has answered the bell on that. They have been quick, mostly running the top and getting that high line to work for him. He's one of only 3 drivers to finish top 10 in all 3 short track races this year, running there now, Kelly.
Been a good recovery for Denny Hamlin. This 11 team, remember, they had damage early in the race. Follow that up with a loose wheel. We're 2 laps down. Have now worked their way back inside the top 10. They're trying to keep alive that streak of top 5 finishes. They've had 5 of them, including a win. The key, Chris Gabehart says, is the team's having fun, Dave.
Still working on the 12 car, trying to make it a race winner for Ryan Blaney. Latest report was got the back end so far out of the track. We hear that a lot, guys. What does he mean by that?
And a pass for the lead. Is it going to happen? No. Kyle Busch makes the run to the low side of the track. Can't get by Keselowski. But now the momentum back in the hands of the 18.
Kyle Busch has been working the bottom of the racetrack. Brad Keselowski's doing a nice job. Oh, he jumps the cushion. Just what you talked about, Jeff. A little too high in the middle of the corner. That may be enough.
Will the 18 be able to get by him? Now the 18 with traffic in front of him.
It's a race to these lap cars. They're not lap cars, but these cars are trying to lap. Who can get to them first, and then when they get to them, what are they going to be able to do?
Keselowski and Busch door to door as they continue to fight around Bristol, and now as Keselowski gets loose, Busch up front.
Keselowski struggling with this car on this long run. It's starting to go away.
Well, we just heard Dave ask, You reported Blaney, the back of the car, out of the racetrack. It looks like his teammate, the two of Brad Keselowski's having the same idea. That tells me he's loose. When the back of the car is out of the racetrack, he doesn't have grip. Oh, and Kyle Busch is going to get stuck behind a couple cars up top, and Brad's going to go back to the top.
Oh, 18, he stood in the front. Here comes Eric Jones. Eric Jones has been flying. Look how much ground he's made up.
Kyle Busch had to hit the brakes hard so he wouldn't make contact, and now Keselowski up front. But here comes Eric Jones. Jones up to third now. The battle for the lead once again heating up. Push to the inside.
Straight back to the bottom of the racetrack for Kyle Busch. That's where he's been better than Keselowski. Back in front.
The pass completed. Now Kyle Busch stays to the bottom. Sees William Byron running that higher line, and that's where Keselowski's been running all night.
So what can Eric Jones do? Eric Jones is, look how much higher he is on corner exit. Can he jump the outside of the two on exit?
Listen to the 18 radio.
Hey, just if we get close to green flag, pit stop for all of us. Give me a little advance notice. Like, yeah, we're only like 50 laps away right now. We'll be the first one since we see 25 laps left fuel. Yeah.
Well, we talked about it, the 18 of Kyle Busch. This is how he got this track position. He stayed on the racetrack. But last time he was on pit road was lap 217. Look at the top of your screen. Lap 358. They can go 150, maybe 160 laps. So while the 18 is looking good and has the lead, he's gonna need a yellow, Rick. Multiple laps you'll lose at Bristol if you pit under green.
He's gonna have to pit here pretty soon.
I wish there were more ways to win at this. Like how FanDuel gives you more ways to win every week this fantasy season.
Exactly. With single-game contests, you can play just the matchups you really care about.
There's more ways to win this season with single-game contests on FanDuel. Make your first deposit and get a $20 bonus.
This is a payday bar, and there's only one thing you need to know about it. It has a truckload of peanuts surrounding sweet caramel. I mean, holy, look at all those peanuts. Best part is it helps you get through your day. Payday. Get to it.
With Jimmy Johnson and Hendrick Motorsports. Never stop chasing. That's how you do it right.
This summer, you could check everything off the to-do list, like book a table at the hottest new restaurant. Go see the biggest shows at the coolest venues. Or you could take it from summer's favorite beer and just throw that checklist to the breeze and let yourself summer.
Are you ready to roll for Big Machine Vodka 400 weekend at the Brickyard? Are you ready for the grit, the glory, the grandeur? For 25 years of tradition and 1 yard of bricks? For country music's biggest stars? And one last shot at the NASCAR playoffs? The stage is set for Big Machine Vodka 400 weekend at the Brickyard, September 4th through 8th. Tickets at IMS.com.
So many things happening. You saw it all on NASCAR Nonstop. The caution has come out, though, for Alex Bowman in the 88.
See, he drives into turn one. Everything's fine. Right there, you saw the sparks. Tire down. Then they just stack up behind him. Look at that. Tried to get it slowed down.
Also, the 19 of Truex Jr. had an issue on the right side. Looks as though a tire went down for him.
This was a right front. Listen. You're unwinding. That's the tire. The tire's actually unwinding. You can hear that noise.
And Jeff, remember what we had talked about Truex saying he no longer had the feel of the front tires, felt like they were going away way too quickly. Then the contact with the wall, they came down pit road, took on that right front. But you see that damage for Alex Bowman, Rick, and also Joey Logano.
Yeah, Logano nowhere to go, slammed into the back of the 88.
So the interesting thing, the 88 had a left front down, and the Truex had a right front down.
It's hard to say. You see so much damage around the car. Was it a rub? We've seen beating and banging all night long. But guys, we can't stress enough how big of a break this was for the 18 of Kyle Busch. he had to have this yellow to get fuel in that 18 car, Marty.
And you see the guys on the backstretch coming down pit road. Kyle Busch trailed by his teammate Eric Jones. Eric saying the car excellent there, but a little bit too tight towards the end of that run, so small air pressure adjustment coming for him. Meanwhile, for Kyle Larson, who led 62 laps early in this race, he said, we're just giving up so much time early in the run with how free the car is. It's great at the end of the run, but they go down on the track bar trying to tighten it up in the early part, Parker.
A great run continues for Matt DiBenedetto in that 95. Taking out a 6th place, he's still a bit too loose. And then, Steve, you said it. What a big break for the 18th car of Kyle Busch. You could hear them on the radio how excited they were to have that caution, Kelly.
The 2 for Brad Keselowski started off a little bit loose, but ended tight. They've got to put a patch on the nose of that car. There was damage from earlier contact with the 21.
And this is building up to be a great finish at Bristol. We saw Kyle Busch and Eric Jones hold their position, but we've also seen hitting the wall, running into the back of other cars, a lot of beating and banging. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. Ace Hardware, the helpful place. And by Wendy's Spicy Nuggets. Wendy's, we got you. Ruts, it seems as though you are hovering around the Mobile One Peacock pit box this entire race.
You know what? I've been all over the place. I was just down at the end of pit road. I hustled down here, but I was wondering, you know, Steve, we know every racetrack is loud, but this has allowed us. I keep seeing a lot of teams use these whiteboards. How are people communicating differently here at Bristol?
I like a good whiteboard, sticky notes. And then, you know, a great way to communicate, I used to have a whole box of Sharpies. Because, you know, when you can't get somebody's attention to handle the sticky note, just toss a Sharpie.
You throw the Sharpie.
That's the best. That's the best. Dale, we agree with my man, Rut. We missed you up here, buddy.
We missed you, my friend.
Heck yes.
But thank you, by the way, for all the texts. We've been enjoying them this entire race. Side by side is 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars. Kyle Busch, Eric Jones.
Keselowski with a really slow start on the inside.
Talk about pit stops from here. Oh,
look at all the smoke coming out of Larson.
Yeah, left front fender rub on the 42. It looked like as he went down to the corner. We'll see if it continues. It does. A tremendous amount of smoke.
We got heavy left front smoke. Still inside smoke.
Clear damage though. It's on the top of the fender. It looks like it's rubbing down on top of that left front tire. And now battle for the lead. Here comes Eric Jones. Jones is going to pass Busch for the lead. And behind him, the 40 or the 34 of McDowell, you see heavy damage to the front of that car. He has made major contact with someone.
38 of David Reagan also involved. He stopped in the corner. You see damage to the left rear corner and the right side of the 48. While that damage may not look severe, you see that blue foam right there? Required by NASCAR. NASCAR's going to have to see if it has enough foam in it. If it doesn't, they'll have to put foam in and put a patch on it. There's the foam right there.
And the jacking post just looks like it's tore out of it too. How are they going to get the car jacked up?
And look at the playoff points. Or the right now playoff standings. 30 points out of 16th for Jimmy Johnson.
See right here. Oh, Blaney. You didn't even know Blaney was in it. He just goes absolutely straight up the racetrack.
Yeah,
I mean 17.
Yeah, look at all the
sparks.
Yeah, the sparks are flying out of it. That's a major failure. I don't know if it's a tire down or it almost looks like a mechanical issue, Steve.
Go there. Back up. Stay middle. Hell yeah. Good job.
Highlight reel of this race, if it was a ticker tape, it looked like a receipt at the grocery store. It had every coupon on it. It'd be 6 miles long. Something's happened to everyone.
Come back up.
Stenhouse Jr. was having a good run. Got just nowhere to go for him. Got shoved in a wall. Kelly.
So Denny Hamlin needed this caution because the last time they came down pit road, they were not sure that they got all the lug nuts tight on the right rear wheel. So I heard Chris Gabehart say they're going to call him down now while we got this caution so that they can tighten those and make sure they don't have another loose wheel like they had earlier in the race.
Guys, Blaney called into his crew. He believed he had a right front tire go down on the 12.
It went down quickly, Dave. I mean, all the sparks flying. The car just immediately fell.
11 to Denny Hamlin. It's a team sport, but it has been a rough night for the pit crew of the 11. This will be the second loose wheel of the night.
They're up on the wall. They will wait for the 11 to come down. And you're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol. This telecast presented by Wendy's. So excited to be here at the last great Coliseum. How about the history of Darlington? Yes, in 2 weeks we'll be back to the Lady in Black, Darlington Raceway, for NASCAR Throwback Weekend, the Southern 500 on NBCSN.
Southern 500. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, we wondered where that tire rub came from Kyle Larson as he drives through all that speedy drive. They're waiting for pit road to open. They will come down pit road and fix that. But we found where that came from. That's actually the rear tire carrier there of Eric Jones' team. And right there, the contact doesn't look like very much, but it was enough to knock that left front fender in on top of the tire. That's where the damage came from. They are going to come down pit road and fix it here with Kyle Larson. But crazy, all the stuff that's happening here at Bristol on the track and on pit road as well. There's contact.
Now, Steve, could that fix itself? I mean, the movement of the wheel, could it push that fender back out because the tire pushed it in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say no, but normally what happens is it gets so hot that it actually gets worse. It starts to shrink the sheet metal down onto the tire. I love this call. This is 121 laps to go. The 42 is plus 76 in the playoffs. You can't get caught up in the emotion. You go out there and you blow that tire, give up 30 points, you can make for a stressful 2 more weeks, Marty.
Yeah, Chad Johnson did not hesitate at all on what they actually are going to do. They said David Bryant, who's the car chief, he's going to go over and make sure that they fix that repair. I can see that left front is wrinkled just a little bit, not too much, enough so they can get it fixed. There they go with the hammers, taking care of that, making sure that everything is good for Kyle Larson. I think they'll be fine, and they know, to your point, Steve, they've had one of the best cars tonight. They want to be able to be in contention to win, Kelly.
And it sounds like they felt like they got 3 lug nuts secure. Weren't sure about the other 2 for Denny Hamlin, and it's the left rear, not the right rear. They told him not to slide his tires because they're just going to simply tighten them up, work a little bit more on that damage on the right side from earlier in the race.
That's a lot of loose wheels for one team in that 11 car. One thing that made that decision a little easier for Larson, only 13 cars in the lead lap.
Monster Energy Cup Series racing from Bristol Motor Speedway. Only 118 laps to go. What an incredible crowd here tonight. So excited to let you know there are over 13,000 camping sites that are around this facility and all sold out. So an amazing crowd once again here at Bristol. And one of the most coveted tickets in all of NASCAR, the night race here.
Rick, normally the population in Bristol is 26,000. It gets a lot higher on this night.
Yes, it does.
Well, Rick, we talked about it. It was going to be action-packed and action-filled. It started right away. Troubles with the 22 of Joe Logano. Has to pit for a flat tire. Gets behind. And then an accident. The 3 of the 48 gets stacked up. Catches the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Didn't have to have a roll-up. Right after that, he had problems earlier. That led to this wreck. Big Clint Boyer had trouble toward the end of the stage. Teammate Daniel Suarez squeezing by.
Fortunate for SHR, they're in all the highlights for all the wrong reasons. Here's another SHR car, Kevin Harvick. Good car early, drops a jack transmission. It's broken, and then right here, right front tire down on Martin Truex Jr. into the wall.
And then this, the most recent, see Ryan Blaney with the right front tire down. Poor Stenhouse just crammed in the wall, nothing he can do. They all stack up behind him, and they just keep coming. The hits keep on happening.
Playoff points, have tightened up, if you can believe it. Newman doing a really nice job, currently in the 10th position at plus 14, 10th on the racetrack, plus 14 in the standings. Suarez, one to the good, Boyer, one to the bad, and Jimmy Johnson, never in his career has he missed a NASCAR postseason. Never. 7 championships. Currently 31 points behind.
I think I can see the American flag on the moon. Rut.
Rick, it was about this point last night in the race that I noticed a photographer in turn 1 that I've not seen before. It was actually Bubba Wallace, who's down here taking pictures, getting kind of the groove of it, working out for his new camera. But I asked him when it was kind of quiet, I said, are you watching to see how people are getting into this turn? Are you trying to get some good photos for your friends? And he just laughed and said, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I don't know if it's that week of getting his new tattoo that he's got his boss's name on his thigh now, just getting the hang of it. But it was really cool to see him take that time to be here, to be a race fan, and also shoot some good pictures with his camera.
A lot of hobbies for Bubba Wallace. He also an avid drummer, loves to get behind the drums, and of course photography. Then of course the Richard Petty tattoo. Richard Petty signed his arm at Victory Junction when they were there for the camp, and he made the comment on social media, if it gets retweeted 43,000 times, he would actually have it tattooed on his body. Well, it did over 43,000 retweets, and now he has a permanent tattoo of Richard Petty.
What a cool paint scheme. U.S. Air Force.
Yep, Warthog, the A-10 Warthog for the U.S. Air Force. And they're lining back up 2 by 2. It's Eric Jones and Kyle Busch making up row 1. Then Elliot DiBenedetto. What a run for Matt DiBenedetto. Making the comment this week that he is not going to be coming back to Levine Family Racing in 2020.
Our guys have done some great research. Watch the 12 and the 8 coming off the corner together. Right here, a little bit of contact. And then as he drives into turn 1, tire down into the wall.
Yeah, taking the 17 with him of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Eric Jones on the outside. Kyle Busch on the inside. Great restart for Jones. They're side by side for third. Elliott and DiBenedetto. DiBenedetto making a run on the high side. DiBenedetto taking second away from Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch had a moment in the corner. Had to really catch the car. Got very loose.
Eric Jones first, Matty D second. The 2 drivers that have been in all the conversation about who's going to drive what car.
And now DiBenedetto chasing down, or trying to chase down, that 20 of Jones. Parker.
And all that's been said about where Matt is going next year, he's unsure, but he told me, you know, my one objective is to win a race, to prove that I deserve to be in a winning car. And that move right there was awesome and shows the talent that Matt DiBenedetto has and how much he wants to win.
And Parker, meanwhile, for Eric Jones, the guy out front, the entire time, all this controversy in air quotes has been going on, he said, I'm not worried. I know what's happening next year. I'm not going to let it affect my racing. And sort of since all that talk began, look at the streak the 20 team has been on. Top 5 after top 5, and here he is, possibly staring down his first win of 2019.
We saw Matty D make that big move on the outside. Well, here's why. Look at Kyle Busch, how loose he was on corner entry. I think it's important to remember that this is the first time that Kyle Busch and his team have taken off on new tires in the front of the pack. Did they really know what to expect? Were they able to make the right changes because they've been in the back of the pack all night long? You do not run as quick into the corner in the back versus you do in the front.
Look at the 95 of Matt DiBenedetto. He has moved to the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4. I thought Eric Jones was going to block. He did not. This time, he does. He goes to the top. But look how good this 95 is through the middle. He will turn underneath the 20 side by side into turn 1.
Matt DiBenedetto. His wife Taylor right now is actually watching from the grandstands, and she's cheering him on. DiBenedetto to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to steal the lead away from Jones.
Oh, he's inches away. He almost had him cleared. Couldn't quite pull up in front of him. Right now, he looks like he's got enough momentum. Clear. Oh, Jones in the wall.
Jones into the wall, and now Chase Elliott trying to avoid Matt DiBenedetto. He came out in driver introductions with a robe on that said Italian Stallion. And now Matt DiBenedetto leading at Bristol.
You see right there the 20 of Eric Jones got very loose, made contact. That was heavy contact, wasn't it, Steve?
Yeah, that is a lot of damage to the right rear corner of the 20 car.
20's on pit road. Matt DiBenedetto trying to pull away from Elliott. Marty.
And Ricky said, I've got to come in. You see that heavy right side damage, right rear damage as well for the 20 car. One of the best cars. Jeff, you talked about it, pushing it on the high line, and he made contact with the wall. Very heavy damage on that 20 car.
Huge damage. Just pushing a little too hard. Still 100 laps to go. But that's Bristol, right? You have to push it. You have to find your limit.
Steve, you and I are looking at each other, and I'm almost about ready to laugh because I remember sitting earlier today talking with Dale Jarrett, and Dale Jarrett said, you know what? Wouldn't it be amazing if Matt DiBenedetto could come out and win this race?
What does the guy have to do? What does he have to do to get a ride, to stick in a ride? I'm not disagreeing with the decision the 95 made. I understand it's very complicated. I don't question that car. I question all the other cars in the garage here. I could give you a list of drivers that should be scared to death of Matty D because he deserves their seats. He is outperforming them week in and week out at the toughest racetracks, at the road courses, at the high banks of Bristol. When it comes down to driver and driver's racetrack, Matty D finds a way to help this 95 get to the front.
And Steve, think of who he just passed. That was a Joe Gibbs car and Eric Jones. And that car, the 95, is a generation older Joe Gibbs car. That is not the exact same equipment as Joe Gibbs Racing. Their affiliation isn't that close, as crew chief Mike Wheeler told me. So it just adds in the effect, what does this guy have to do to get one of those top rides? He's beating them with older equipment.
So listen, we talk a lot about Matt DiBenedetto on this team. What about Wheels? What about Mike Wheeler? Remember, he was with Denny Hamlin last year. No, I don't think you're good enough to get this done, so he went over there, and now he has Matty D in front of this pack.
We talked about it being a fight. Well, a fighter's out front right now.
Best tailgate, brisket.
No, real football y pollo asado.
Hoops and wings. Dude, subs.
Hot dogs.
Chili dog.
No, Dodger dog.
It's gotta be crawfish.
Now you're talking. Burgers.
7-layer dip. Ribs. No contest.
Hummus.
What?
You need a hot grill.
And an ice-cold Coke.
Of course.
Football and Coke. Come on.
It's got to be Coke.
Game day. Race day.
Coast for Coke. You know it.
Grab yourself a Coke.
It's Tailgate 101.
3, 2, 1.
Choosing my car insurance was the easiest decision ever. I switched to Geico and saved hundreds. That's a win. But it's not the only reason I switched. Geico's a company I can trust, with over 75 years of great savings and service. Now that's a win-win.
Switch to Geico. It's a win-win.
Getting to know you. Getting to know
Will you have lunch with me?
I don't believe it.
American phenom Christian Pulisic makes his home pitch debut. Premier League mornings, Chelsea, Leicester, tomorrow, 11:30 on NBCSN.
And make sure to stay tuned for post-race coverage on NBCSN from Bristol Motor Speedway. Then after the post-race show, stick around for Mika Auctions from Monterey, California. What a party it will be, really, for anyone who ends up winning this race. It's such a difficult race to win, and there's so much prestige behind winning at Bristol. And right now, a great fight going on for the second position. Keselowski in third, Chase Elliott in second.
Chase Elliott's doing a nice job not only working through traffic, his car seems to work very good top or bottom of the racetrack. I think that's helping the 9 as they catch traffic. He seems to gap the 2 of Brad Keselowski. I think that's really kind of the goal, right? Get through traffic better than the leader, Matt DiBenedetto, in the 95.
And look at this, Matt DiBenedetto going by the 20 of Eric Jones, who had an issue just after Matt had passed him. Let's listen into the 95 radio.
Go, make something quick tonight, make the most of it, execute all night, get them all tight all night. Got a good shot, obviously. Let's make the most of it. Sounds good. All I got for you guys. Let's go kick some ass.
Of course, that was at the beginning, before the race even started. Steve, what now, as a crew chief, do you say to Matt DiBenedetto, who's looking 79 laps away from maybe his first ever win?
Nothing. I'm off the radio. This is driver and spotter. Action's too quick, too much traffic. I trust my race car driver, and staying off the radio will prove it. I'll count down the laps as I always would. At this point, probably 75 to go, then a 50 to go, maybe 25 and 5 on down from there. But I think at this point, you've done the work. Matty D has shown he belongs up here. I think silence says more than anything you could say on the radio.
I want to treat this race with 78 to go the same way we treated it with 20 to go, or with 200 to go, with 400 to go. Like we're still at the race, right? Just do your deal. If you start doing something different right now, that's not in your best interest. Trust the driver. Let him go do what he needs to do. Now, if you have a driver you can't trust, then you got to walk you through it a little bit. But you can trust this one.
You can trust it, but that's all fine, Jeff. But let's be clear. He has never, ever been in this position in this type of race. And what I mean by that is traffic. I'm not talking, he can drive. I don't question his speed, but the decisions in and out of traffic, top, bottom, how he moves through traffic, because Chase Elliott is right there. He's not on his bumper to pass him, but a mistake and Chase Elliott will pounce.
So listen, he could make a mistake and pick the wrong line in traffic, but so could Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
So could a guy that's won many championships. I believe that as a driver with 74 to go trying to win my first Cup race, I'd rather have chaos. I'd rather have all this stuff going on because it helps me focus. What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about everything that's around me. I think that actually makes the situation a little more easy. And Wills, as crew chief, we just talked about it. He's been here before. Yeah. He's won Cup races. It's not the first time he's been here.
Looks pretty comfy right there. Pretty intense. I mean,
pretty relaxed.
Pretty chatty guy right now, isn't he, Rick?
I mean, there's been so much conversation about Matt, and rightfully so.
Sure.
But Wills has done a great job of going to this team, right? He left Joe Gibbs racing, this juggernaut. He left them and went here and has helped build this team to what it is today so they can be here.
You want to know some other drivers that really care how this race finishes? This 95 car wins the race. He's in the playoffs. I mean, look at this. He's leading the race, so we have him in currently right there. Boom. That knocks out Suarez and Clint Boyer and puts the 6 of Ryan Newman barely in. You want to talk about the heat being turned up at the cut line? This win right here would be huge. Parker.
And Steve, as Jeff, you were just talking about the great job that Mike Luer is doing. When I talked to him, when I asked him that exact question about going to this smaller team, he said, when I walked in the shop in December, there wasn't a car there. And he said, you know, the reason it's taken us so long to maybe get our performance up is just the simple processes that you need to set up within a race team that just were not there that I knew from Joe Gibbs Racing. But remember, this is a bit of redemption for him, too, to kind of prove that he can go there and take this smaller team and do what they're doing right now after getting let go from that juggernaut at Joe Gibbs Racing, or at least removed from that 11 car.
And Parker, the reason that we've said coming into this race that Matt DiBenedetto, we've talked a lot about him, he's had success at this racetrack. This is where he got his first top 10 finish. Back in 2016, he finished 6th, was so emotional, said, you know what, for me and this team, it's like a win. Finishing 6th at Bristol against this competition, I feel like we won the race.
Well, he might get a chance to feeling what winning really feels like. Just a quick update so everybody understands. These leaders were all on pit road lap 366, so fuel shouldn't be an issue. If this race goes green, the last 65 laps, these drivers should be able to do it. We have seen some tires issues, some different guys over the course of the race, so I don't know if, everyone can make it all the way to the finish, but we're going to have to see.
So let's don't count him out.
No.
All right, so Denny Hamlin has had a crazy night, right? Up, down, loose wheels. Here he is in fourth. And by the way, when he's running fourth in clean traffic, clean racetrack, Denny Hamlin has fast car on a racetrack. So still with 63 to go, he can go run Matty D down. He's not that far away to go get running down. We don't know who's going to have the best car at the end of this long run. And we've seen at Bristol many times late in a run, the gap can close very quickly. Denny Hamlin is running them down.
Longest green flag run tonight has been 104 laps. There's 62 laps to go. We're currently 52 laps into this one, so that's 113 laps. It would be the longest green flag run.
It would be. We've talked a lot about the 95 leading the race. Some other guys that have had a hectic night but doing a nice job. The 41 of Daniel Suarez, currently in 9th position, 439 laps around Bristol. He's on the lead lap. Right behind Suarez is Blaney, somehow still on the lead lap after that big accident. Then how about Newman back there at 11th, Hemrick at 12th? Some names having some great runs here at the Bristol Night Race.
Darrell Wallace in 14th. Hey, man, 60 to go, 59 to go. These guys have been taxed. They've been pushed to the limit. We talk about making mistakes in traffic. Some of that's emotional. You're exhausted right now. This is a long, long night. This is when you have to be the sharpest. You cannot let being tired be an excuse of making a mistake.
What a transition it has been. It's the night race at Bristol. And, of course, starts around 7:30, so there's daylight. And what a transformation it has been here at Bristol, and what a transformation it will be for a career if Matt DiBenedetto can stay out front.
When you know what's behind you, beside you, and up ahead, you can keep your mind on bigger things. Safety first, and second, and throughout the all-new Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2019 Truck of the Year.
Now get 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Ram 1500 Classic models in dealer stock.
Okay, so what are we thinking today?
I just need a churro.
Okay, well, luckily you are in great hands. Perfect.
The $1 stylist deal.
Is that it?
That's it.
Or you could get a real deal. McDonald's buy one, get one for $1 deal is here. Buy one of your faves and choose another for just an extra buck. Choose from the Big Mac, filet of fish, quarter pounder with cheese, and 10-piece chicken McNuggets, but only for a limited time.
It's a familiar feeling. The first chill in the summer air. Each day shorter than the last. The crops are done growing, and the antlers are too. Your groups are getting smaller, and they better, because your tag just came in the mail. This is what you live for. It's your season. So head to Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's for the Fall Hunting Classic sale and event. It's your chance to gear up at big savings. Your adventure starts here.
Large popcorn, please. I'll just take your hat size, your favorite childhood pet, your least favorite cousin. Did you guys meet online? How long have you been dating? Is that your natural hair
Tired of
color?
being asked for too much information? At Credit One Bank, we keep it simple. Just enter your name and last 4 digits of your social security number to see if a platinum credit card offer is waiting for you. Earn 1% cashback rewards on everyday eligible purchases with the official credit card of NASCAR. Visit GoCreditOne.com or text NASCAR to 99000.
The past is never past at Darlington.
This is Darlington International Raceway, the granddaddy of them all.
It is a 180-mile-an-hour historical pageant of legendary cars, hot shoe drivers, and beauty queens. It is a one-of-a-kind, last-of-its-kind living throwback to the great age of racing.
He'll add his name to the legends that have won at Darlington.
It was and is the real thing, brother.
46 36 laps to go at Bristol. You're watching Monster Energy Cup Series racing. This telecast presented by Wendy's. And Denny Hamlin, you guys have talked about him. He's been on the move. He's already up to second now. He was able to get by Keselowski and Chase Elliott. You saw that in NASCAR nonstop. Now, 1.5 seconds behind Matt DiBenedetto.
Key is going to be, with this much time left, he's going to have to clear Hemrick pretty quickly. Matty D's been able to get by Hemrick, been able to get by Bubba Wallace. 2 lap cars in front of that. Denny Hamlin's going to have to actually clear them quicker as these laps wind down.
44 laps to go. DiBenedetto in front of Denny Hamlin. And way up against the wall was Hamlin. We talked about that cushion and running as high as these cars are running, and they just could slip over. We saw the 11 get awfully close to running into the wall there.
Here you go. Here's the shot. That's the ground he has to make up. He was able to get by Keselowski and Chase relatively quickly, but now he's had trouble getting through lap traffic.
And remember how difficult it is. We just saw Ryan Newman in front of Matt DiBenedetto. He's normally one of the hardest guys to get by on a racetrack. Look at this move.
So 47 of Priest, he had a huge moment on the exit there. Almost spun out in front of Hamlin.
Oh, look at this right here.
Newman, he doesn't want to give up the spot.
And that cost the 95 a ton of time right there. 5-6 car lengths given up to the 11, and Newman still on his outside.
Look at this. Oh, a little contact even.
Yeah, did it damage that left front tire?
Clear.
And you see, though, that white number 11.
Yes. The left front of the 95 bent in. Will it affect that left front tire?
How much ground did that help the 11?
Now the 95 has some clean air in front of him. He needs to get going because the 11 only has him and the 6 of Newman between him and Matty D.
There he is. There's Denny Hamlin. You mentioned it. It's helped him gain a lot of ground.
0.8 of a second separate the top 2. Now, how difficult will it be for Newman? Well, Newman doesn't have to hold off Denny Hamlin, but he's going to try because Ryan Newman doesn't like to let anyone by him.
And that lap in clean air. Hamlin was faster than the 95. Reasonably same position on the racetrack.
36 laps to go. Now 35. Can Hamlin get by Newman? He's on his back bumper.
He had a big run right there, but he just couldn't turn left because that 27 car was there.
Now he's to the outside of the 6. Can he clear him as he goes into the corner?
All right, this is the first time on corner exit. When the 95 looks in his mirror, he's only going to see the 11. No more lap cars, no more protection. 15 car lengths, 34 laps between here and Matt's first win at the Cup level.
And both have clean air, so now we get a really good idea where they are on speed. That lap, Hamlin a 10.5 quicker than Matty D.
You mentioned the cushion. Look how high the 11 is. He's using every inch of available concrete.
One thing I like about that, another 10.5. The one thing I like about that, as this run gets longer and longer, I think that's going to even become better. I think that's going to help the 11 car. See how high he is? He's not turning the wheel of his car as much, and this is not helping Matty D, even if it's not tire damage. That is downforce, and say what you want. On this racetrack, it's fast. Any loss of downforce can hurt you.
So, Steve, 14 laps. Pressure tires for Denny Hamlin. Is that helping him at all?
I don't know. We haven't seen tires matter a whole lot. I mean, pressure's better. I'm not going to say it's hurting. But we just saw the 11. You know, he was great early, had issues, got behind. Seems like they have worked on their car, adjusted their car, and now he's finally back up to the front. This is where I think the 11's so good. He can go to the bottom of the racetrack, and look how fast he is through the middle. I think that's a big difference through traffic.
We said it when this race started. Traffic would play a role, and it's going to. Who can clear the traffic? Right there, you saw Matt trying to turn underneath Austin Dillon, and it hurt him. The 11 car, look at the gain. Look at the gain he made. Now the 11's got to hope the 3 stays on the bottom so he can use that outside lane. That's exactly what he wanted. Matt did nothing wrong, right? That was just the timing of where the 3 was.
27 laps to go. Denny Hamlin, you could say this could possibly be his best year ever as he's reeling in Matt DiBenedetto. Hamlin started off the season winning the Daytona 500. It was his second one. He's already had a hole-in-one. He loves golf, one of his most passionate things to do as a hobby. And he's won at Texas and Pocono and starting to heat back up again as we're getting close to the playoffs. Kelly.
We talk about this incredible run that Denny Hamlin's been on. I talked to both his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, and his longtime spotter, Chris Lambert, and he told me this is uncharted territory for Denny. He said it's the best I've seen him in 8 years. He's switched in, he's plugged in, off track, on, off and on track. And he said, from the minute we plug in the radio for first practice of a weekend, I can hear it in his voice that he's ready to go.
How about the lane changes? So Matt has gone to the bottom of the racetrack. When he went to the bottom, I thought, what are you doing? Well, when he did it, he actually picked up a little bit of time. Denny Hamlin still running that top. Now Matt's going back to the top.
And a lot of lap traffic in front of Matt DiBenedetto now. He's got to work his way through this cleanly.
I have no doubt the 11 will get close to the 95. The question's got to come as it comes at all of these short tracks. What are you willing to do? What is the 95 willing to do to win his first race? If the 11 does get there, it's a big gap behind the 11. 4 seconds. I think these two, without a caution, they're going to fight it out between the two of them.
Well, if the 11 does get there, that makes the decision-making process of how do you get by slower cars that much more difficult, right? So right now, if Matty D makes a little bit of a bad choice, the 11's not right there. Can't really take advantage to get by him. But as the 11 gets closer, and if he gets to that rear bumper, the pressure ramps up quickly, Parker.
And guys, Rick, you mentioned how his wife Taylor's in the stands. Well, his best friend Ryan Ellis just tweeted that he was actually texting Taylor and asked her how she's doing, and all she texted back was, "I'm crying." You have to imagine emotions are high right now, coming in that 18 to go.
Even if he's not able to hold off Denny Hamlin, this is showing the rest of the NASCAR garage Matt DiBenedetto can run up front. And now, DiBenedetto to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Will the momentum work for him here? DiBenedetto up in front of him, blocking him. And now he takes his line away.
The 95 has to be very careful. I know he might think his car's better on the bottom, but I don't think you can give the 11 the top at this end of the racetrack. He doesn't. He goes up and takes the line away.
Like you said, what will they do? What will Denny Hamlin do? Will he put the bumper to the 95 to move him out of the way? 17, now 16 laps to go.
Oh, look how much better he was in the middle of the corner right there. Also, will Denny Hamlin change his line? Will he go to the bottom? I'd have to give it a shot, right? I'd have to go run the bottom one time and see what it gives me.
DiBenedetto trying to stay in front of this 11. Under 15 laps to go now.
Right now, we know the strength. The strength of the 11 car is on that end of the racetrack. See right here? Matty D's able to turn down. They're pretty equal over there. But on this end of the racetrack, there he goes. Denny Hamlin going to the bottom.
Well, the 11 gets up next to the 95, but he won't be able to compare as they started to catch traffic. They were battling in clean air, but here you go.
Look at this. Denny Hamlin behind the 52. That's going to slow him down just a bit. Matt DiBenedetto now 13 laps to go.
Next, I'm making lap time. Maintain it by 1.5. 12 to go when you get here.
DiBenedetto's story. He moved over to the 95. Said, give me a chance. I'm betting on the fact that I can win races. Here comes the 11. Now they're side by side for the lead. A little contact.
The 11 made that move because of this. He believes he can get there and maybe catch him. Use the 12 of Blaney as a pick.
Denny Hamlin now has the advantage. He's in front. Hamlin in front in Bristol.
Now all the pressure switches. It now switches to Hamlin. Now he's got to be perfect in traffic. He has the better car.
Trying to get by that 12 of Blaney. Remember, it's the 20th anniversary of Rattle His Cage. Well, what will DiBenedetto do? Can he get back to the back bumper of the 11?
Truex got completely out of the way.
Under 10 laps to go.
This could be a shot for the 95, the 48 up the racetrack. He gets out of the 11's way. Gets out of everyone's way.
The next car they're going to catch is the 1 car. Kurt Busch, he is in the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap in 9th.
And what will Kurt do? He's been in this position before. Will he allow the 11 to go by? It looks like he will. Classy move by a veteran to not get in the race for the lead.
Very much so.
Under 7 to go.
How about this fight from Denny Hamlin and his team tonight?
Telling you, 34 career wins. Something about him, I don't know what it is. One shot to win a championship. He had a chance, went heads up with Jimmy Johnson. It wasn't his way, but look at the perseverance of his day. He leads right away. 67 of the first 83 laps, has a little damage, pits under green. Goes 2 laps down, gets a wave around, then the free pass, pits again at lap 380 for a loose wheel. He has come through the field time and time again. All the reports, everything we've seen, this could be his 4th win of the season.
And we talked earlier about Kevin Harvick being the one heating up just before the playoffs. What about this team? This team, man, they have been on a roll. Still work to be done. This race is not over. Still have to get through this traffic.
And I'm going to say the 95, I question if he can get through the traffic. He did it. It ended up being a better car with the 11. Matt did a wonderful job. I didn't see him put his car in a bad position. The 11, I think, is just better.
Matt made no mistakes there. Just the 11 car is just a little quicker. Matt's done his job.
Coming up on a mile to go. 1 mile to race at Bristol. Denny Hamlin has fought valiantly against the Italian Stallion tonight in Matt DiBenedetto. Will there be one last push to try to catch up to that 11? A lot of traffic as they come up on 1 lap to go. And very tight for Denny Hamlin. The checkered flag will fly. Hamlin wins at Bristol. High fives all around. What a performance by Denny Hamlin and the 11 team.
Proud of this race team. God, you.
The almost Cinderella story of Matt DiBenedetto coming home in 2nd. Career best finish for Matt DiBenedetto. Keselowski finishing in 3rd. Kyle Busch was 4th. Chase Elliott 5th. Denny Hamlin wins in the Monster Energy Cup Series for the 4th time this season. When you talk about championship leaders closing in on the playoffs, Denny Hamlin has to be at the top of the list. This victory fueled by Sunoco. Fuel your best. Not only is he good at racing, but how about that burnout? And how close he was to the wall. All smiles for Denny Hamlin. Eric Church brought him out earlier during driver introductions. And now the crowd will let him know what they thought about that race.
Denny Hamlin climbs out. A fight to the end. Congratulations. You have picked up your 4th win of the season here at Bristol.
I'm so sorry to Matt DiBenedetto, Mike Wheeler. I hate it. I mean, I know a win would mean a lot to that team, but I got to give it 110% for FedEx and my whole team, and just sorry. But proud of this whole FedEx team for giving me a great car, the pit crew, my crew chief, just everybody just doing an amazing job. Jordan, all the girls at home. Just the whole team's just doing an amazing job right now. They're just kicking ass.
Man, it was a tough night, a lot of bumping and banging. You guys had your own setbacks, but you never gave up. You put on a show for these fans. How did you chase Matt down there at the end?
You know, between my spotter and the crew chief, it just stayed on me to not get anxious and just kind of take my time. I had plenty of time, and I just worked him over, and I knew I didn't want to show him the bottom until I knew I could make the pass, and I ran the top, got the position on the bottom and finished it. So we had a great car that could move around and came back from a couple laps down, and here we are.
What do you want to say to these fans tonight?
You guys rock. Thank you.
There's your winner, Denny Hamlin. Parker?
And Rutledge, Matt DiBenedetto finishes second, led 93 laps. I know the emotions, everything coming in this week. What's going through your head right now?
I don't know. So much. I wanted to win so bad for these guys, for this team, for them giving me this opportunity. I'm just thankful that they gave me this opportunity. Toyota, Procore, Dumont Jets, and Estiwada Spray Equipment, that's all. I'm so thankful, but man, I'm sad. We got tight after the deal with Newman when he came up into us, and all of a sudden it got really tight after that. But dude, congrats to Denny. He raced hard. I've been a fan of his since I was a kid. To be racing door to door with him at Bristol in front of a great group of fans, I'm trying not to get emotional, but it's been a tough week, and I just want to stick around and keep doing this for a long time to come. I love it. I love the opportunity, and I'm not done yet. Something will come open. It's gonna happen. I'm here to win. Something's gonna come open. I'm proud of these guys. Thankful for my wife and fans for sticking with me. It's been a tough journey. It's been a hard week, and this is cool for this team.
Obviously, very emotional, Matt DiBenedetto, that second place, guys.
He is literally fighting for his livelihood.
Fighting for his life. He has a passion for racing. Look at that emotion. I mean, he feels like he had a shot to win tonight, and he did. And you know, you said it, Steve. This guy, he will be driving next year. There's no way, if you own a Cup team, that you can't look and say, this guy is an upgrade. This guy can bring an emotion, an ability, a spirit to my race team that will bring my race team up a notch. And let me say this. There's so much talent around Joe Gibbs Racing right now, right? So, unfortunately, you know, he's going to lose his opportunity here because of the amount of talent that is at Joe Gibbs Racing. But there is a place for this guy, and he can put your car in the front. If you need a driver and you're not calling him, it's a mistake.
Forget on the racetrack. I mean, he just proved it to us on the racetrack. But how about that interview?
Yeah.
He gets run into, or runs into, however you want to look at it, with Ryan Newman. Doesn't say a cross word.
Yeah.
Tells us the facts, that his car got tight after the damage to the fender. With everything on this guy's mind, his career on the line, he handles it at that much of a class act. I think that's what I see most about Matty D. It's not just on the racetrack. It's every time that he's in an interview, he says all the right things.
What a day it was for Denny Hamlin. Got into the side of the 48. They had to come to pit road, fix the damage. Then the battle between he and Matt DiBenedetto. He was able to clear him and go on and get the win. His fourth of the season, his second ever here at Bristol. Denny Hamlin celebrating, but on the opposite end, the agony of defeat. Matt DiBenedetto finishing in second. And the emotion there. What a valiant effort. Denny Hamlin has made it into victory lane at Bristol Motor Speedway. He's celebrating with with his team. Want to take a look at the Coca-Cola winning moments. And it's the pass for the lead. Look at this, a little bit of rubbing. But again, rubbing is racing, and we saw Denny Hamlin. He said he felt bad about passing Matt DiBenedetto, but he's a racer first, and he wants to get to victory lane. He knows what kind of a season it has already been for him. His 4th win already of the season, 2nd win here at Bristol. And he had to fight for this one. This was one where when you come to Bristol, you know it's going to be a dogfight, and it ended up being a big fight for Denny Hamlin to get up there to get the win.
This is a kind of a battle that can rally a team big time. Like, we overcame so much, and we won this race. We went and took it from them. And yes, Denny Hamlin felt bad for Matty D, but you know what? He felt bad after the fact, right? This is competition, man. You're going to go take that win if you have an opportunity, and that was a great drive and a great battle by the 11 team and Denny Hamlin.
The campgrounds are full and the stands are filling up because of that action, because Denny Hamlin felt bad, but he raced for himself, his team, his organization. It was a great drive. You mentioned it. I actually thought the wheels were coming off the 11. Literally, 2 loose wheels. With all the momentum, with the fast cars they've had, the races they've won, I thought, man, he had that look all weekend. I got a great car. We sat on the pole. We can do it. We can do it. If it came down to a couple loose wheels that kept him out of victory lane, you wondered what damage would be done. Now, completely flip it. That pass for the 95 going to victory lane, I know they still have work to do, clean up the pit stops, but momentum is completely on the side of the 11.
You said completely flip it. A year ago, 2018, the 11 team and Denny Hamlin go winless. And now they come out in 2019 and looking like the favorite for the championship as we go to Krista, Kyle, and DJ.
Thank you, Rick. The scene in victory lane, Denny Hamlin hugging, but the atmosphere electric. And if you can hear you heard the cheers as Rick was talking, that is because Matt DiBenedetto's interview was on the Jumbotron here, and there are fans still in the stands who are cheering for Matt because they know, Kyle, he just poured it all on the line. And we're going to talk, of course, to Denny Hamlin about Denny Hamlin. He did everything he was supposed to do as a race car driver, but there's sort of 2 sides to this story tonight.
Yeah, and I think, and Denny brought the attention to it from the very beginning. He gets out and says, I feel so bad for Matt DiBenedetto, for Wheels, for that team. But Denny came to win a race, man. Yep. Denny came to win a race. You didn't come here to make friends. You come to win a race. But I think Matt DiBenedetto is the Cinderella story, the feel-good story. It's the story we've talked about so much this year. He put it all on the line. He quit a team last year to put himself out there, to put himself in a better position, and he has. And right now, even though he's not in that car next year, he is still making the best of the situation that he's in.
Yeah, so let's say that Denny Hamlin, what a drive by him. Right. I mean, this is a tough place to come up through traffic, and he had to do it a couple of times, did his job. But you're right, Matty D, he's the story. And what do you do whenever you've been knocked down? You get back up on your feet, and you do what you do best, and that's go drive a race car. And he drove the wheels off this thing tonight, and other than just being passed by somebody that was a little bit better.
And in the corner, you see Denny Hamlin's conducting his own victory lane interview with his daughter, Taylor. So that's going on as we speak. I don't know if our interview is going to be tougher. Taylor, I saw just go right up to him with her microphone there.
Yeah, and you saw that going on.
There's so he's with his, Molly.
You see Denny there. And you know, we saw the MRO kids, 20th anniversary of them singing here. We saw Matt DiBenedetto here, the dejection on his face. But you see Daniel Suarez come by and congratulate him. It's a fraternity of guys trying to win that first race. You know, when you're in that group that's trying to break through, you pull for everybody that's out there, because you know if Daniel knows if Matty D can break through, then Daniel can break through. Matty D knows if he can break through, then the next guy can break through. That's the way it is. So it is crazy, and I got to give a tip of the hat to Denny Hamlin, because he knows what it's like to be in that position too, and want to win that first race and be able to just see it, to smell it, to have it in your fingertips and watch it slip away. So he understands that too. And Denny, as Dale said, drove a great race, These may be the guys. You know, he said a few weeks ago, we feel like we've got one of the top 2 or 3 teams. They're peaking, man. They have not fallen outside the top 5 over the last 4 or 5 races.
We've been talking about the pressure at the bubble of trying to make the playoffs. Matt Benedetto has just put tons of pressure on every owner out there, wondering, do they have the right driver lineup at their particular place? He's put the pressure square on them, because there's no doubting whether he can drive a race car and whether he's capable of winning. Yeah, he didn't win this race, but it wasn't because he didn't do the job. He never made a mistake, didn't do anything. He had a little damage there, but he did a great job.
Great point.
You see, again, the scene behind us. We are right here in victory lane. Kelly Stavis is there with tonight's winner.
Yeah, what an incredible comeback for this team from the damage early, as you guys talked about. Pair of loose wheels. You were down 2 laps, Chris Gabehart. How did you guys keep the wheels on this thing and get back up to victory lane?
Just not going to quit. It's a 500-lap race. It ain't no 200-lap race. It ain't 3. It ain't 4. It's a 500-lap race. And this FedEx race team is not going to quit. Denny Hamlin's not going to quit. We didn't quit. And here we are.
When I saw you earlier today, you told me Denny had a swagger about him today. What did you see in him?
What else do I need to show you other than that last 130 laps? The whole race, really. But it comes from trust and faith in each other. And right now, Denny would tell me, if I told him to turn around and drive backwards, I think he would do it. And if he tells me this race car's got a right rear wheel falling off, it's got a right rear wheel falling off. And we're going to come fix it. And that's what it takes. We're just going to keep it going.
5 straight top 5s now, 2 of those wins. Everything seems to be going right for you guys. This win, though, seems a little bit different. What is so special about this one? I can hear the emotion in your voice at the end.
Yeah, I mean, to me, we've won some special ones this year. Daytona 500, surely. But from my background and my roots and what I've grown up doing my whole life, this is the place. Bristol Night Race, this is a place. I have such admiration for what these guys do behind the wheel at this place, and it shows and it shines here like no other, and it's just awesome.
And Chris Gabehart saying at times he just becomes a fan here, sitting on that pit box. That's how much he enjoys coming to Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. Something special about the night race. Of course, next year it continues at night, but it'll be in the playoffs. Denny Hamlin knows he's in 4th win this season. You heard him talk about the chemistry with the crew. Check out this celebration. We're going to hear from some more drivers when we come back to Bristol. What a show these fans got tonight under the lights at Bristol. Our post-race coverage continues. Now let's hear from some drivers, starting with Chase Elliott, who spoke with Dave Burns.
Ultimately, Chase ended up 5th, and I know earlier in the race the car seemed a lot stronger. Where did it go?
You know, I don't know. I felt like we were just off a little bit all night and kind of all weekend, just needed a little bit. Felt like we were really close. We just never got over the hill. But our Hooters Spirits team did a good job, and I mean, heck, they executed a great race. I think we gained spots on pit road every time we came, like more than 1 spot too. So it was they did a great job. Alan called a good race. I lined up in the top multiple times. You can't really ask for anything else from a driver's standpoint. I just didn't do a very good job with it. So, yeah, just need to be a little bit better to these guys. I feel like the past, the spring race and then this race have been off just a touch. So we'll go to work.
Kyle Busch finishes 4th after starting 31st, going a lap down and coming all the way back. Would you need more at the end?
I was just too loose at the end. Car just wasn't there really all weekend long. I just never really found what I was looking for, and we were kind of all over the place. And early on, we were so loose, I was just barely hanging on and tried to make up time there. We finally got it tightened up enough there when I was racing with the 2 and got the lead from the 2 before that caution came out. And then we tried to make it a little bit better for exit after that because we were going to go a long ways on tires, we figured, and just made it too loose. I just had no rear traction getting into the corners. So, we salvaged a hard-fought day for 4th, and that's about it.
What's it say about this race team to have days like this? You can come back from that, from a lap down, and work on that car and get it to the point where you're leading laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than some other situations for sure. Obviously, Adam and the guys do a really good job of being able to work on the car and constantly improve it and constantly make it better. But flat out getting our ass kicked right now by our teammates, so we got to get better.
A hard-fought night for Kyle Busch. The 18 team still have work to do.
So remember, Daniel told me before the race, one of the things was to be smart and avoid the wreck. I feel like you did that tonight, Daniel, and almost had a stage win. How good was the car tonight?
It was pretty good. I felt like we had a top 10 car all day long.
we had ups and downs. We had a couple of issues on pit road and as well an electrical issue with alternator, but I was able to cycle the whole thing and make it work right there at the end. But I was a little worried I was going to run out of battery at one point. But overall, I'm proud of him. He did a good job. But overall, very proud of everyone in the Storyhouse Racing. The 41-4 performance, as I mentioned, was pretty sporty this weekend. I feel like we were a top 10 car, you know, and that's what we ended with some stage points, which obviously is very positive.
I know you can't rest on this with 2 races to go, but getting back above the cut line just by 2, how much does that encourage you?
That is good. We're making ground. We have to keep being consistent and go to Darlington and do the same thing, and then Indianapolis, the same thing, or try to win the thing.
Well, it winds up being a top 10 for Clint Bowyer, but the bad part of that is that you're now below the cut line, Clint. How do you process this evening? Nice rally after the spin, but you lose a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, we had a solid weekend. You know, we fought front turn with our peak lighting, you know, forward, and kind of fought that all weekend long. Had to free up too much, to be honest with you. Had to take too much wedge out of it, raise the track bar up, pull the rear end out of the track, and it's just too loose. I couldn't hold on to it, man. I couldn't carry speed, couldn't carry my momentum because if the front end wasn't sliding, you know, we had to run the thing too loose to overcome the front end, and I was just struggling. I really thought we'd be a top 5 car tonight. I mean, we marched up through them and got kind of in position. You know, you could have, would have, should have there. Could have been patient there, but you know, we were in a dogfight for, what, 3 or 4 spots right there. If I saw a window and I tried to shoot it, and if I could have passed all those, you know, 3 cars right there, that whole point situation would have been a big difference. That's just short track racing. You know, you split decision. You don't have time to think about it or dwell on it or you know, dream it. You just you go. Yeah. And you feel like if you feel it, you go with it. You know, he told me inside, and you know, as a race car driver, you got momentum and you think you can take it and you go for it. That's short track racing.
I know the answer is to win in the next 2 races, but being below the cut line, how do you process both Darlington and then Indianapolis?
Man, just go race. You know, I mean, it felt good to have fun again at the racetrack. You know, we've been beat up so bad. Last 2 weekends have been just terrible luck, crumb luck. You know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, Watkins Glen flat tire put us, you know, behind the 8 ball, literally doing exactly what we needed to do. Michigan sitting there doing exactly what we needed to do, got wiped out. Finally, you know, driver messed up tonight, cost us a few points, but all in all, it was finally a solid finish and a solid night for us.
He mentions that first top 10 in a month, much needed for that team, but they've got some work to do to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, first top 10 in a month, and he had to fight for it because they had to overcome trouble, and you see what it's done to the points. I mean, Clint Bowyer and Daniel Suarez, now Dale just 2 points apart. Clint had a 6-point advantage on Daniel coming into this race.
Yeah, so we knew that it's going to come down. We talk about every single week, and the guys in the booth talk about every pass makes a difference because that's a point. It's going to come down to the final laps at Indianapolis to see exactly who's going to get in unless somebody makes a mistake there. I think we can almost quit talking about Jimmy Johnson getting himself in that position. He's so far back. But you look right above there, again, I'll say this, I said it last week, that Ryan Newman is the story. Yeah. He still keeps getting enough done to keep himself up there in that 15th spot.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier, excuse me, this week on another show where it felt like almost you'd come in here with 4 guys on the bubble and you might eliminate one tonight. Yeah. And Jimmy just about eliminated themselves tonight. I don't think that he's still in the conversation, but he's a fringe player right now, being that far out. It's going to come down to this. I want you to think about it. It's going to come down, and we talk about it. 1 position, 2 positions, 3 positions gained over the first 26 races. Gained over. All you had to do at one place was finish 1 position better. At the next place, finish 1 position, and you would have been in the game. And that's what this point system is all about. Daniel Suarez and those guys have put together some great races. Bowyer is running out of time. I know this is it's a stopgap. It's a 10th place finish, and it always seems like Bowyer has bad luck and gains points and has pretty decent luck and has a good finish and loses position.
And look what happened tonight when this happened. Look at Daniel Suarez.
Daniel Suarez, right there. Here's 2 cars that are in the points that could have taken each other out, could have been in a position where both of these cars couldn't continue, but they both come back to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, whereas Jimmy Johnson was running hard and trying to stay on the lead lap, and Austin Dillon has a tire problem right in front of him, and it messes up his whole night. So it's just the way the ball bounces, kind of, or the cars bounce around, and your luck goes. And so, you know, and everybody will look and say something about Indianapolis whenever that's over, and we're talking to whoever's right outside of it and said we could have done this or that. Well, they had 25 races before that to get it done. So there's not going to be much strategy played at Darlington as far as tire wear and stuff like that. It's going to be pretty cut and dried. You better go there and have a good race car, and you can change 4 tires the whole time. But there could be strategies that come into play at Indy.
And Ryan Newman and Daniel Suarez, I don't know if you saw in those graphics there, they got stage points tonight, and they got a lot of them, and that makes a huge difference. And we saw every stage had a story, a battle. Denny Hamlin had to battle back for this win. Celebration continuing. We'll talk to tonight's winner. Also hear from some more of your favorite drivers when we continue post-race coverage from the night race at Bristol. NASCAR America post-race brought to you by Mobil 1 Synthetic Motor Oil. Proven protection for 250,000 miles. It's been a great night at Bristol. Tomorrow, Alexander Rossi trying to stay in the title fight with another victory at Pocono Raceway. The NTT IndyCar Series returns to Pocono tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern on NBCSN. We have racing at night, racing during the day, a little bit of everything for you. And this party could go well into the night as Denny Hamlin continues the victory lane traditions. We're going to hear from some more drivers now. Let's start with a guy who had a good night. Brad Keselowski spoke with Kelly.
Brad Keselowski led 91 laps en route to a third-place finish. But, Brad, I could hear some frustration in your voice late in the race as you were making your way through lap traffic. Did you feel like you had a car that was capable of going up there and contending with the 11?
Well, I thought we could pass the 95 for sure, and, you know, kind of got hurt in some traffic and tore the nose off it. Somebody got loose in front of me and put a hole in the nose and probably knocked some speed out of the Miller Lite forward, and that was it's pretty frustrating. But, you know, 11 was really strong on the long run, so we got a really long run there, and we were really strong in that short to medium run, and felt like if I could have got clear some of the traffic, I could have caught the 11 and ran away before the 11 would have, or caught the 95 and the 9 before the 11 caught me and could have maybe drove away, but wasn't meant to be.
When I talked to Paul Wolfe, he said you guys really just need to build some momentum ahead of the playoffs. Does this third place finish help get you guys going in that direction?
Yeah, it's good. This has been a track where we've struggled lately, Kelly. We've had good runs and haven't been able to bring home the finish, so I feel like we've had cars that are capable of contending for wins here the last few races and hadn't brought it home, so it's nice to be able to bring home at least a good finish.
Well, what might have been for Kyle Larson tonight, man, that damage on the left front seemed you had to make that extra stop. How much did getting back in traffic change your night?
Well, if we didn't have to pit there, we would restart at 6, which would have obviously helped us out a lot. I think, you know, I'd have got to, you know, probably 4th or so there. And you know, I was really good on the long run, but just so loose for most of the run. But at the end, you know, I could get going. And, you know, I was right behind the 9, the 18, and the 2, and we were better than them. Just, you know, not enough to get by them. But all in all, really good day again. You know, good, solid points day. I think we jumped up a couple spots in points. So hopefully we can get to, you know, 10th at least and get a playoff point when the playoffs get started. So we'll see. But happy about our day. Credit One Bank Chevy was good, just not good enough early in the run.
The good thing is, though, this team is very quietly building a lot of consistency as the playoffs are looming.
Yeah, no doubt. I definitely feel like, you know, like you said, we've been quietly, you know, building momentum, building speed, and have had a lot of good runs here recently. So we just got to keep it going here for these next couple races and get on the playoffs and you know, carry it on through that.
Enjoy the off week.
Thank you.
Kyle Larson talking with Marty there, and just moments ago the champagne was spraying right behind us. We were just far enough away, Kyle, that we didn't get any. But Denny Hamlin is going to come over here and join us in just a few minutes. Let's go ahead and show you the standings, how things look going into Darlington. Mentioned the off week next week, as you heard Kyle Larson say there. Here you see the playoff standings Again, Denny Hamlin's 4th win, so he jumps up there with Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. The battle now for that 16th spot. Daniel Suarez now has it just 2 points above Clint Boyer. Ryan Newman gains a lot tonight. Here you see Denny Hamlin's reaction as he climbs out of the car. His 4th win of the season. So good on the short tracks, and he's here with us now. When we come back from commercial, you'll hear from tonight's winner.
Will there be one last push to try to catch up to that 11? A lot of traffic as they come up on 1 lap to go. Very tight for Denny Hamlin. The checkered flag will fly. Hamlin wins in Bristol.
One of our favorite parts of the night when we get to talk to the winning driver. Tonight we get to do it on top of Victory Lane. Really cool here at Bristol. Denny Hamlin, but you had a tough interview as soon as you got out of the car. I'm not talking about Rutledge. I'm talking about Taylor. Was that an interview that your daughter was
that,
on?
man? Yeah, she's doing a little Taylor TV. If you follow me on like Instagram or whatever or Twitter, she's done like 2 or 3 races where literally the guy that helps with my social stuff just gives her a GoPro and says,
just go? Just
go. See what we come up with. So you can see her over there right behind you. So
yeah.
Taylor.
We should have her. She might be. She's probably a better interviewer than me. So she's 6, right? 6 years old?
Yeah, she's 6.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
Coming for me.
I'm sure she asks a lot deeper questions than I ask. So I do have a question. I've been around this sport a long time. I've never seen, when you got out for the burnout interview with Rutledge, the first thing you said was, man, I feel sorry for Matt and for Wheels and those guys. I've never seen anybody apologize almost for winning a race. What led you to that? Because there's a lot of history there.
It is the worst person possible to pass with 8 to go. I mean, my history with Mike Wheeler, he's fighting just like Matt is. And Mike Wheeler is a fantastic crew chief, and I hope he stays with that car no matter what. But Matt's a fantastic driver. I have no doubt in my mind he's going to land on his feet better even than he is right now. And if he isn't, all you car owners are idiots. So there's no other, I hate it. I just hate it because I know everyone was behind him. I'm behind him. I financed his race car 2 years ago in Phoenix when he did an Instagram video about he didn't have money to go to the racetrack. That led to them getting a full-time sponsor for 6 races from a poker company because they saw my tweet. And so I care for Matt, and I hope he ends up where he should. Yeah. This business stinks sometimes. It really, really stinks. And so someone with that much talent deserves to be in this sport full-time and racing for wins like that on a more regular basis.
Yeah, as you said, they fully put it on the owners now to put him in a car and give him a
and they've
good
got
ride.
the choice.
Yeah.
They've got the choice.
Yeah, so do that. So let's talk about your night. Fast race car, but rather eventful.
2 laps down, 2 laps down.
Yeah, so could Denny Hamlin 5 or 6 years ago have had the patience to say, okay, we're in this situation, I can still go win this race?
Maybe, maybe not. I would lean towards the not. But I think I think that, my crew chief, Chris Gabehart, is just like, we talked so much this year about so what, now what? It's my wristband I wear right here says, do the next right thing. I can't help what just happened. Yeah. All I can help is making sure I'm doing the next right thing. I can't change what happened in the past. It's about just focusing on what I've got. He keeps me focused going forward, and those are words I live by.
That's cool, man. Hey, I want to go back to this race tonight, and when you finally caught Maddie. Traffic was, oh my gosh, man. I mean, it was everywhere you want to be, there was somebody already there.
So I wanted to keep it a secret from him, but I ran him down in the top. But I knew about 30 laps beforehand, I ran about 5 consecutive laps on the bottom and I was like, I looked at my times. I was like, I'm about a half a tenth faster on the bottom, but I think I can get there by way of top. And I edged there, and so I forced him to move up the racetrack to block the top. I was never going to pass him on the top. I just wanted to get close enough to then I could catch him off guard and run the bottom for one lap and box him in. He had somebody right there. So right here, I start to get a run, and as soon as I see that he was going to have traffic above on the top groove, I'm like, I'm diving to the bottom. He's not going to see it. He's going to get boxed in, and this race is over.
Yeah. Denny, I know earlier, before the weekend really got started, as you saw the racetrack and some changes that had been made to the top, you had some things to say about that. But
I was just informing.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
But it turned out to be pretty entertaining with ability to race bottom, middle, and top, basically. Yeah. And it seemed to be a very entertaining race for the fans and for us to watch.
And I didn't think it changed the race at all. I mean, I don't know what the intention was, whether it was to put it all on the bottom. But anytime you start grinding or polishing or cleaning or whatever, it adds more grip to it. So the top was good, but the pass was made on the bottom. Yeah. This place has been like this for 3 or 4 years now. It's put on great races. Yeah. We don't crash each other like we used to. But I mean, gosh, you got great racing here, so there's nothing to complain about. I wasn't complaining. I was just informing because I saw tweets about, a couple tweets about, the drivers didn't know this, drivers didn't know that. I've been at the forefront of helping these racetracks put the PJ1 down, figuring out where it can be to be an option for us. It's not every place that we're putting this PJ1 down is not meant to be the primary group. It's just meant to be an option. Yeah. And it was the option that won the race today.
Yeah. Okay. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think we've talked about it on NASCAR America. We talked about it on Motor Mouse. You guys being one of the top 2, 3, 4 teams out here right now. Over the last 4 or 5 weeks, you've plainly proved the consistency's there, the ability to win races there. But there's still those little nagging mistakes, a loose wheel, and things like that. But those are the things you have to clean up to make it to Homestead, to be that contender, to be that champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're doing our job by getting more and more playoff points. If we do have those issues in one of these rounds that we've got, we're trying to work ourselves into a 1 race buffer. I mean, so that's this will be the most playoff points I've ever entered into this playoff format. It hopefully will not create that sense of urgency that I've had to have once we get to the second to last round. So I think that we're laying the foundation to hang on.
How about this?
No, dude. No, you raced hard, man. You got tight right at the end, so. Yeah, we're gonna. Thanks, brother. Man, it means more than you know, brother. Thank you. Got it.
Great job, man.
Matt DiBenedetto coming over, obviously, to congratulate Denny Hamlin. And we know there's only one winner in racing, but that's a winner in life right there.
And he's a great guy. Man. I mean, he's a great guy, and it's just, I don't know. I don't even know what else to say. It's just, I'm emotional for him.
Yeah.
Everybody is.
A lot of us are.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard when you were here in Victory Lane and he was on the big screen and
I did
and everything.
And I just stopped. I'm just like,
let him have his moment. That was
his moment.
That was cool, man.
The guy's just he's an amazing race car driver.
So should you guys, we were showing before the race kind of what the people in Vegas that make the odds are still saying Kyle Busch, but do you consider yourself, you should be the favorite, especially over the last 6-8 weeks going into this championship as we get the playoffs started? I mean, I would say so, but.
I mean, based on results, yes. I mean, that's a given, but, we're a different team. I'm a different driver than I was last year and for the first 12 years of my career. There's just, even in 2010, when we won 8 races, I'm not sure we've ever had it going for this long. 2 straight months of race winning speed every single week. So I don't know. I don't care about the favorites or underdogs or whatever. I've been in the sport long enough that I know what I have to do to win a championship. I have been through this. I have failed 12, 13 times at doing this. And so I'm in a better place now.
Fun to get up every day?
It is. It really is. And I've gone through a lot personally this year. And I've had to, kind of find myself in some situations. And so I'm just, this year has been a growing year for me personally. And as I've gotten to be a better person off the racetrack, I feel like I've performed better on the racetrack.
Showing. It is. And I was just standing here thinking while you're doing this, this is a different Denny Hamlin. This is a content, a calm, content with who you are, not measuring yourself against everybody else, just going out and saying, this is who I am. I'm the best Denny Hamlin I can be.
Yeah, I mean, I think my entire career, I'm fortunate to be with Joe Gibbs Racing, but I'm also unfortunate to be teammates with Kyle Busch, probably the most talented driver. So constantly when I log on social media, it's, if I have a bad race, I stink. I'm not as good as Kyle. I'm not as good as Martin. I'm not as good as this guy. And I'm just like, I'm me. I've won my fair share of races. I've made it to NASCAR's top level. I never imagined I'd be here in the first place. I'm content with who I am, and I know what I'm capable of. And things are just falling together right now. I mean, who's better, who's worse, who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? My job is to go out there and do the best that I can and hopefully win a championship at the end of this deal.
Yeah, enjoy it, man.
You look at that wristband, because do the next best thing, right? That's your wristband.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't make Taylor TV go national. Can we make Taylor TV go national? We're going to bring her over. I mean, we have Keelan on, right? We've got to keep equal opportunity. Do you have a question for Daddy, Taylor?
I have no idea.
What about what song should he come out to next year?
What's your favorite song right now?
Song?
I like Baby Shark.
That's a good one. And you did a great job singing the national anthem for my sister Molly.
Mama loves that song.
That's a good one. Taylor's daddy, Denny Hamlin, is the winner here at Bristol, his 4th win of the season. But Matt Benedetto, a huge winner with the fans tonight as well, coming home second. It was Denny's night. He was in victory lane.